All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is July 7th, 2026, and we have a very interesting day on our hands. Yesterday was great. Despite there not being much, you had a lot of positive seasonality this morning. You had bad headlines out of Iran. Again, oil. Saudis are actually discounting the price of oil for the first time since 2020, so you shouldn't really expect oil to move too much, but the real big driver this morning was Samsung earnings. They did amazing. They beat, they raised, but once again, high bar, victim of expectations. That caused a lot of movement. Samsung went down. It dropped Korean stocks. Believe it or not, it brought up some other Asian stocks, triggered some other rotations. We're even seeing Mag 7 right now. Again, we even got to hear Mag 7, Amazon, they're raising money for bonds and some of those themes. We even got to hear from Meta and that child case we talked about. They finally got the settlement to $1.4 trillion. So we got a couple of things swirling out, but long story short, it's just going to be a giant rotation between chips and everything else, and then getting ready for earnings season, which is right around the corner. So, Chatadonia, it's going to be a good day. We have a great day ahead of us. I think it's going to be pretty exciting, especially with the first couple of hours of rotating back and forth. But my friends, here at the Cult, before we chase the dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out. Active service, past service, anybody who has served this country, even the families. God bless you, and thank every single one of you for your commitment to our collective freedom. I love you. I appreciate you. I hope I could help you with the long term, and anything else we do here helps. I don't even think it will ever pay you back a fraction of what you deserve, let alone the level of appreciation. But all in all, man, thank you to the veterans. Thank you for giving up so much for our freedom. And for the rest of you, I don't care if you support a war or not. That is not my intention to make you a warmonger or anything of that nature. No. It's actually the opposite, man. It's to honor those who served, because I truly believe, I don't care what you believe in or not, you cannot take away the honor from somebody who has chosen to put up their own life and time and service for their own country and for people they have never met. So veterans, the families, God bless every single one of you, and thank you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Chatadonia. What happened to the flag? They moved my flag? Oh, Chatadonia. Tuesday. Oh, earnings, dude. We have so much to talk about with earnings. Oh, we have so much to talk about with earnings. I just don't want to jump the gun. I just don't want to be too early. But, Chad, we got 1 minute. Dude, I haven't even got to go to the bathroom. I need to go to the bathroom, dog, but I got a couple of plays. So watch Fiserv. They got a buyout offer, even though a lot of people aren't saying it, but the banks pretty much said they're not going to buy Fiserv, but the stock's holding up like that rumor is still alive. You never know. We might get surprised, but watch them. Watch XYZ, Affirm. A lot of the fintechs, even for XLV, ACHC, again, healthcare. These are going to be some of the early reporters and the ones pricing in the least. Starbucks, watch on behalf of the coffee prices. And then Net and Now, they got upgrades. They're benefiting off of the negative chip news. And then we're going to see if any future monetization plans, but that'll be something we'll talk about in the future. But other than that, my friends, we got about 50 seconds. 50 seconds till the bell. Ba-da-ba. Can I get a carbo? If I can't go to the bathroom, I should probably get more caffeine. So what do you think? I think that's a better like a better approach to this. I can't find ICAP. Where's ICAP? ICAP. Okay, no. We're getting there. All right, chat. Let's have a good morning. Please don't pump on your homies, okay? None of those fake stories to pump. You know what I'm saying? Just vibe, dude.
ICAP needs Jesus.
One. Fight. Alrighty, Chattadonia. So yeah, get ready. Watch out for the rotations. Like I said, China went up after the Samsung stuff yesterday. Nasdaq's down by 1. Russell is up by 0.8. SPY's only down by 0.15. It could have been a worse, brother. You know what I'm saying? Could have been a lot worse. So yeah, you didn't even get any like crazy announcements out of the Boeing thing, but those have already started to go up. Let's see. ICAP needs Jesus. Why won't they fill me? All right, they're not filling those. We'll wait. Where did what's it called? Where's the other software place? So again, I know Team and a few others, but yeah, I want to see software especially. I just want to see. I had some profits. It wouldn't fill me. I think it was glitching out. But yeah, watch IGV again. I don't know where chips are at. They're probably down 2 or 3. 3.8 on SMH, and then chips or software is up by 1.5. So see if that holds. Crowd is down. Watch some of the other cybersecurity again. Net and Now. Now is starting to really run. Like I said, Net, Now, and there's one more that benefit kind of off of, again, the DeepSeek news. At least that's what the algo said. Oh, and KC, dude. Even though I hate this little thing, that's the first one that was a dud. But KC got a big upgrade from Morgan Stanley. It's hella random. Let's see, where was the other one? Quant came down. XLV, Shopify, Adobe, IBM. So yeah, Now's up 3, but it's not moving intraday. SAP. There's a headline on Synopsys. Watch Meta. Meta's starting to go. And then UNH and then Guild. Yeah, healthcare is actually kind of on fire. And then Microsoft. Microsoft's up 1.7. So just remember your little Mag 7 effects from the last couple days. Even SPY, Adobe on the high. Meta. Yeah, IBM's really running. Oh, the shop. Let's see how this one can play. Yeah, even those old Nows have came back now. Those are down only 10%. These all feel like the old CRMs, if you guys recall. I don't know why Zillow's up too, but the options, I think it's just the spread. And then Baba, China, and then Palant as well. Palant started good, sold off, and now it's up. Again, SPY. I haven't really seen chips. I've only seen the rotation. So again, I hope you guys are noticing chips are coming down. NVIDIA's not doing too bad, so I don't think you're feeling it as much. But yeah, literally Intel, AMD, SMH, they're drilling right now. You're down 4%. That's what I'm saying. It's small for software. Software is either going to close right with it, or software really has to take off relatively. Adobe, Palant again. Too panicky. Well, like I said, with Cyber, just play the waves. I think it's super simple. You know, like it's gonna, you have, like the next time Cyber you want Cyber now as it's breaking out, just keep that same energy when we go through a week of Cyber. not doing anything and going down. That's it. Just it's going to come in waves. If you buy in on the wave that's going to help you more than hurt you, I think you'll be better off. That's where I think more people are getting clapped than not. ICOP needs Jesus. Yeah, those won't hit. Okay, IGV Carvana. Interesting. Why they make it spread so much, brother? You know, these guys sometimes, man, they make it spread so much. Workday, Reddit, and Palantir. Just see where IGV ends up and then chips. But yeah, you still got a lot of stuff moving again. First 4 candles on the SPY down. SPY and NASDAQ, only one's down. Russell is about to go red. Oh, these spreads are disgusting. Work VA RXT. Where's Boeing? Wendy's. Boeing came down. They started off good. Financials are green. Staples are killing it. Yeah, even Kimberly. I didn't realize that. So again, more of the rotation. I don't think the software rotation is that strong, believe it or not. I mean, any other time you've had chips sell off, software has been extremely strong. But yeah, I think most of this for now is going to staples in the morning. This could change drastically, but yeah, for now, a lot of it. There's a couple of software names doing good, but like I'm telling you, staples at 1.8 is not small at all. And then you have the chips down 3, but then you only have software around 1%. Honeywell, HPE, Kroger, Dell now. So again, now Apple on the low, so just watch out for the Mag 7 effect, but I think your other names should be up. Microsoft's coming down. Into it. CBOE numbers came out, dude. Volume numbers for the quarter are up like 30-40%. I thought that would react a little bit more. Amazon. So again, Mag 7's like up and 9. Then you have Apple drilling, but I think we're rotating somewhere else. But yeah, that Apple going down is not good. But so far, the SPY has not reacted to it. Yeah, we saw the DeepSeek stuff this morning. Yo, are you fucking kidding me? Hold on, I'm trying to get something, but they just won't fill it. And then SPY through the low. Pepsi's climbing up. Again, Apple, like I'm telling you, that Apple move, for a minute there, SPY ignored it, but yeah, unless anything else starts to trigger Coca-Cola on the high. Again, KMB, Staples, those are looking very good. Energy plays are moving as well. Yeah, XLP. Enphase. Where's the other one? There's Enphase and First Solar. There's a couple of upgrades there. Micron. So like I said, I don't know if Apple, if this is a rotation or not, but you're getting some movement back in the chips there. So like I said, it seems like Staples started it off, and they got more of the gain than software. You just had that big Apple sell, and then chips are holding up a little bit. Software's already bouncing. I mean, just see how this holds. Let me see. Yeah, 2 Chinese chip firms. It was DeepSeek in a chip, and then right before the bell, the people who made GLM, they were saying ZAI was even talking about making their own chips as well. Google on the high. You got Meta popping up now too. So again, whatever just happened there with Apple, I think it just moved the money around a little, because that was a big Apple dump. But then literally you got Meta straight up, chips bouncing a little bit, and again a couple of smaller chip names bouncing. China's still going, and silver, and then not a recommendation. But yeah, I like that as my earnings front run for healthcare. I guess I'll tell all of you. I just won't give all of you the play. Not a recommendation. Be careful. But ACHC. That's going to be my earnings, one of my earnings healthcare plays. Again, healthcare does have the lowest expectations, at least coming into where we are at today of Q2. Baba, Honeywell. Again, oil's still up. Where's TLT? TLT's down. Again, value, bro. Kimberly, XLP, it's on fire. Procter Gamble. Now you got oil on the high. Futures haven't hit the high yet. JD. Again, a lot of China is still on the high. And then Google. You have Google and Meta as your Mag 7 runners here. I mean, it was Microsoft earlier. But yeah, Google's up 1. Again, Amazon had the big bond offering. They were down, then they came up, and now they're kind of chilling. Again, gold and silver was another thing that woke up here. Sentinel sold off. Cyber's actually down. So again, you have software doing better than cyber today. And that's what I'm saying. You give it a couple days of red, you keep that same energy as yesterday on the downside. Isn't a video? I mean, the SPY too. Again, oil. We got fat oil candle. But like I said, I mean, oil is a deception because, again, this is the first time since 2020 where the Saudis, I don't know if I showed you the chart. I don't know if we had enough time. But yeah, so this just doesn't happen too often. You know, oil price wars 2014. This was like literally your first Russia-Ukraine for the ball knowers. But then, yeah, 2020 was the last time Saudi discounted it. But anytime you've had a supply glut of oil, the Saudis sell their oil for cheaper. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, even then, oil might move up. You might get some headlines, but there's a fat gap in oil. And then here's the thing. This should balance it out for some of you. If any of you remember during the war, how many of you remember oil was hitting a new high? and at one point your gas prices did not go up. Well, I am not pleased to announce today that the opposite is happening. So if you remember, late March when the market bottomed out, oil went above 110 and gas prices actually went down. So we had a week in March, about 2 weeks, with oil going straight up and then gas prices went down. Fast forward till today, you're actually hitting one of the higher gas prices while crude oil is hitting one of the lowest. So yeah, we're kind of doing this gap thing. But like I'm saying, there's a disconnect in oil, which I'm sure some of you have gotten hands-on experience in the last couple months. But yeah, there's still this lagging effect of it. And the gap between them is very, very large. And that's why I'm saying, like, even oil moves or war headlines, I mean, there seems to be a much larger oversupply scenario. I said ACHC. That was my latest one. Coharis. Dell again? It is Dell again, Habibi. Well, Poland. Again, like I'm telling you, IGV's not hot. You have Cyber down. IGV's barely up comparatively. I mean, you have chips down 4. Last time you had a 4% down on the chips. I think IGV went up 2 or 3. Oh, there's a lot of charts. I have a lot. We have to talk a lot about earnings. A lot about earnings, man. I have a lot of earnings information. And I mean, it's still early, but yeah, I mean, this is barring any other external, it should be your more important piece of information this month. Oh, tech, Bitcoin. I don't know where Bitcoin's at. Bitcoin's coming up again. If you remember, Morgan Stanley, banks are doing great, 0.6. Again, Staples, just a solid 2%, dude. Kind of crazy. Okay, Meta. Meta is still holding up. Again, even from yesterday, but that has continued quite nice. Even despite the 1.4 trillion settlement. Proud of these guys. Pfizer on the high, and then J&J. Yeah, Pfizer waking up. I haven't looked at. Actually, XLV is killing it. So XLV gapped up too, but then again, they didn't have the hottest day. GLW and FCX, and then NUVB, like materials and industrial plays, are catching a bid. And then there's Clove, and then Bitcoin. Remember yesterday, Bitcoin was providing as like risk on. Like you literally watched risk on do it at the same time. Oh, you mean CL Oil? Yeah, again, it's up 1.8. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen like a straight up, but yeah, it's right below 70. I don't know, Zillow, the premiums are just up. It's very odd today comparatively, but I think it's the spreads. Do you remember? They like there's still a wide spread, but they raised the bid and then they jacked up the asks on the Zillows. Again, China as well. That was another one from the morning. And then I still, like I'm saying, chips though. Chips are coming back down. You saw that little NVIDIA Apple thing not too long ago. But yeah, like I'm saying, just with how much chips have moved, some of these rotations they're a little different than what you've seen. Like I'm telling you, the rotation is going to staples and healthcare, just like we've seen over the last couple weeks. But Yeah, you're not getting the same just straight up buy software hand over fist when chips go down. It's broadening out to a different area. Different two areas. IWM on the low. Ooh. Maybe is this the Mag 7 rotation? I mean, Apple, Amazon, Walmart's on the high and a couple of others. But yeah, Russell's ugly. Russell's down by 0.3. NASDAQ's still the worst on the day, 1.4. But now Russell's doing worse than the SPY. It was doing better in the morning. Dow is the only one in the green at 0.2. Pfizer's ex-dividend 7.24. Really? I thought theirs was I thought they just had it. Oh no, it does say 7.24. Bibsy Cola. See, I don't think Pepsi reported yet, did they? Yeah, no. Pepsi's just benefiting off the rotation after selling off into all of it. Yeah, Eli Lilly, I think they got was it today or yesterday? There was one crazy price target on it. Well, yeah, then literally Pepsi's up 4% right now. Dude, staples are like kind of insane right now. It's not every day you get a 2% staple day. I mean, bro, you even got a new high on Kimberly. Kimberly's getting into the lows pre-merger. Next, again, the UNG plays. And more staples, MO, Pep, Coca-Cola, stuff in the middle like Disney, again, even Walmart. So, again, you've seen days like these. The question is, how much follow-through do you get? The rotation is opting towards healthcare and staples rather than anything with tech and momentum. Again, Mag 7's not even doing doing too bad. The early story is just rotation after Samsung earnings. Again, Samsung was more of a just victim of the expectations or sell the news. It's not like they did bad, but yeah, just a little bit of moving parts after one of these big earnings. You kind of saw the same thing with Micron, but Micron attracted more software. In this case, though, we're rotating to staples, healthcare. And then there's also headlines this morning about, more of the AI doom loop, China fears, other people, DeepSeek making chips and all of that. And then not to mention, we're still barreling along ahead into a quarter of of earnings, or at least a month full of earnings. Now there's Amazon too. Despite the debt stuff, they're going. Even Starbucks. Is Whirlpool still a buy? I like Whirlpool, but I hate them at the same time. So until the management makes like a real material change, like a drastic change, I would probably not buy Whirlpool. They're doing very, very poorly. IGV on the low now, so that's probably going red. So yeah, now you don't even have a software rotation. So literally they sold off tech, bought a little bit of software, then they sold off the software, and then they started buying healthcare and staples. Again, the McDonald's, a Home Depot, a General Milling. Yeah, Amazon, they're doing really good. All things considered. Again, oil straight up, SPY lower. Again, you had the attack in the Hormuz headline this morning, but it's been a while since we've seen oil move. But just to get the perspective, remember yesterday you were right at filling the gap from when it started, and then just nothing happened. Comcast. It's weird. You have stuff like Microsoft's going straight up. Oh, excuse me. You think it could be an activist target? Yeah, it already is. David Tepper. That's what I'm saying. So, he's the number one shareholder of Whirlpool. So, Appaloosa, David Tepper, they've already bought like 5-10% of that company. They are the number one shareholder of Whirlpool. So, it already has an activist. That's why I'm saying it's either the company needs to cave or we need more pressure and like something. But a real change needs to happen with that company. As is right now, I would just, I would let them fight it out. But I don't want to be in the middle of that. SNK. Again, the Russell, bro, down by 0.63. Again, NASDAQ's not going down as much, but NASDAQ's even starting to drop here. Or excuse me, the Dow Jones. That was your only one in the green. Now it's only up 0.1%. Again, the more staples, and then Amazon and Microsoft and Meta a little bit. Meta's just up. But yeah, look, this is you got chips down, you got IWM straight down, and then go look at Google, Microsoft. You're doing the Russell Mag 7 thing today. So that's the weird part, is that the software, you are rotating into staples and healthcare, but the other half of it is IWM out, Mag 7 in. I hope you see it, literally. Just look at any Mag 7 name except Apple today and NVIDIA, but the rest of them, they're kind of just going one direction, where IWM has been straight out from the cash open. Was that silver? Nibis? So Neil Cloud on the low. Who was it? There was Iran and one from yesterday, Wolf. And then Amazon. So Amazon, Microsoft, everything else just literally dumping. Apple, NVIDIA into the low. And then again, you're going to play your little tech game. We've been here for just under 30 minutes. Show me what you're working with. Google, too. Dow Jones, 21 in the green, 9 in the red. Dow's only up by 0.05. It's still dropping. Dude, NASDAQ, 63 in the green, 37 in the red. So NASDAQ's down 1.6. You have 60% in the green. SPY, 355 green, 146 in the red. That's crazy. So, yeah, you have more. You are broadening out. You have more names up. But, again, I think Apple, NVIDIA, SanDisk, Micron are sadly... That's enough to give you this setup. But yeah, you have, I mean, almost every single index is heavily skewed to the upside. I.e., you have more names advancing, trading higher than yesterday. But remember, some places, some things ended up pretty weak yesterday, unless it was one of the momentum winners. PGY. Verona, bow, 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 bow. Yeah, Cyber's down 1. IGV's down 0.3. And then Staples. They're like, you want diapers? You guys, consumers, you toothpaste? Great day for toothpaste. Mondelez, again, that's another value play. And now Wendy's again, too. That's climbing up on the high. Again, SPY's still down by 0.3. It's not much. I mean, this is what we were talking about the other day. You know, you're not getting at the scoreboard. Some of these moves feel intense, but, you know, just remember that range we've been playing around. So you're back to yesterday's open, still above the Kevin Warsh level, well above the gap up zone. I mean, you haven't filled that. Did we? I don't even think we filled the gap up from last week, too, now that I think about it. UK MTO received a report of further incident involving a transistor tank in the Strait of Hormuz. That's weird. I thought they were going to suspend those updates. Well, yeah, you're getting another UK MTO update. Remember last time, that's what started the that one weekend. Remember when they started first attacking a couple weeks ago after the ceasefire? And then didn't, like, the UN cancel the plans or whatever? And then Microsoft. Wow, Microsoft. Are you kidding me, Microsoft? Do you see the Microsoft, you guys? This guy is a crazy brother. Crazy man. Orca. Orchid signs licensing agreement with Pharmacenties to commercialize drug in Russia. No casualties or environmental impact reported. The vessel is continuing its next port of call. Zeke. What's up, baby? Good morning. VIX is up 3 to 3.2. So this is, I mean, I had so many things this morning. I had a lot of charts to show you guys. We just, so much data, so little time. But yeah, VIX is up, but here's the thing from last quarter. If you remember, just like a week ago, we were talking deleverage. That has definitely happened. So this chart is just showing you pretty much every single like pair trade and industry. And you could see where it's at today. And then this is where it was at a month ago. So it's kind of crazy. Where was, I think your comment reminded me of this because of volatility. Volatility's on here somewhere. Oh yeah, the VIX. So yeah, the VIX is up right now, but if you actually look even a month ago, it was substantially lower. And then again, the put to call ratios though, that is deleveraged a lot, which I think makes it even more fascinating. NATO allies signed $50 billion in defense industry deals in Ankara. Again, Boeing gapped up, but they wouldn't fill anything on those this morning. And now they're chilling. And then Microsoft finally came down. See if Apple and NVIDIA take the candle. Yep, NVIDIA. So literally, Microsoft straight down, it goes to NVIDIA. It's annoying, but at least you know what's going on. So like I'm saying, you're going to just have to play this game back and forth. And then I'm sure, you know, different stop and go traffic. We'll see where it all settles. But yeah, you know, it's either Apple or NVIDIA. NVIDIA is literally hitting the high now. So like I'm saying, you just saw it again, Google, Amazon, they're doing good. They all take a candle down, and then you see NVIDIA go up. Watch Apple next, and then, yeah, everything else in the middle is going to move. Jack in the Box is going. You already had Wendy's up. CLRO, that was the one from yesterday. Or the last, like, 3 days, really. Tesla's not really the biggest earnings mover, but they've been a leader. I just don't like Tesla with how it's moved lately. I feel like we missed out on the, you know, that $40, $50 move there. Met. Not to be confused with a net. Cloudflare. Who else is there? Where is the rest of software? Workday's up 4%? Jeez. I don't have enough. I'm getting a lot of wide spreads, and then I put in an order, and then they won't fill them. And then I'll lower it, then they won't fill it. And then I'm like, you guys want me to lower it to, like, what? To 0? Of course, anybody would fill it at 0. Yeah, oil doing it again. I mean, I'm a little more concerned with the rotation aspect of these Mag 7s, but you are, I mean, again, it's hard to ignore this. You haven't seen volume like this, a move like it. You're above 70. You're getting the incident reports. So, like I'm saying, if anything, though, that futures volume on oil now, it is ramping up a little bit. I think the irony is it's coming out. Again, this is happening on the day where you literally have the Saudis discounting energy and oil. SpaceX could just be all the upgrades that happened with QNT. They got all the analyst coverage, and then they went down, and then they reacted from there. And then now it is finally on the NASDAQ. Ross is on the high. This has to be part of our staples. Staples and consumers. Do you think they're discounting to get ships to take the oil? No. I think they're discounting because they have too much oil. Just because Saudi doesn't do that. They so there's only in the last like maybe 10-15 years, I would even argue longer, the only times you have seen the Saudis go to negative oil or be willing to discount their sales, it's when you are been in a massive supply glut. So like literally 2020 economy shuts down, everybody has more oil than they could do with it. That was the one time. And then prior to that was literally the shale fracking revolution in 2014, and then us dumping oil supply on literally Russia, Ukraine, the rest of the world. So yeah, I don't think if they wanted to get ships moving, I think they would do other things, but that's like their rate cut essentially. It's a very, very big decision to sell your oil at a discount. And again, it's in mass. So it's a lot of money. You know, an extra $2 a gallon, and you're selling how many to your neighbors? I mean, it's a lot of money, and that's your budget. But oil's going straight up right now. I mean, all day, really, ever since opening bell. Arlay. This thing's kind of moving up now. Sounds familiar. I mean, oil just took another 30 cents. Back in my day, that candle would have been $5. So yeah, remember a couple months ago, you ever would see these pops? These pops would be like literally $2, $2 a barrel. But yeah, that's only 30 cents. But yeah, you see the trend. Again, next, even UNG and some of those plays are going up too. Euro bonds drop, German yields 2.5. Oh yeah, TLT has not been pretty either. Dollars up. Hot dog. Yeah, Boyle, UNG. See, Baba's starting to slip. Staples came down a little bit. I think everything. I mean, it's been 30 minutes, so keep in mind your first 30-minute 7 a.m. program. So oil's still straight up. A lot of the things that were leading, I mean, it's not like they're doing bad, but look at the low ticker. Like you said, you had 60% of names in the green, so you have a lot of room. But yeah, it feels like a lot more stuff is kind of coming down, and you're just fading, or you're not getting more advancements out of the stuff that actually did hold up. QSR, Burger King, and then Jack in a Box. Why do they have a glut of oil? Because of demand destruction? No. Although, I'm a big believer in demand destruction, and I've talked about it a lot, but, I mean, it's simple. Why do they have a lot of oil? Why would Saudi Arabia have an oversupply of oil? Beyond being, excuse me, beyond being a top producer of oil, top exporter, why would they have a lot of oil? It's because the freeway has been getting blown up for the last 3 months. So where they've been moving the oil, think of just like COVID. So, but obviously we didn't have a war going on in COVID, but the last oversupply was COVID. They shut down the economy. You can't move the oil. You weren't able to get rid of it. You have a fuck ton of oil that you were already producing, millions and millions of barrels a day of. So yeah, it's just they had a lot. They already had a lot to begin with. the war slowed things down, and now there's still a lot on hand. That's what people were saying from the beginning. It's just that the Hormuz, it was again, it was a transportation problem. It wasn't necessarily a oil production problem. And then, like I showed you with the gas prices, there's also a difference between oil products and then the price of crude. That's why at times, oil products would be cheap while crude was up, and then now crude is down, but oil products are costing more. Bro, oil, I don't know. I give it another $1 or $2. I'm sure you'll get a Truth Social or something, but it's weird. I don't know how to describe it, because like I'm telling you, a month ago, this would have been like a $3 move. That's 50 cents there. You're right above 70. It just looks disgusting on the day. And I don't remember the last time we had 2.8 on oil to the upside, to be honest. It looks small, but I think around June 18th, about 3 weeks ago. I think it was the same thing when, again, the UK MTO incident. I think that was when that happened. SMCI. I mean, it's all the chips. They haven't gone down. NVIDIA's holding you up a little bit, but like I'm saying, these little rotations are starting to fade now. Staples are holding very strong. Healthcare is starting to come down. Financials are holding, but they're not as much. Again, these have been the same top areas the last couple days. XLV, my main healthcare, is something I watch. No, I don't really play. I just watch it. It's, again, the healthcare ETF. That is like UNH. XLV is just a quick way to bring up all the healthcare companies. UNH, Humana, Elevance, all of those, and then all the even smaller ones too. Should we pick up more Oracle if we have the cash? I mean, it's a better time to do it than now. I don't know how the rest of your portfolio looks, but it's, again, I'm much more. I think that question is a way better question at 140 than 250. So at least I'm down on it. So I like that. I was thinking about it. I was thinking of adding one of the deposits there to it, because I'm finally down on it too. But yeah, I still have a lot of cash. I'm above my 20% on the Fidelity. That's why I've considered it. But again, this depends. Are you going to hold it for 10 years? I still believe there's 50% downside on Oracle. I also believe there's 50% upside. And then, yeah, you just got to balance it out in a way where, are you going to hold it for 10 years? Does this price seem like something you could commit to? And at the very least, though, you're buying it at a lower price than not. Like I said, I think it's a better question. You're asking the right thing at the right time, better than asking the right thing at the wrong time. I know the dollar's been up all day. Again, we had a couple days of the dollar coming down. Got a little bit of relief. I mean, I don't think the market is necessarily bad right here. You're back into the Kevin Warsh zone. So I don't know if you guys noticed now, after today, I think the same exact thing happened on the Micron earnings, I want to say. Where I feel like we got close to it and then sold off. But yeah, other than that, this is, again, this rotation. And think about the major themes we talked about with summer. Because like I'm telling you, look at the IWM. Look at Russell just straight down. Amazon, Google, Meta, these guys are doing pretty well for that. And then now we're getting staples in financials and healthcare. They're getting more love than any like AI software rotation. So just days at a time until we start getting into the real events. Again, the waves stop and go. But yeah, it's unless this turns into a panic day. But for the most part, as of now, I definitely think a lot of moving pieces. CXW. Didn't they sell a unit yesterday? Isn't this the prison? So yeah, you might be. So why, let me ask you a better question. Why do you think you're early? So if you're asking me if it's too late, but yeah, if it's a trade for long term, I would slash your tires if you were seriously asking me. For a trade though, I mean, I don't know, but I think, one of the prisons sold off a set of prisons the other day and got like $1 billion. Just buy down your average whenever you can, right? No. It's good to, but you need to buy your average down in a way that you're going to actually hold it through. I would encourage you to average in a way that keeps your plan the same, and that you're able to like average down in a way that's like, again, you're 10 years minimum. So that's why I'm saying, like, if you try to average down at every single red tick, you're just going to buy it and sit there. So, try to be strategic with it, but at the same time, better to buy it when it's cheaper than now. Like I said, right idea, right time. Let's be real. Add to the long term. That's the right idea. You know what I'm saying? Save 10. That's the right idea, baby. Get high quality. That's the right idea. Buy it at all-time highs. That's the wrong time. Like, again, I like Oracle a lot. Oracle at 250, right idea, wrong time. Right? Oracle at 139, right idea, right time. That's what you should be viewing it as, I think, at this point. So oil down, and now stocks. NASDAQ down 2, Dow down by 1/4, SPY down 0.5, and Russell down 1. Yeah, Palantir just got 2 candles down. I just think it's the fade right now. So I don't know if you're getting news as much as you're getting, again. And this is what I'm saying with the waves. You got 10 days down, 5 days up, maybe a couple days down, couple days up. Make those earnings plays. And again, you want cyber, security, whatever you want. You get it when they actually go red. That's what I was saying yesterday with some of those other ones. But some others, there's software that's up though. So keep that in mind. There's like Team and Workday. They're still pretty up there. Again, all of your Mag 7s are at least above 1%, I believe, except for Apple. Apple and Nvidia. Well, it's a very strong staple rotation. I mean, your boy Kimberly, your girl, dog, Kimberly's almost at 116. So yeah, you are now getting to pre-merger price. Remember, we only got this discount because of this merger. So if it could actually get there, that's fucking amazing. And then, like you said, 118 to 119. If we fill that merger gap, awesome. Oh, speak of the devil. But yeah, all the staples. Again, Walmart very strong. I think PM, MO. There were some ridiculous moves today. Why are we pulling down? It's moving around. It's rotation. I mean, there was one bad news with the war stuff. I just don't think it matters. I've been saying that, but at the same time, this is what you've been going through for the last 3 weeks. So I hope this doesn't surprise you guys. Is that these last 3 weeks really, especially that last couple weeks here of June. I mean, we've just been doing the same thing where the market, the SPY, NASDAQ, Dow, it's getting dictated by either 7 names of the Mag 7 or like 50 names in high concentration chip area. So that's all that's happening today. Samsung, they had good earnings, sell the news, people move around just like Micron, but that money moved out of chips into all these other areas. Again, money moved out of the Russell and then into the Mag 7. That's literally what we were talking about as one of the major themes for this year. So you're going down technically, but you're just right below where we started yesterday, and that's why we've spent many days with like these back and forth moves, but the SPY just is not, it doesn't really reflect the full story here, just because some smaller segments of stocks they have that ability to move us like this. But right now I think it's strong rotations all the way around. I mean, hence the title, the Great Rotation. And we've seen this many times, again, depending on what happens in chips, AI, the bubble narrative, it has started and stopped these rotations. Yeah, oil just sold off $1 now. Or like 80 cents. Meta, TVRD. You're doing it right now for your daughter. It looks like the Trump accounts are done through Robinhood. No, you could do them on anything, but Robinhood, I think they are supporting it. Meta. I'm gonna check the Kimberly. I'm gonna check the long term. Kimberly quality. And then where's Oracle? Microsoft again. Is the war over? Why is this not official yet? Dude, the war's been over for like... I think the war's been over for 10 years. When I like run the numbers. So like if you do an adjusted, like if one war takes, let's say like 2 years, and then you've ended 9 of them. I think it's like 18 years ago. I want to say we ended this war. But yeah, I don't even think the war ever started. Yeah, I agree. I don't even think, you know what I'm saying? Imagine, I don't even think the war started. Huh. But no, I'm not, I'm not, dude, unfortunately. I feel like I'm the best person to ask and the worst person. Because like I'm telling you, if you listen to me early in the moment while the war was going on, you know, I was paying attention. I was telling you what it was, what to expect, you know, and I think I was very accurate about it, especially looking back. But yeah, like I mean, if you were here, you know, like, bro, I stopped giving a shit a long time ago. And I think my behavior, I think, reflected even the market. I think the market stopped giving a shit a long time ago, too. Like, it's just not... It's obviously something that happened. It's obviously real. And there's all of this. But, you know, again, this big, you know, let this be the only situation that dictates everything. Like, fuck no. It's just not that important. But, yeah, maybe it wasn't a war. Maybe it was just a conflict. Maybe that's a great way to put it. But yeah, that's kind of so. Again, like I said, I mean, in the beginning, if you're listening to me and I'm telling you, be careful of the 45 days. And, you know, I think my analysis was able to make a lot of people a lot more money or keep them safe. But like right now, you know, we're a couple months after it. Everyone's already seen everything. It's like, yeah, I just don't even, like I'm saying, my reaction function towards like war, oil headlines is non-existent just because I just don't. The only way we bring back these like war reactions, in my opinion, is if a nuke goes off. And I was saying that at one point a couple months ago too. I don't know how many of you remember that, where we were getting to the point where it's like, dude, the only way you're going to escalate is if a literal nuke goes off. Otherwise, if there's no nuke, it's very hard to make the Iran situation worse than anything you've experienced. You know, like, that's what you got to think about. Like, imagine waking up in March. Imagine April. You know, you woke up to some crazy headlines, right? Like, boom, imagine Golubov, the random rumors, the air alerts. Like, you've been exposed to everything now. You're not going to wake up one day and the Iranians aren't going to, or America, they're not going to do something that you weren't, like, that you haven't seen. You know, even this morning, let me ask you this. Have you ever heard of a ship getting hit in the Hormuz? Does that sound familiar? How about a UK MTO incident report? Does that sound familiar? You know what I'm saying? Like, you keep playing this game. It's like none of this is new. Give me something new. Maybe we could talk about it, right? But again, the only thing that's new is fucking Saudis lowering their oil price. And they only do that when they have so much oil they're willing to lower their government budget that buys them all their Lamborghinis. So it's like, wait a minute. That's the only thing that's new for me. But again, I don't even think it. That's what I was saying. I'm interested in how oil's reacting today. But other than that, I mean, it's not. That's still even going to take time too. What's green today? A lot. Believe it or not. Dow is 18. It's all staples. Johnson & Johnson, Coke, Chevron, Travelers, Walmart, McDonald's, Salesforce, actually Procter & Gamble, Amgen, Microsoft, Merck, United, Disney, Google, International Business Machines, IBM, JP Morgan, Amazon, and Nike. That's for the Dow. NASDAQ has 55 now, so 10 more names went right on the Nasdaq. But yeah, it's just it's a mixed bag of like tech names that are up, mainly software leaning. Most of this down stuff on NASDAQ is all chips and memory. And then SPY 321, everything staples, healthcare, energy names as well. Again, oil up too. Intel. Hey, don't you guys love that covered call? Huh? It sucks because it's just going to be back at 150 next week, but still, I hope you see the idea. And if a motherfucker asks me to close the covered call and do another one, I'm gonna find your vehicle faster than you could say vehicle. Okay? Don't do that, because here's the thing. If you close out that covered call trying to do another one, what happens if it goes down? Oh, yeah, you see? So you don't play that game. But here's the deal. Take a look. Our portfolio is barely down here today. Again, think about what Intel's doing, but take a look. Intel is now worth $22,000. Okay? When I did the covered call, Intel was worth $28,000. Where's the other one? So yeah, take a look. We've made $3,000 off of it. So I lost $6,000 in value. Or what? Yeah, $6,000 in value, and then we got back $3,000 of it. So that dropped from 140 to 110. It just limited how much we were exposing ourselves on 200 shares. But that's why too, you'll notice the portfolio it was good. I think it was great protection. Because you'll notice now the portfolio doesn't move as much. I don't know if you guys have noticed that from the covered call. So again, Intel starts going up, you'll make more money, but like notice how it literally, after the covered call, you know, the swings, the ups and downs, it became a little bit more stable up here. Everything in your long-term green. Yeah, because you got that value, son. So we got value working, but yeah, we also have some tech that is down, aka Intel. I know, and we still have the cash. That's the best part. So again, I mean, even on the volatility or whatever happens with the price, I mean, it's going to be one thing. But yeah, as long as we still have that cash, again, midterms. That's the thing. Oh, it does look good, dude. It looks really good. It just might just do the Microsoft where it's at this low. So it might either blow through it just by a little bit and bounce, or that'll be it. But yeah, I like I'm saying, it's way better to be looking at this now than when it was at 250, man. I'm telling you. I liked it at 250. It was nice to win, but like I'm saying, just, you know, a lot of people only want it when it's up. I want you to keep that energy right now, bro. I'm telling you. So I don't know who this applies to, but if you are one of the people who wanted it at 250 and you didn't take it and you still haven't bought it, I mean, this is where I would really consider things, okay? That's what I would do if I were you, because I'm telling, just keep that same energy. I want you to think about it. If you really wanted it at 200, 212, I want you to try to bring that energy to the same exact stock where it is right now. Because that's what I'm telling you. That's how you got to, again, right idea, right time. Right idea, wrong time. Right idea, right time. That's what you got to build around. So, I don't know. I hope you could think about that. But at the very least, like I'm saying, I still think Oracle could go lower. But I also I also think this is a more fair price than not. This is exactly, it's 5% lower than where I started, and we got to see how that played out for a quarter. What price would Kimberly attractive for a covered call? You're going to have to wait a long time. So remember just the other week after the Intel, somebody asked me to do it for their target, and I did a target for a target covered call, and I did the analysis of it. But the dividend stocks that move slow in our value, they're not really good covered call plays. So maybe if we somehow magically, if we get up like 100-200% on Kimberly, we could do a covered call. But if it's, we're up 20% on it now, which isn't bad, but it's like if it just stays in that range, just collect the dividend. But I don't think that'll be a covered call play. Usually covered call plays are on like growth stocks, not necessarily dividend stocks. Well, CBOE. I'm up a lot on Kimberly, 20%. Just 16 to 20, depending on your purchases and averages. But yeah, and then again, from last purchase on Kimberly was insane. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I feel like June, a lot of people got discouraged by some of the momentum one, but we had a couple plays that came out. Again, the Service Now, the SAP, those are all coming right back to break even. Zillow, Palantir down like 20 to 30, depending on where you got them. But then Sentinel went up. And then Kimberly long-term purchase was like, no exaggeration, a bottom tick with a 5% yield, and you got the dividend. That was insane. I'm telling you, I'm more. This is one I like more than a lot of them. I mean, I made way more money on a lot of different plays this year, but yeah, I know that one was sick, dude. That one I was not expecting it, but I'm also mad because I'm like, I should have just put all the cash in there. Your only regret. So yeah. And then CBO's up again. They came out with numbers. I don't know if you hear. And I don't know. I got good news, bad news for you. Are you ready? Are you ready? Options might do bad this quarter. You know that? I have tinfoil. Do you guys want me to give you tinfoil? It might blow your mind. I've shared this tinfoil with you before, actually. Actually, the last time I shared this tinfoil with you, I stopped trading options for a little bit. And Bradley Fraser on the page! Oh my goodness. Chadadonia. Bradley Fraser, Peach Nation. Wow, you guys are going to get 10. Wow, the Peach is giving you 10. You know that? Oh, Bradley Fraser. Oh, Bradley Fraser, give me a piece. Nah, man, I just got a long term. Won't you save that 10%? Okay. Oh, Bradley Fraser and the Peach. Nah, man, I'm going to say the 10%. No. I'm sorry. Bradley Fraser just gets me fucking hyped. Amen. The Ballad of Bradley. Airdrop 10. This is straight from Bradley. You guys know that the best 10 comes when Bradley. You guys have no idea. I'm telling you. Remember last time Bradley, and I told Bradley, I said, Bradley, should I give him a play? I think Bradley gave y'all 1,000%er last time. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Bradley. I love it. So Bradley, God bless you. God bless Peach Nation. Are you guys ready for your 10? I love it. Let me see. Is that it? Yeah. So here's the tinfoil. That, in a weird way, options might do terrible this quarter. Huh? Why would I say that? Options, like the price of your options, may not go up as much this quarter. Like the price movement of the actual price of the option. But then it's going to be weird because there's going to be A fuck ton more liquidity this quarter. Huh? So why would I say this? I'm saying this because the motherfuckers that sell the actual options, they give these updates. The CBOE. We have a play on this one. And that's why I was telling you, all of this shit was overblown with the perpetuals, but this goes beyond it. So here's the numbers. You guys realize from June 25 to this June, 40% more options were traded. 36% more index options. 30% more futures. 22% more equities. 100% more off-exchange equities. These are like pipe deals and everything that's, block trades and all that. Canadian equities, 24. European, 22% increase. All of these are ridiculous numbers, dude. Telling you. But now, where is it? Is that not the one? Oh, shit. I closed it. So, a lot of activity, like I was telling you. I think this one was obvious. That's, again, these numbers all came out last night. That's why CBO is up. This is all just from CBOE. So, again, I mean, we're talking the smallest set of growth was 22% on anything they provided. Overall options are 40% higher than the year before, right? So now, I showed you guys this back in the day. This is when I took a little break from options. I took a break on options and I started trading futures because the premiums were very high priced. They weren't really hitting. It was very crowded. We just were not getting the same moves. So that's why I said, why would I pay a premium? I'm just going to go dollar for dollar. Give me a futures contract. Yeah, it was super easy. And then what happened? A lot of the futures started getting crowded. Then we started shifting. And then before you know it, this thing called prediction markets came around. And then that ended up being one of the best things that ever happened to me. Not because I trade prediction markets, but because the prediction markets, it got all of that noise out of the option chains. And then everybody quit options, and then the volumes dropped on options, and then it became extremely cheap, and now it's been, we've gotten 2 years in a row of several 1,000% streaks. Very nice. But yeah, this is what I showed you guys back in the day. So CBOE, they give you numbers on how much they're making. So the company selling the options, they have a forecast on the price of those options. So second quarter, options are expected to go to 6 cents per contract. That's what they're expecting to get. In March, they were charging 8 cents a contract. It may not mean nothing, yeah, but understand that's 30%, and they gonna keep scamming it all. I want this shit forever, man, ever, man. It's Mr. Premium in the building, swagger on 100,000 long term. Yeah, think about that, 30%. And now CBOE, even after all this growth, they're expecting Q2 to be cheaper for premiums. Indexes will be a little bit higher, and then total options premiums are going to go down 10%. So that could be because the liquidity, yeah, exactly. This could be because there's going to be so much liquidity that they kind of keep up the same shit, or this means that either liquidity, seasonality, if we start slowing down, you might get lower options prices. So nothing too bad, but like I'm telling you, I pay attention to these. Last time I saw, so when 2022, when I started to slow down on the options, these prices just doubled and tripled. And pretty much when option prices got so high that they didn't really make sense, it just wasn't worth it. But these prices are fairly low. Again, you're getting to see how much they're charging on things. But yeah, there is a forecast. And then like we've been saying, just activity ever since March 29th has gone through the effing roof after everybody panicked. Well, yeah, isn't that cool? So yeah, the tinfoil though is that options activity, the liquidity is either going to have a good effect or a bad effect if it brings down prices. It's either a good price decline because of liquidity or bad price decline because of seasonality and slowness. Ta-da! Thank you, thank you. All right, SPY new low. You're down 2.2, SPY down 0.69. The Dow is the best, but they're still down by a quarter. I know, guys. I wish it was easier. I wish I could give you the easy answer, but I sadly think this is just rotation shenanigans. I mean, remember, yesterday you went straight up for no reason. So again, we are about to fill the gap, 744 down to like 743. Waste management, didn't they get an upgrade this morning? They had something in the morning. Oh, they're going up. Quant's down $10 from yesterday. TAP keeps climbing. They were underperforming. Staples are coming up too. Bro, SanDisk going down another 5%. SanDisk was down 9% not too long ago. So, again, that's part of the Samsung. Remember, you also have SK Hynix this week. Well, not only that, we have an IPO. But then you got Adobe. You have small software going up. Software stopped going down, but it's not necessarily benefiting. Same thing with cyber. Who is it? Who was the other one? Jen. Trying to see. Cyber's kind of trying to base out right now. Yeah, we'll see. That's what I was saying. There's some weird activity on the cyber ETF, but at least that sold off first and then chilled. 10B is fire. All right, Q's on the high. SQQ. VIX, again, you got Staples hitting the high and then the UVXY on the high. So it's literally XLP, those value names that are going up. A lot of chips in memory on the low. TSM, SanDisk. And then again, you also have the other stuff going up. VIX is climbing here as we are entering the low. Based on what you showed, are you making a play on CBOE? I already made a play on CBOE. So that data that came out today, that confirmed my idea on CBOE. So CBOE has suffered one of its biggest drops recently. And I played this dip. We flipped it out of here. I got a free contract, and then it dipped again, and then I played it again, and I'm still in that play. But this is what I was saying, because after this drop, people are saying that the ghettoist financial I'm telling you, perpetual futures on all these other like random here, random there. It looks so ghetto. It doesn't. I think it's the stupidest shit ever. Not only that, but it's just the fact that they dump CBOE on that, and they're like, oh my gosh, competition from the gambling markets, prediction markets, and then approvals on CBOE. They're like, it's gonna. Perpetual futures is going to hurt these companies. And I thought it was overblown, and a lot of people believe the same thing, even though the stock's a little lower. But, yeah, people were saying that was going to hurt it on its literally best quarter ever on record. So that's what I was expecting after seeing the trading volume. So that's why I was buying the dip, and then those numbers pretty much confirmed that it was a record trading quarter for options and how much they made. So yeah, that's all it was. But that data added a little bit more in terms of pricing. But as far as the play, I made the play before that data, and that data just confirmed kind of what I was thinking. Adabe. Great rotation. Well, today was a little different, but it's staples, healthcare, and financials. We got one healthcare earnings play. Well, we already have one of the other rotations, and I think that's it. What was I going to look at? Interesting. Sermal Trump revives call for U.S. to control Greenland. Been a while. Been a long time, long time. All right, you're getting a little bounce on SanDisk. I think that added to it. Adobe. It's not bad. I think you could have got it cheaper, but it was one of my value software plays that I liked, but I ended up going for Intuit instead. I don't think it's the worst. I think there's better, but it's still not too bad. Trump told FT that he could remove all U.S. soldiers from Europe and reiterated Greenland should be controlled by U.S. Hold on, I'm seeing something. I hate these. Pilot market. About Van, yeah, that CLRO. If you see this little shitty CLRO stock, they're merging with Vanny, but Vanny's not going. And then Vanny had an update this morning on something. But yeah. Bro, nothing is filling today. I'm telling you, bro, some of these cells are like disgusting. I'm trying, like, I'll see a spread and I'll try to fill it and then it won't even fucking fill at like a crazy price. Coca-Cola. That's more to the staples, dude. Yeah, Vanny's not moving at all. Oh, they're really not gonna fill me on shit. Rare peg. Try one more thing. CRM. And a couple more. I'll get you a checkup. I'm trying something though. I have a decent one, but they're making this challenging. I'm telling you, because some of these spreads just to get in and out, and then nothing is filling. Bro, I think liquidity is dog shit right now. I'm telling, dude, this has been the worst day on some of these fills. You remember like the last couple weeks, I would be, how many times would I just yell out and I'd be like, oh my God, they filled me. That is not happening right now. I'm telling you, bro, whatever the fucking dog, some of these spread, there you go. Dude, I'm low. I have to take an extra 20% off. No, dude, it's terrible. Like, it's actually terrible. Oh, just if you want liquidity, and some of these things look like they're up a lot, and they're still up, but you're not up as much as you think. Yeah, it's not filling. On some of these other days, they would fill you, and you'd be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe it filled me." Today, it's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe they won't fill me." Let's see. Okay, fill that one too. Fuck. A 0 to 450 on the debit spread. So I got filled on one. I'm trying to snake a chain and see where it's gonna fill me. Fill me. All right. Did Google sell off? Oracle long-term, good dip. Yes. I like it. It's 5% below where I bought it. But yeah, I think it's a better time than not. It's funny though, because like a lot of people are asking me about it today. But like, oh dude, I love it so much more. You know what I'm saying? I love it more that you guys are asking me today. Because you guys are asking now at the right time. You know what I'm saying? You are asking at a time where it makes sense right now. It does not make sense after it rips. So, that being said, I have a play for you. I'm down with that for now, and then worst case, I could double dip on the other ones. Let me see. Was that SanDisk on the high? Am I tripping? And then it filled. I sold a ZS too. That one just filled 30-40%. Terrible. It should have been up way more. And then was that SanDisk or am I tripping? No, I mean SanDisk did go up, but it was kind of crazy. They had Trump live an hour ago, believe it or not. I don't think we, with the Republic of Turkey. We just didn't listen to it. Salesforce is a fan favorite, but it's not going to move until earnings. Until those earnings do good, man. They need to get out of that earnings hole. The plays are on the locked in. I'll give you guys I won't give you the exact one. Because again, too, like even then, I mean, you guys are seeing it even the last month, you know, those last couple plays, a lot of people were getting, and then again, a lot of them even came back, good opportunities, even yesterday. The Sentinel, you know, I give some ideas, then people go a little crazy. So I don't want to overwhelm you all, especially if you're not advanced. Again, I mean, even the people who lie to me and tell me they're advanced, I mean, it's just so easy to, you could just see it, man, people rushing in and stuff. So I want you guys safe. I mean, I'm telling you, don't listen to the voice in your head telling you, no, just do it, rush. Like, if you don't understand any of these things, if you're not really understanding the ideas, it's going to hurt you. So that being said, I mean, I hope you've been paying attention because this will make a lot of sense. But I played Checkpoint. So I'm not going to give you the exact play, but if you could use the timing and then, you know, try to understand why I played this. But yeah, this is lagging cyber. It's already up from 120. That's the part I don't like on it, but compared to a lot of the other cyber, it's lagging, and then, yeah, this one's there. The spreads are bad, but that's why I said there's some cheap ones. There's cheap ones if you go down enough, but I don't know if those ones will necessarily hit. Polymarket, because I'm so lucky. Breaking Claw just bought gold as a hedge on the current ecosystem. It sounds like when Palantir bought gold. But yeah, not a recommendation. You will lose money. The Claw. Oh, honestly, I would avoid those headlines, brother. That's like dog shit. So yeah, AI portfolio buying something is not necessarily, what's the word? Not material at all. These bots are, I want to say the R word, but I won't. So yeah, but I'm like, wait. I thought we were talking like Anthropic is buying gold like Palantir was buying gold. But yeah, I'd be careful on those headlines. They're not really, because I've seen people get confused by them. I mean, they're like, OpenAI bought this. I'm like, no, they didn't. You might be talking about a simulated portfolio. That's, you know, that's just like a little AI experiment, but I wouldn't, Yeah, I'd be careful on this. No, I couldn't get filled on the entry of it, but then also I had other plays I wanted to move profits from one to the other, but then the profits wouldn't fill me. Two bombs exploded in outside the hotel where French president is staying in Damascus. No way. That's not good. On the defense conference? Yang, China is on the high now. Hot dog. Bro, CBOE. We need a sustained rally on that. Last time it was up, I didn't make them free then, but they're back up now. But like, yeah, those little flips on them have been great. We just need it to keep going. All right, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless America. God bless Chatadonia. Happy Tuesday. And then, yeah, dude, get ready for more of this weird day. It's not even weird, bro. It's just it's the same thing we've been dealing with. This back and forth rotation, the Big Mag 7 effect, all of that, man. So just don't, remember, let me remind you, we're still a little early, but just don't forget earnings, you guys. Don't forget how it plays out. The stop and go, the on ice, you know, again, these rotations afterwards. This is more familiar than you think. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's more familiar than you think, my friends. So, that being said, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity, and I will be right back.
It's not for mega, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I grab Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not mega, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the island, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's end another war. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and price floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ICE cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I.
You gotta add a headline. Meta committed to improving efforts to combat it? IT? Inaccurate to suggest we knowingly target ads will strengthen our review process. Now Palantir on the way up? R? So yeah, that's had a couple back and forth. Again, software odd. It's actually technically green, just barely. And like I said, Cyber, they sold off first, but then started holding. Meanwhile, again, chips drop. They hit a low while software stopped, and then yeah, now they're chilling. I know, I love it, dude. It's a great bathroom break song. I know. You guys ask where to get it every day on the bathroom break. So maybe like this again. It's good, dude. It's just too perfect time. It gives me enough time to go to the bathroom, to fart a little bit, do a push up. I can move around. It's just great timing, bro. It's just great timing. And then it's just do. Qatar confirms LNG attack is effectively confirmed it in Hormuz. Oh, where's Fizzerv? Forgot about that, because that headline reminded me of Fizzerv. It's like we're getting these headlines, but then I'm like, everyone just leaves out a piece of info. Like Fizzerv this morning, they left out that piece of info. They're like, the banks want to buy them, but most have decided not to. But then everybody went off the first part. So like I'm saying, even this LNG stuff, again, we've been exposed to it so far. UNH is popping up. Again, see if any of the healthcare starts going up. Adobe is very strong. I like SAP. Those plays even came back, but I like SAP for different reasons. I like it simply because it is not only a lagger, and I do think it's important in terms of like software, and just like AI, but also the European connection. That's the part I really like about it. So then that way we either get hopefully a bounce out of the company and the software itself, but also you might be able to get a tailwind if the dollar could calm down. And if we could get a little bit of lift in Europe. Oh, you're thinking long term? I think they're just up a decent amount. It's like these names in AI and growth lately. There's a lot like this right now, where they're substantially higher than a couple of years ago, but then they're off 50% from their all-time high. So like I'm saying, if the portfolio is built enough, I could be down with that. Or, as always, if you ever want to listen to me and not listen to me, what you should listen to is the principle and then ignore whatever I think specifically. So like I'm saying, even if you're like, nah, fuck that, I want SAP, what you should follow then is the principle of not over positioning or over leveraging. That's the way. So if there's plays I don't like, if there's plays that are a little bit more sketchy, I am more or less, I'm going to position them low. Again, Oracle, Intuit. Again, any growth play, any upside, especially after we've gotten a couple hits, if you want to take that risk, just like Alibaba, don't put more than 10% of the portfolio into something that's still like, a little risky, or you're going to have to keep buying and could move a lot in terms of pricing. So yeah, that's how I would balance that one. Do. I think that will go. Pelant. We haven't had a day of just Tesla going up. That's crazy. Merck had the biggest guidance drop this quarter, and they're near the damn high. RPD, a couple candles. And again, UNH. That one is still climbing from whatever triggered that. Yeah, was it Merck? Merck guided down by 8% already. EQT's energy, right? I think so. So again, energy and tech, they've had the biggest guidance ones, or guidance run-ups on the quarter. And now Snow. Cyber's starting to go. I saw Net up there earlier. So yeah, you're getting a couple of there. Starting to move. Okta. Who's the other one? Rubric. Yeah, Cyber's starting to go. So again, that's why I even like the checkpoints I was noticing there as we were rotating a little bit. Those chilled. Cart getting a candle. And then BTU. Whoa, Peabody, Cole. Hey, yo, BTU. It's only 0.6. That was big volume. If that continues, that'll be something. But, yeah, a little pop and lock for now. But that looks like you have something brewing. BTU, check if there's any Cole headline. Awarded Department Advanced Rare Earths. I don't know if this might be delayed. I don't have this one confirmed, and then like I'm saying, it's not moving. It hasn't moved up a lot yet. Love Canada. Peabody gets DOE grant for rare earth critical mineral. So is that confirmed? Yeah, I had a little pop and lock. It didn't trigger 4. I mean, sadly, some of these, they could be decent, but I mean, we might, until we get some real follow through, you may want to just wait for it. ANNX. I like Baba. I just wouldn't buy it too high, and I wouldn't buy too much of them. That's kind of it. Because again, that drop, I've talked about it because a lot of people have asked, but that drop even recently is phenomenal. It's a pretty big $100 in a month, but yeah, it's still sadly 30% higher than where we got it. But even then, even if it got to appropriate prices, even now, I still wouldn't, I wouldn't go big. I mean, again, I think China, high risk, high reward. PTCT. And then SPY. I mean, it looked like we were going to get out of this little, again, look at staples, you guys. So you had a couple of software names right now move. A couple of chips in memory bounced a little. I mean, I wouldn't say anything major. I mean, but now Mag 7 is chilled out. And then, yeah, SPY's still a little bit lower, but oil's still up, and that wasn't your little relief you got there. I wouldn't say that was too strong of relief. So be careful. You hit 2% down on the NASDAQ, 0.6 on Russell and SPY, 0.4 on the Dow. Been chilling here for roughly about 30 minutes. Merm. NVIDIA. Oh, I forgot to look at them. Again, the Mag 7, they chilled out. But yeah, NVIDIA's up, and then a little bit of that software cyber. There are just some pockets that held up, and some never went down. Bureau of Ocean Management said they'll explore potential of offshore space launch recovery operations. Who was it? Some OPTX or something? One of those names. There was some space contract this morning. Again, these like the contracts don't hit the same. Again, BTU dog on the high, Futu in China on the low. So SPY coming down a little. Like I said, I mean, unfortunately, this little like recovery wasn't strong. I feel like you lost more leaders than gained them. Usually when the market bounces like that, you get a little bit of relief, but like I'm telling you, none of the big leaders that you would have think gave you except for Nvidia. Maybe Microsoft. Again, there's some software that's holding up. But yeah, SPY's coming back down. I mean, I wouldn't. Sadly, I don't think something is. I don't think anything's changed from the morning, as far as this like just weird rebalance or not. I wouldn't even call it weird. I would just call it pervasive. I think you feel the strength of the push and pull. But like I'm saying here, even then, the last like 20 minutes, that's where we bounced. Staples dumped, but it's not like it brought up the Mag 7. XLF even giving up? No way. XLV's holding. Yeah, XLF too. They're about to go red. So again, Staples gave up like half of it. Financials, they're only up by 0.5, but they gave it up. And then again, everything about 0.7 to 0.5, and then Nasdaq's the outlier at down 2. What happened to Uber and Cart? Iller, again, they have this SpaceX. I don't know if they're moving with it. But yeah, that was the one from a while. Remember, Iller was actually TikTok competition a couple of years ago. But yeah, their headline was them buying SpaceX shit. That was like 2 weeks ago. The BTU news is that they got Department of Energy approval for rare earths. So again, the coal company. It was a nice pop. It came down. I didn't make a play on it, but I was waiting. I didn't know if that was the right headline. But like we've said here, some of these like government minerals, materials, mining. I mean, they have last year. This would have ripped the stock 30%. What is this? We weren't treated well by NATO on Iran. I don't even want their help. They said they wouldn't be there. Trump said that the U.S. has spent hundreds of billions protecting Europe. Trump wouldn't rule out pulling more troops out of Europe, he said Tuesday. That's literally what we heard earlier. Nabble. Oh wow, Zelensky spoke? No one got hyped on that? Bro, Big Z. Have another buy. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, Qualys, that's another cyber. But yeah, that's what happened with Quantinium. So sometimes these upgrades come in, but like it's at least the latest example. IPO stock gets coverage, gets all these upgrades. They usually chill the day after. Again, that's what happened with Quantinium, and then the next couple days it started to run. Qualys. And then WMG. WMG with candles up 3.6. It's not all on that one candle, but we might get something. There's not too crazy a volume. They've already jacked up the short-term contracts. There's only July 17th. All the other contracts with time are tweaking out. But yeah, WMG popping right now. It's not 3% on the candle, but probably did 1.5 in the last 2 minutes. Strait of Hormuz, Iran attacks 3 ships in 24 hours, U.S. says. Yeah, WMG took another 0.5%. CVS, again, you had UNH and all those other ones starting to move up. Again, XLV is now doing better than Staples. And then meanwhile, Adobe and some of these other beaten down software, they're kind of in their own little land. This land is my land. I'm from long term to Cala long term to the long term islands. I got a long term and you should get one. This town was made for long term me. Adobe. Yo, Adobe's pretty crazy. 4%. And bro, healthcare, biotechs, they woke up. Tesla on the low. I mean, remember, last couple days, Tesla on the high was helping out a lot. Apple's not doing too bad, too. Yeah, and then NVIDIA. CTSH, that's a value lagger on the SPY and NASDAQ. Or I think that's one of the worst on the NASDAQ 100. And DataKelb. Bruh. Qualys. All these cybersecurity stocks that got away, bro. Again, Snow Now, DataKelb. So again, you're making another round of cyber. So again, cyber's still lagging behind software. But like I was telling you, out of all of that, software, they are much more stable. But then the stronger rotation and more stability is coming out of Staples Healthcare, and then financials gave it up. So software is doing better than financials now at this point. The long term was made for you and me. Plant. Yeah, snow. DataKelb. Bitcoin too, IBIT. And then I don't know what happened with WMG. Again, they just jacked those premiums up. Again, IBIT on the high. Remember, yesterday it was like risk on. I mean, Bitcoin's still red. SPY and everything's still red. But, I mean, just see if that turns anything on. Macquarie, SpaceX coverage, target 250. Again, Adobe. CXW and Geo. Someone asked me about that earlier today. Well, yeah, the prison's on the low. Again, DataKelb, dude. This one's kind of a little aggressive. DataKelb might even break out. I didn't like Adobe. It was because you don't like the company. I don't... George, did you get KMB? Because I remember you were asking me a lot of these at the beginning of the year, George. So I hope the last 6 months you got to kind of see it in action, like in real time. Because I like Adobe, but and in the beginning of the year I talked about it. But I ended up getting some better value instead. So I said I like Intuit more than Adobe. That's why I bought Intuit instead of Adobe. So I actually like Adobe's company. I do think they'll be around. I do think Intuit's a little bit more sticky, but I do like them. Warren presses Pentagon and 7 AI companies to disclose military AI contracts. IMMX up 4, little biotech, I think. So yeah, I do. I'm not really against Adobe. I just think I think you could get better value until things start going up. So now Adobe is up another 4%. Even the Intuit, I was down on it. Now I'm up on Intuit. So it just depends where we're at. But if you ever, literally a month ago, software, Adobe's at the low. Intuit, there's a bunch of names at the low. What I decided, what I really liked for the long term at that time was Intuit, Microsoft, and then Kimberly-Clark, which I bought, three consistent deposits this year. So I still like Adobe, but it's just, I like it, but not to the point of I don't like it for 10 years. Not yet. maybe down the line, but we'll see. But for now, I mean, I do think Intel is a little bit better quality. But yeah, that's what I was saying. I hope, though, if you got to see it, man, you know, how we've rebuilt the long term. But if you have been here, I think I remember you from the beginning of the year, too. I remember you were asking a lot of these, even Kimberly. But hopefully you've got to see how I've executed just, you know, 3 simple plays throughout the year for the long term. It took 6 months, but just little by little waiting. And then, you know, we take advantage of these prices as they go lower and then chill. And, you know, the long term kind of both the sizing, what we're buying and not. That's what I went over the other day, because like a lot of names in the long term, but like you could see kind of how we approached Kimberly, and that kind of gives you an idea of how we felt about it. And then even like go look at what's it called, Intuit, or even Oracle. Those positions are much smaller, even like a Fiserv. So all timing. And now at this point, I mean, I still think Adobe's a good price. I just don't think it's yeah, I mean, you could have got this a lot cheaper when we were making some of these other decisions. And that's the thing. That's where I want you guys to that's what I was saying about Oracle today. I love it. I don't know if you guys notice. You know, you keep asking me to buy Oracle at $250. Eventually, I'm going to be like, oh my gosh, right? Just shut up. Everybody wants to buy it when it's high. But if you notice today, a lot of people asked me about this on the low. And I'm actually very glad that they asked me, because this is exactly what you should be doing. You know, the thing. No, KMB, dog, George, I swear you emailed me at the beginning of the year, dog. There's no way you KMB, Kimberly Clark, dog. You don't remember this? George. No, George, we had this whole talk, and I remember you were trying to get into trading, and I kept telling you long term before trading, separate the long term from the trading. I don't think you did that yet. But like I'm saying, bro, I'm just KMB, the same one I've been talking about for 6 months. But like I'm saying, though, I'm just whether if you did miss that, that's unfortunate. I mean, it is something that, you know, a lot of people, I think even other Chads were kind of directing other Chads like, hey, you know, Josh keeps talking Kimberly. Josh made multiple deposits on Kimberly, you know, and then it was at a good price. But regardless, just anything you're looking for, anything you wanna be doing, just when it comes to certain plays and considering them, look at when they're down. Like, that's a better idea than, like I'm saying, like, I don't even think Adobe is the worst price, but it was just, again, it was like 20-30% cheaper a week ago. So if you don't want to be buying there. That's why I'm saying I applaud all of the Chads asking me to add to the long term when it looks like this. You see, so now if Oracle goes back to 170, that's what Adobe would look like. And then again, I don't like to buy them after they run up like that. And would it be smart to sell your Adobe and put it to something else? So George, have you just been ignoring me for the last 6 months, dog? Because I tried to help, but then again, you know, I've been very strict with it. But I don't think you've been paying attention to this whole long-term thing, dog. Like I'm saying, you got to separate it from your trading. But we don't sell in the long term. It's 10 years minimum. So I've explained this to you, brother. That's what I'm saying. If at this point, if you need me to keep explaining it, I would just do your own thing. You don't need to really follow my strategy or plan. And I'd wish you the best of luck with it. But yeah, it's long term. Call it whatever you want. But if we're doing real long term, it's 10 years minimum. We don't rebalance. You don't sell out to buy another thing. You sell out to buy a house. And that's the best we could do. Lawmakers to meet with Besson on Tuesday. I know I do like Intuit. But yeah, I mean, all of these though, I'm telling you, I bet you we could simulate it. Just somebody could run the numbers. Even this year, if you took these plays that and you only wanted them after the move up, and then if you bought them after we were up, you would be down a fuck ton right now. I'm telling you, you would be down 50% on Oracle or something, 40% on Oracle. If you were buying the 115s on Kimberly, you would have been you would have been break even now after being down 15%. What else was there? Intuit, you would have been down a little bit, but that one didn't go down too much. Even Microsoft, it only went down after I bought it. But it's just like, yeah, so you just got to be careful of these buying it after the higher move. And then again, if it's something we're already up on, but it's like if it's up and you really want it after we're up on it, if you wait till it comes down, you're going to love it. Like I'm saying, bro, I think some of you had a great learning experience on Oracle. I really think, and that's what I like, because that's what I'm saying. I think some of y'all, you didn't listen, you top blasted it, but I also think some of you got a month-by-month experience of watching this, not ignoring it, not falling for it, and then now you're asking and looking at the right thing at the right time. And that's what I'm saying. That's how you're going to start learning, and that's how you're going to build up these portfolios. I'm telling you, bro. So if you had the discipline to avoid the high price and now you're eyeing it at the low price, God bless you, brother. And God bless you. We haven't heard from Trump in the home buying plan for the 401ks. BSP. You missed the first buy, waited around 145. And that's what I'm saying, bro. If you did that, it's God bless you, man. That's awesome. That's exactly what I am trying to teach you guys. And then it builds up the discipline. IBM again. Fuck me. I ripped those way too early. But yeah, dude, like I'm saying, if you it builds up it's building up a real discipline, and it's building up the emotional control where, like, again, you missed it at 145. You had to watch it go up and be okay with missing out, and then still make the right decision not to chase it, and then have the discipline to have the same patience, same desire when it comes down, and then be able to execute. That's artwork right there, brother. That's artwork right there. So yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what we need more of. That's what all of you should be aspiring to do when it comes to these plays, the long term, everything. And then you bought Kimberly while wait. Okay. That's what I'm saying, bro. See, you're listening. I get that. I believe you. I believe you when you tell me that. So, like I'm saying, I just think, don't give into the emotions of this game. Your long term is very slow. We're playing a very slow game. So remember, when you put out the money, you're just gonna sit there anyways. Amazon on the low now? What the fuck? That flipped off. That flipped 1%. Jeez, dude. And then Nvidia still, and then Apple's holding up a little better. I know, yeah. Intuit's just been running up all day. But yeah, Intuit, I bought Intuit for the long term. Again, 2 weeks ago, it went down a little lower, but now it's higher. So like I'm saying, it's just you get these opportunities, and I'm just saying, more likely to do a lot better if you're thinking about these things when they're lower, and just don't fall for the easy premium trap of, like, it was a lot cheaper a couple days ago. I didn't want it then. Now I only want it because it's going up. No, just want it because it's a good company, and that way you could follow along, and when the price gets appropriate, you could execute. MBix, ANAB, Jenks. BOE's still up there. Yeah, Jenks again. I feel like we played that before. And what time? Oh, 8:30. Chatadonia. Sap getting some red candles with volume. That's a little weird. See if any other software reacts. The Chatadonia. We've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, baby. Can't do 10, do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Anything. Just move your body around, man. I need to get you a long term. I gotta keep you alive for a long time. And if you're not moving your body around, that's gonna be hard, okay? Or you gotta be healthy. You gotta breathe. Go. Expand the rib cage. You know what I'm saying? Don't breathe up. Breathe out. Breathe out. Let it wise. Breathe. Stretch out a little bit. Move up and down. You know, God bless America. That's all you got to do, baby. So, Chatadonia. Get the body moving. Anything. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Push-ups. 90s. Jumping jacks. I don't know. Whatever you need. But every hour you could refresh yourself. And we have a long day ahead, my friends. I don't know if I'm going to watch the Egypt game. I know the market is on, unfortunately. You could do the dragon breath. You could do all go. It's good. Relax your jaw. Blink your eyes. You can do all of it. You know, it's just you got to do it, though. Because you know what good is knowing. Having means nothing if you don't know what to do with it. You know that? I don't know if they feel me, dog. I don't know if they feel me. But yeah, let's move around. Let's move around. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Do you guys want some propaganda? We haven't got enough propaganda. Americans have shot down Iranian drones. CRM. Oh, Trump's gonna have a NATO dinner. But yeah, he's not out there yet. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a coat. You know what song I want to listen to? I just got to do one. I'm so sore from yesterday. I just got to do those openers, though.
How I didn't lie or deny that the young with that guy, but we still ask why. Did you go to that high? Not once, but a couple times. Don't be shy, please don't lie. Actually, we don't even like to why. Howard escape 9/11. Terrorists got their virgins in heaven, but there's still something I'm not getting. Howard, what the F did you go to that island?
Okay, I'm still sitting down now. You're gonna have to wait. But yeah, hopefully you're doing a push-up. You did 40? Jeez. Oh my gosh. Wow, dude. Okay, Chad. Wow. It's painful. I'm dead today. I did a new I think I did 185 on the little barbell split squat thing. You know that? It hurt, but it hurt good. But now I can't move. We had a Lego video drop. Shut up. From the Iranians? Well, I don't know. Do you guys want the tinfoil on Iran? It's old tinfoil. I've already given it to you, but I do believe that this is what's happening. There was some evidence of it the other day. Low ticker, Zillow, and actually a lot of names on the low ticker. Everything brought in consumer names. You're like getting consumer names, more of the tech. I don't know where memory's at. Again, even some of those outperformers like Adobe just took a red. And then TSM on the low too. You might be getting another round of chips down. Well, yeah, so the tinfoil I was telling you back in the day, when the war was a little more active, was that Iran is very fractured. And the idea was that, like, yeah, these guys have zero agreement. The idea is, like, whoever you think is in charge is not really in charge. So long story short, 2 weeks ago, the other UK MTO incident, today, these little attacks, it's like, wait, I thought we have a ceasefire. So yeah, the tinfoil is that the attacks right now are not coming from Golubov and Aragachi or anybody of the parliament. These attacks are literally offshoot hardliners who are trying to derail the negotiations with the United States. Why? Because they're still mad that we killed Khomeini. Which, again, you probably would be mad too if you were a hardline loyalist. But why would we say this? Where's the evidence? The evidence is what happened last week. Last week, Golubov was going on TV, on state media, and he was trying to talk about the negotiations and why they're working with the negotiations, and then state media cut him off. So they're you know what I'm saying? There's like internal drama that's playing out even on the short term. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. At this point, I think, you might get reactions. You're getting both sides talking about it, but I legitimately think there's even though I don't like Galabuti and Aragach, I think they want a deal, but then I think there's names you don't even know about in Iran, and these guys want war. And that's why I think you have to deal with this fractured leadership and trying to get everybody on board. But yeah, I mean, there's other people with drones and shit. And they do not agree with Aragachi and Golubov. Ah, that's better. What up, baby? Good morning. Titan, why does that sound familiar? And Hubs? Remember when Hubs was supposed to be a Google buyout? We don't even like your why. So yeah, service now, a couple more software coming up. Not once, not twice, but a couple times. Don't be shy. Please don't lie. Destroyed, I know. I mean, a lot of just anything software. That's why, again, this Q2 is, bar expectations are really, really, they're really, really high up. But it's just, just add that freak out at the beginning of the year, all the earnings and, the chase of earnings growth to everyone else. It's like, yeah, software, there's a couple of people who got rewarded, but if they were any bit of tentative on your report, you need a second, third, you need to really confirm your recovery. The GTLS with a pop. Iren versus Nibis, what am I looking at? NeoCloud, that's it. I mean, I don't think Nibis was a Bitcoin miner, but yeah, they're just selling energy. As simple as that. Then Iren was a Bitcoin miner. So I honestly think the Bitcoin miners were a little sketch, but they're getting a little bit more legitimacy as it's, finally working and they're doing contracts. But yeah, they're just selling energy. They already have graphics cards and data centers, and they're using it to supply the power. You had Fed expectations an hour ago, but again, I don't think the market is down with it. I think Nibis is more of a, they just started off as a company with that purpose, whereas Iren and the Bitcoin miners, I don't like those because they started off as UPS and FedEx. Both of them are popping right now. Doesn't look like news yet. I don't know if FedEx moved more. But yeah, both of those on the high, and NVIDIA now. So see, again, you already had Service now, a couple of others. NVIDIA getting a little bigger. See if it drags up any other chips. Oracle, little pop too. Yeah, I don't see anything on UPS. Again, NVIDIA is higher than any point intraday. A little bit, it's still lower pre-market, but it's getting in. This is when Samsung numbers came out. So literally, this is around, actually no, last night it was at like 6. No, so this is sold off early morning, I think, when our futures open. Macy's on the low, Oracle, Defense, ACN now too, IBM still going. Again, UPS and FedEx. I got candles, I just don't have a headline. But yeah, those are printing on the high ticker. And then SPY, I mean, you're still in this little hour range, but that last 3 minutes. And then Bitcoin as well. Wow. Geo, that's been selling off too. Show your face, Ayatollah. 8:50 a.m. when you're thinking about another man's face. But you guys aren't ready for it. That's what I'm saying. I would go too viral. Like, I've already explained this. So, like, you know, when you guys are ready to handle it, like both the supporters and the haters, I don't know if they could handle it. I'll go too viral. So the Lord has to keep me hidden until the time is right. Because I'm not prepared for it as well. Only the Lord knows when. But yeah, because if you don't know, I'm so ugly, I would go viral. So you know how like freaks kind of go live? And if you're kind of a little crazy, you'll go viral because you go live and you look insane. That's exactly how I look. So I look so fascinating, my views would quadruple. Just because you couldn't look away from the screen. You'd be like, look at this. You'd be like, the lizard can talk? You're like, Gordon? This is insane. You'll be like, there's no way he speaks. And then you're gonna be mind blown. And then then they just can't look away. But in due time. Yeah, kind of like a Cybertruck, exactly. MSTR, STRC. I thought about him 2 weeks ago, bro. I thought about it, but I would never do it. But I thought about it. You know what I'm saying? I thought about it, but I ain't gonna do it. You know? It was like, I don't know, MSTR, Bitcoin, and like Stretch, the way I thought about it for the long term. It's like the way, like, when I go out in public and I'm like, okay, if somebody showed up with a gun, what would I do? And then I start fantasizing how I'd become Superman and save everybody. You know what I'm saying? That's what I did with MSTR and STRC. But I'm like, that's not going to happen. And then if push came to shove, I'm probably going to run away. So, yeah, that's what I decided. NTNX, IBM is going crazy again. You got NVIDIA, and just like yesterday, our little Bitcoin, our Bitcoin risk on. You don't even like your why. And I know I sold those IBMs way too early. I think they win 1,000%. Oh, I appreciate you. I know y'all will rock with me, and I know I got a beautiful soul. I'm just telling you why. I'm just saying, the world's not ready. Whenever the Lord decides that the world is ready, you'll see my face. But until then, I'm just telling you, it's a lot of demand, so we gotta be ready for it. But until then, the Joshua Tola, The Josh Atola just needs your allegiance. And you need a long term. Again, there's no CRGC if you don't own assets. You could join the CRGC without owning assets, but you can't leave without owning assets. You know what I'm saying? And then there's no such thing as leaving, too, might I add. It's very, very gang cult, you know, paralleled to the Ayatollah type beat, you know? So you get what I'm saying? So, but like, yeah, once you figure that out, you're good to go. That I look like Pat O'Neill? No, I'm telling you guys, I don't. This feels like the long term. This feels like when I give people like easy answers, like go buy this, hold this, wait till it's just so easy. Legitimately, I look like Benny Blanco. You guys have already seen me. All of those photos that Tim makes, it gets annoying because I'm like, damn, Tim is just posting my face everywhere. You guys don't get it. Sometimes Tim has made a photo and I'd look at it and I'd be like, when did I get an Impala? When did I get an Impala in a diamond chain? Like, okay, I already have the chain, but I was like, I didn't have a gold one. And I'm like, when did I do that? I'm like, where did I get that outfit? And I'm like, oh, that's not me. So I'm telling you, bro. Even my girlfriend that said, she's like, wow, that's you. I'm like, I know. But yeah, you guys don't believe me. That's it. I'll give you the answer. Even I bet you by the time I do show my face, you guys are gonna be like, nah, man, come on, show us the real one. I'm like, what do you mean? You're like, well, what about the other one? So what if I did a cover call? I'm like, what? How is this? This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Josh inspired you to hide your face on the internet. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad strategy. It's not a bad strategy. Like I said, I mean, statistically, out of all of you here, there's a higher statistical chance all of you can be turned into a deep fake, and I cannot. You could copy my voice, but then just ask that bitch about Weeble, see what it says. ask it about Jesus Christ being king, see what it says. You see what I'm saying? Other than that, that's the. So you know, I'm happy for it, but at this point too, I mean, dude, do you know what I saw? Dude, you know what I saw the other day? I only saw this in Atlanta, and it hit my local hood, dude. It has hit my local community. Bro, I saw a flock camera. I saw flock cameras in my neighborhood the other day. I was tripping. I haven't even heard anybody talk about them. And I was like, what? And like, you know, like I remember Trapper, when I went to Atlanta, he was explaining these to me. He was showing me all the flock cameras, and he was explaining how they'll call you and all this other shit. And I was like, damn, I was like, y'all living in the future. But then, yeah, legitimately, I was the first time I saw one, like locally where I live. I was tripping, dude. Double down on SpaceX for 4 years. I mean, you could wait. That's what I'm saying. I mean, someone asked after it dropped, you know, after 4 days. But, you know, if you're really going to hold 4, 5, 10 years, I think you should hold longer. But, you know, remember, when you put out that money, even if you put it out today, you're just going to sit there and wait. So I would just make sure you plan out your capital and give it some patience. But it's not the best nor the worst time. It's just early. That's how I view those averages. Even when I buy a play and it goes down, you know, that's part of it. Yeah, I haven't even given you the I haven't even told you the poison pill. So, like I told y'all, some of you, You let me know if you want to train any AI with my data, but be careful if you do without my permission, because I say a lot of words throughout the day for several years now. I know how to distill myself, but there might be some key words I could trigger some stuff with. Essentially, there's a lot of slang in certain words that should help you differentiate if Josh is real in the future. So, but again, only those of you who really pay attention will know. Otherwise, you might get scammed by an AI. Regular people can track you from those flock cameras. I've seen people talk about that. But yeah, I didn't know we had them. It's a good litmus test for how corrupt the local government is, right? Welcome to AGI. Was that CBO? That was Checkpoint. Yeah, CBOE's climbing. Trapper's good. Dude, Trapper, he's recovered well. I mean, I think he still has a little bit more to go, but he's kicking it. He's making trades. He got the long term. He's in the locked in. He's the one who made the song. You know, the Make It Free song. That was made by Trapper. Make the contracts free, 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 free. Nvidia in harmony. The work days, if they fill you, I had 100% spread on them, and I was like, if you'll give me more than 100%, I'll do it, but it wouldn't fill. So then I didn't I only do it for over 100. But yeah, if it fills, I'm down, but if it doesn't fill, I'm not down. Little scammers. Risk and reward in harmony. You called it Workday. I had Fable create a debit spread, and they're up 40%. I mean, why didn't you just buy it? So if you just bought it, they're up 70 to 150 depending on the spread. But yeah, I already did the AI work for you, bro. I got you. But I do like debit spreads once when some of the volatility kicks back in. Just like we saw during last quarter at some point. Viridian, that was that old biotech. CBOE and NVIDIA. Again, NVIDIA and Apple, bro. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. See, this is why I'm disappointed, though. But then again, people stopped calling me a Zionist. Have you guys noticed that? What happened? Was it the songs? I think it might have been the songs, now that I think about it. But yeah, they stopped calling me a Zionist, which I don't know if it's just because the war headlines slowed down. But I forgot to give you guys the warning. Because if you traded Checkpoint security, unfortunately, Checkpoint is an Israeli company. But none of you called that out. So just in case, Netanyahu warning for those of you who are really, really obsessed with that. Anthropic extending double co-work usage limits through August 5th. What companies are software versus hardware? Like Dell and some other ones? No. Like, I mean, there's some hardware companies that deal with software, but don't overthink it. Hardware. It's like a physical product. Like a chip is hardware. Software is like a program, like a service. It's like goods and services is pretty much the way to describe it. Hardware is a good. Software is usually a service. It's a product technically, but you know, it's a good, but it's not like a computer. So like the easiest example, your computer, your Dell is the hardware. Your Microsoft Windows is the software, right? You could buy the hardware, the physical computer, but then to run it is software. Again, these little work management, TurboTax, that's software, right? That's a company. So think about it. TurboTax, Intuit, they don't sell anything but a program. They're selling Intuit, TurboTax, QuickBooks, Credit Karma. These are just, you run these on your computer. It does something for you. It does a service for you. So that's what happened with all the AI. The companies that aren't hardware, so if you're not selling a physical thing and all you have is like a service, a software, and now AI can create softwares quickly and easily, that's why a lot of those went down. Yeah, your computer versus what's on your computer. So you could look into it, but the easy one shouldn't, like Dell shouldn't, that's hardware, right? Like, and you shouldn't, like some of these like computers, chips and memory, these are physical items. The ones that are going down are the ones that don't have physical items. That's the software. And that's why people are worried, because software was so profitable because it wasn't physical. That's why software, up until the beginning of this year, software was the most overvalued industry. People were paying 20, 30, 40 times over because these companies, they were just selling programs. They were, yeah, exactly. No inventory. You could sell a same program 1 million times over, charge a monthly fee. They were making good money off of the software. And that's why when AI came around, people are like, wait a minute, now people can make software. It's gonna, now you're not gonna make as much, and now you don't even sell anything. You just sell this program. If your program loses its moat or reason for people to use it, these companies can almost be destroyed entirely. That's what people were worried about. So yeah, but don't get caught in it. Yeah, no, ServiceNow is software. So they're tied in with the AI, and they have software infrastructure, and their software is paired up with hardware, but they're still software. ServiceNow is not selling it's not selling a chip. You see what I'm saying? They're selling something to make the chips work together, communicate with each other, right? They're creating something to help your machine learning, but they're not selling the machine. They're not even selling parts of the machine. They're selling the diagnostic that runs the machine. Are you following? So that's why, and there's a lot of companies, like SAP is somewhere similar. Again, cybersecurity companies, those are all software to a degree, but yeah, they're not some of them work with hardware, but just make sure it's clear. And you could quickly look, just are they selling a product or not? That's all it is, right? Do they sell a physical good or not? But if they're selling something that works with the physical good, that could help them, but it's more likely going to be software if they're not selling anything physical. Yeah, you used to borderline have to be a genius to create software. At least like good running software, but yeah. But that's why when AI and this whole coding, it's crazy. But then dude, do you guys realize out of all of the people who use AI in the world, hundreds of millions of people, the amount of people, do you realize like 80% are still on free plans? This blew my mind the other day. I need to find you the stat, dude. It's disgusting. Because you guys are still so early. If you remember when I was telling you last year all to get involved, and I still think you should now, I think all of you should make one, bro. Dude, it's disgusting. You guys don't realize it. The world, that's why people don't get it. That's why right now, if you go outside of this chat room, go outside of anybody who knows what a fucking NVIDIA is, and go talk to anybody about spending trillions of dollars on AI, they don't understand it, and they think it's dumb, and it is. You know why? Because they're like, why the fuck would you spend all of this money, and how am I going to lose my job And what they're comparing it to is their free usage of ChatGPT 4.0 or something. You get what I'm saying? It's like most people, the majority view of AI, most people's experience, just in terms of numbers, we're talking 70, 80% have not even used a paid plan. And then you have a small portion on these paid plans. And then are you ready for it? I think out of all the people who have used are using AI and paying for it, I think it's like 3 or 6 million people are using it for like coding and like actually using it to develop software and create, advanced technology or the foundation of it. So you literally, it's like 3 to 6 million people are actually using AI at a level of what all of these advancements are and creating something with it. But yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about, because even though it's proliferated a lot, the trend, all the money, and we're spending more money, there's just a lot of people's firsthand experience. They're just not even on paid plans. There's people who have not really used the AI to any level of what is warranted, all of this. And that's why too it shapes their view on kind of what to expect. Which one's that? Well, yeah, dude. Well, like I'm telling you, it's one thing to, it's even one thing to pay for it and use that. But like I'm telling you, just even the like coding and people using it to use like codecs and create through it and create code and the software disruption, we're talking a very small minority. Even those of you who are like, oh, I use it for this, my company. Yeah, you guys are rare. Like that's rare. That's not that's just not. It's not a lot. It's kind of crazy because I know we're obsessed with it, but yeah, dude, this it's still not necessarily it hasn't really reached the rest of the world in a certain way. Palantir. Well, you could use it for automation. That's what I was telling you guys with the Claudebot shit. I was like, if you don't really have an idea, you'll just waste your time experimenting. But if you have a task you need to automate, that's where it's efficient. Or again, quite simply, coding. That's why I said the other day during Philo, I'm like, legitimately, I could even go code you guys right now. I could go make the slider for the future self. Again, if you want to make software, if you want it to write code, develop something, and that's what I'm saying is that when you look at the numbers, we're talking a fraction of all AI users, paid and free, a fraction of them are using it to actually code something and take advantage of the elite level that it's at right now, because that was the breakthrough. Again, coding and AI being able to code and debug itself in the cyber, that was the big update there. That's the thing that's like, whoa. So I'm just saying, like, if that's where we're at and that's what has made it so valuable, but then you take a step back and you look and it's like most people aren't doing that. It's just like we're still pretty early in this the early days of where this is all leading. Net. Well, strike while the iron's hot. And I mean, if I were you, I would just, I don't know. I mean, if any of you are looking for an early opportunity, you're early. But yeah, I mean, again, you gotta go code something or learn how to do it, or like I've been telling you, I'd make a company. I'd find a way to take whatever business skill you have and find a way to augment it and take it to another level. But like I'm telling you, it's just you're very early in this. This is still early. I know it seems like the market's up. Everybody doesn't stop talking about it, and it seems like this is what I would always tell you guys with like the long term. Like the next big thing is gonna already be big and obvious right in front of you. Like AI is obvious, and you may think you don't have an opportunity. Oh, but you do, because like I'm telling you, there is just a fraction of people in the world right now using it for what it's actually good for, and that's the craziest part about all of it. Bruh, net? Are you kidding me? Well, again, we talked about that one thing. I think that'll be fun back and forth. I just don't know. I held that play for a while, but they expired soon. So I moved them to a different one. Yeah, NVIDIA is now even Ample, for crying out loud. So yeah, I think some of the shitty ones are waking up. Coin Tiger upgrades to buy. Remember, they had the biggest downgrades so far over the quarter. Cool. America. Bro, it's only 9. It's early. $10B, 52E. It's all cybersecurity again, even though cyber should be down. No, cybers went up. So again, net now, or excuse me, net, Datadog, 10B, Qualys, Checkpoint was even at the high too. And I don't know if Sentinel's up. Sentinel's even went back to green now. But yeah, all of this cyber, they lagged in the morning, IGV, but now cyber and IGV are practically the same. And then the last 30 minutes of NVIDIA going up back to green, that is got us here. So not bad, brother. I know Staples did that. That was the right around here when I was getting a little worried about it because the Staples gave up 1%. I think Fastly can be one. The problem with Fastly is that they were one of the early winners and the runners, and then their earnings were good, just not good enough. This was the whole high bar. So remember, this was like a $6 stock. We talked about this one at the beginning of the year. But yeah, I mean, they're in this space. They'll eventually be a part of it. But they're like lagging and leading at the same time, right? They already quadrupled. So even though it's lagging on this quarter, it's still like really running on the year. Oh, that reminded me. I want to show you guys something. Tell me if you like these. You're saying you need to find a way to get the AI to do stuff and be worth the cost. Because I found one the other day. So, like, I found this. Because, again, I don't know if you guys notice. So, here, let me ask you. Why did I start posting so many reels this year? Why did I start posting so many short videos? Does anybody know? The algo, a test. Meta pays me. Better discoverability. More views. Interesting, right? Expose the haters. So, this might sound familiar, but do you remember I was telling you my Claude bot was helping me make these videos? And it started saving me a lot of time. Ta-da! So yeah. And then again, I mean, it's crazy. It started showing it, and then it was getting you guys good info. But yeah, at the same time, AI, that's where I started experimenting with it. Because remember, I was able to edit with videos, and then I started playing with all this other stuff. And then it's one thing led to another, and the workflow just became just a lot easier, and it became a lot quicker to add a lot of the other stuff. And then I started seeing your guys' reaction. Good way to get the watch list worked in there. So it worked. But yeah, otherwise, that's why I'm saying if it was more difficult and it took more time, that was it. But the problem is, as I played with all these like AI tools, some of them weren't worth it. It would either cost money or it would take too long with how I would make the videos and what I needed to do. But that being said, now, are you ready for this? Check this one out. I discovered something else. So I might make some. Tell me if you guys like these videos. Are you ready for it? I made one. I didn't post it. This was a sample, but I didn't like it because I could have made this video in maybe 20 or 30 minutes or less, which is, again, that's very quick comparatively. But this took 3 hours to make, and that's the only thing I don't like about it. But then this didn't even cost any money to make. So yeah, here it is. Do you guys want an Instagram video or do you want a music video? Which one do you think would be a better? I'll just show you both of them. So yeah, here it is. Tell me what you think about this. Sam Altman is trying to crash the AI industry, or at the very least, make it harder to get into. News came out today that OpenAI was in early talks to get Isn't this crazy? I didn't do any of this.
5% stake of the company.
So are you ready? You want to know what the craziest part is? This is why I tested it like this. I just recorded the audio. I didn't do anything else. All I did was record this audio, and it created all of this. Sound like a good idea, and people like Bernie Sanders have even talked about taking stakes in these companies and giving the profits back to people. So this sounds like a great idea. Even Sam Altman was suggesting as part of this that if OpenAI does it, all of the other companies have to do it. Sounds good in theory until you realize this is just Sam Altman making it harder to get into AI. Because now, if every other company has to do this, look at this.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, tell me when the stocks gon' fall. Buy your put and buy your call. Why these people always stall? Opportunity ain't far. Why they acting like it's not? I'ma take it, that's my job. That's the payrolls after all. Shake their hand and fake a smile. Give her inch, they ask a mile. Let me in and knock it down. Say the 10 and buy the time. Actual intelligence, artificial negligence. They think it's about my arrogance. Severed from the relevance, they disregard the evidence.
I just wanted to
Go
see if
and
it
get
get this
the
part.
delegates. The room is filled with elephants, and a couple skeletons.
So I'm saying I didn't do anything. I don't think you guys realize. So like a year ago, if you wanted to like AI video shit, You had to like make a storyboard and you had to type it in prompts. You had to word out every scene, and that would take a fuck ton of time. You see what I'm saying? So that still took a lot of time. That was cheap, so that didn't cost money. It costs time, way better time. Spies popping. Microsoft replaces OpenAI Anthropic with own AI in some apps. And then Egypt's winning. Yo, hold on. You got to pop right now. Iran saying that traffic in Strait is conducted in accordance. And then South Korea, Japan, modular agreements. Iran saying that any provocative action will be met with immediate, decisive response. This could be Microsoft. I don't know. I don't know if it's the war shit, even though we're getting these headlines. But yeah, Microsoft is saying they're replacing OpenAI and Anthropic with some of their own AI apps. Disregard the evidence. And Nivda. Probably fine to queue in. Penalty? Wait, for Egypt? Or are they gonna fuck up our boys? But yeah, like I was telling you though, that video, so all of that stuff, I didn't type out any scene. I just uploaded the audio and it knew what scene to make. Some of it was a little choppy. But yeah, that still took a long time. But I'm telling you, even from 1 year though, and it was crazy the year before that, but you know, the AI is able to, you could do stuff very cheap. The problem is it worth it? That's why it's like, I want to make some more of those videos, but the problem is the time. So even though it's not expensive, the time of it is like that takes 4 hours to make. But then it's like, depending on how much content you're trying to put or what you're trying to create, that's where you get the problem. Penalty blocked. Nivda. I can't believe it. Egypt's winning. Messi missed. I told you, man, Egypt. But I also thought America was going to win. No, I'm sad. That game was so bad yesterday. That was so bad, dude. Dude, it was crazy. Actual intelligence. Am Dizzle now. Artificial negligence. They think it's about my arrogance. All right. But the idea is if you get a delayed reaction to any of this, that Microsoft headline, just in case. Qualis again. Oh, dude, it was terrible. I don't even want to talk about it, bro. Sad. What was the point of even getting? What was the point of even pardoning the red card? If they took 2 shots. Ionis, you saw that one the other day. I feel like. And then 10B, bro. What the... Would have been a banger. We did good on that. I'm just still shocked it kept going up. Artificial negligence. What's driving this SPY right now? Nvidia and Microsoft, and a little bit of Apple, but all day today has just been a gigantic rotation following the sell the news on Samsung earnings. It wasn't bad. The narrative remains. Again, chips recovered, but they're still down 3.5. And again, you had a lot of strong rotation. Staples are still up, but they gave it up. Financials and healthcare. But what's driving us is just a lot of back and forth between big names. I don't think anything developed today. I just think the great rotation, my friends. The great rotation. And you're going to do this a lot as we get through earnings season, both early and later in earnings. So keep this in mind. I was trying to remind people this is very similar to what we went through not too long ago. I mean, just again, last earnings season, we saw a lot of, stop and go traffic and momentum like this with the market. And then Mag 7 leading, lagging, how that impacts the indexes. I mean, this has been something we've been kind of doing for a while. Vera proteinuria? Immunoglobins? See if that one's new. I think it is. There was a bunch of biotechs in the morning. There's like 3 different approvals. But yeah, that's reacting right now. It's already up 6. XBI, actually. Biotechs are even hitting a high. Then you still got more cyber. Again, NVIDIA, might I add. I mean, NVIDIA was down a decent amount, but yeah, that's helping a lot. I mean, you might get a delayed reaction on the Microsoft one. You just never know. It's just weird because I think it'd be good if Microsoft saved the money. And that's what everyone's talking about, is that eventually these hyperscalers are going to pull back. And, like, that would be good. And, like, if they had their own AI and made money off of it, that'd be awesome. But then don't forget, they own a bunch of open AI. That's the other. So it's like, I don't know. It's like you want their AI to do good and you want them to not spend as much. But then at the same time, you want Microsoft to benefit off of OpenAI too. It's a really weird thing. That's why the last couple of weeks, just again, even as Anthropic, as OpenAI delayed their IPO, there's at least 3 or 4 big name companies that benefit directly from their valuation. So that's the other part about it, where it's like you want them to get away from it, but then if they get too far away from it and destroy the other investment, that's kind of the other sticky part of that situation. But yeah, NVIDIA, AMD, those are going up there. Again, Mag 7 hasn't really moved except for Apple, but even that stopped moving. Yeah, I think it's just NVIDIA, dude. It's NVIDIA, cyber. That's another cybersecurity stock at the high. Disgusting. Blaze. Doc and again NVIDIA. That's the one that's like kind of aggressive, dude. I mean, Intel's still down 9. Again, Walmart, Staples came down big. XBI, the second thing turning on right now is biotechs. Again, you just had that Verge approval. Microsoft didn't react. Again, AMD and NVIDIA, those are the ones. SanDisk and Micron too. They're still deep red, but they came up a lot. And then again, some more cyber names are starting to move right now. Nvidia.com. You put $20 on Egypt for me? Dude, I can't. Are we still winning? My girlfriend will be so happy. Because then if the Egyptians take out Argentina, and then the Swiss have to play Egypt instead of Argentina, Amazing. Amazing. Wrap. ARCB. Again, SPY, bro, ever since it was like an hour after Euro close, I want to say. No, 12 minutes. We bounced right after Euro close. You're back in the early morning. I mean, it's not, everything's still red. It's not the best, not the worst, but considering, you know, I got a little panicky at one point. And then, yeah, again, chips are still down 3. You are avoiding any, like, panic in that this rotation is still going. IGV might even advance. You got other names up. Again, staples are pretty solid, even though they've sold off 1%. They're still green. So I'm saying all these other rotations are very strong. Mag 7's not moving, but it's at least in the green. And then, yeah, you got the IWM down, but you got some of that back here. And then Nike on the low now. Pfizer. Staying pinned. NATO nears deal to extend fuel pipelines to East Europe and Turkey. A GFS, yeah, I just hate how that plays, but yeah, I think eventually they will, unless the whole bubble ends. I think eventually GFS is going to get some outsized love just because of the whole Intel. They remind me of Intel, but then also that was the only one out of that quantum thing that the government actually took a stake in. Bro, what in the Nvidia? Back to 200 almost. 198. That's phenomenal. So yeah, I mean, again, this is the Apple chart. I think Nvidia is the smaller version. No, yeah, Apple, they'd have to go to 214. But like we talked about, I mean, people don't really like Nvidia below 200. Above 200 feels good, not bad. U.S. bankruptcy judge approves 23andMe settlement over 2023 data breach. Zscaler on the high now. Workday Tapestry. There wasn't news on the video, no. There was just the stuff, if anything, it was just more bad news with the Chinese chip makers and competition. But yeah, there wasn't anything. They just reacted again a little bit to the Samsung stuff. And then that was the first one we noticed catching a bid. But then that one just held up. And then that was a very strong red to green. We're talking like 4% bottom to top. I mean, that's giving you all of this cushion right here. I mean, there's a couple of other names out there. But I definitely think that NVIDIA and then again, all the other chip makers that just stopped dying with it. Dow 18 green, 12 in the red. NASDAQ 53 green, 47 in the red. And then SPY 305 green, 198 in the red. So about the same. And then most of the day today, you probably had like 30, 40 names go green here throughout all the indexes. And then the, I mean, again, we started off with more greens than red. Souls bottle that caught it. From Citrini. Uh-oh, hot dog. Put the game. I don't want Johnny Infantino to end my life. Unfortunately. Did ups? Remember, I don't know what that news pop was from earlier. T-Tam. More biotechs. That one's crazy. Again, IBB, since that breakout, it has been unstoppable. And Palant. Palantir has been a nice crawl. The premiums, if you have premiums with August on those are holding up very, very well. I have the game on the back. I don't. I do not. I should put it on, but I don't know how to get it on my TV. I have it on my TV, but I don't know how to get it not on the TV. Bro, I had a site that you guys gave me, but then it stopped working. I had a good one, bro. I had a good one. It would have everything, but now it don't even work anymore. So yeah, I can't even load it up. Titan. Yeah, the rental car. Remember they said they were, what was the other thing Uber said they were going to get into? Oh, there was something. Or was it Airbnb? The day trades. The SPY, I mean, it's holding up. Again, high ticker is actually kind of balanced. We'll see. I mean, if we do one of these periods where that's why I was worried about that here when, again, Apple started coming down. You only had NVIDIA, but then any of the Mag 7, they chilled out here. So that was all chips getting a little bit of recovery. Again, a little bit of software in cyber. But, wow, let's just see where it goes after this little VWAP dance. And then whichever one turns on next. Yeah, Meta's trying to curl around. Tian 11. ALMS and team. Ooh. 30s. It was already up 8%. Thought it was gonna be again team too. That was the shitty one from yesterday. But notice another little round of software names are starting to move. I mean, it sucks. These plays have all went up, but it just depends. Like that play has 100% spread. That team from yesterday, there's 100% is your difference in spread. Unfortunately. And Yahoo occasional disagreements with Trump, CNN. Hone A, and then Genie, and then Regen. If you get a big Regen pop, that's going to really drive up the IBB. And then SPY still holding, again, more 10B, couple of cybersecurities, a couple of smaller names, too. Intel is down 9, dude. Yeah, bad day for Intel. But then again, I don't think the Chads feel it as much. That covered call, if you did the covered call, it helped out tremendously. And then you should have a lot of value. So I'm still down 0.5% today, overall. But yeah, I'm not complaining. ACN. That's your biggest lagger, I think, on the NASDAQ with the highest dividend. So it looks decent. I think them in Coherent. I don't like Coherent because of the medical over, unless ACN was the one, but yeah, no, I don't think it is. Yeah, I think ACN's good. There's another one, I think it was CH, not Checkpoint. What is that one? CTSH. The one that's, I think ACN is the best out of CTSH, and then the other one, the one that I just mentioned. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's I don't think they're cybersecurity. I think it's just more like they work with sovereigns and governments and stuff, but yeah, I don't know if it's like cybersecurity as much as it's like, I want to say it's borderline consulting. AXSM, that one's up 3. I know KBR, the premium stayed the same thing. Just they need another 5 government contracts, and then they'll move 1%. What time? 9:41. Still very early. Very early, but the day is moving. State Street. I feel like I've seen a lot of insurance names. Then Qualis. Bro, we should have just bought everything from that video. I'm telling you, those ones were. But even Qualis, that was the surpriser. I don't think you guys realize how that was up 60%, and it was a fat lagger. Who else? Same thing with 10B. That one's up almost 100% since the video. That's crazy. Well, yeah, you still got a couple more laggers there, but there was ones that already went crazy. Cuckoo for cyber puffs. And oil too. Again, we got those back and forth. That never calmed down from early. ACN is all consulting, a lot of it, right? That's what I mean. Again, it says software, but looking at it, that's what I'm saying. It seems more there, and it's Ireland too. It's not even American, so that's another thing. You're buying an ADR. Palantir. So I don't want to jinx it. Do you guys want me to jinx it? I could jinx it. I don't want to, but I can. But yeah, those, if you got August Palantirs, if you waited till I double dipped, those are about to be break even now. And then if you waited till after I went down, you're up anywhere from 15 to 30%. And then if you really got a good purchase, that's disgusting. But yeah, so pretty much, remember we had a nice flip. I flipped out of here on there, and then I bought back in on one of these. But yeah, now after the worst month of Palantir in its history, if you got time and you bought it low enough, those should be break even or in the green. But yeah, I don't know why it's doing that today. But maybe, again, maybe they're catching tailwinds off of the NATO thing. Cuckoo for push-ups? We should. President Trump says U.S. should control Greenland. Leading report. You're 400%? Oh, so you got the ultimate dip. Yeah, I went in early. I got clapped on those. So I was saying for a while, I was down. But I was down on the second one. I hit big on the first one. Oh. But yeah, Chad, you guys like to move around? I don't know if I could do the 99. Bro, my legs are fucked up, Chad. Is it good? I did 185 on the Bulgarian split squat on the Smith machine. How do you rate that out of 10? It felt like I was dying, but that's my new max on that. You know that? Because I haven't been doing legs like that, bro. So 185, a plate and a 25 on both sides. That took a lot out of me. But now I can't. My legs are too sore, bro. I need to do another one. 7? A 7? I'd like, you know what? I'd like it. We could sandbag. That means I could guide up for next quarter. You know, next month, my next month for leg day. That a good upside. That's it. You know, he showed some improvement. I did 7. I'll tell you, maybe a 6. Maybe 7 unadjusted. Maybe a 6. Private credit is bad in some areas, and then today you actually got one good update out of KKR is that their redemptions have came down. So less people this time, at least one private credit fund, one of the big ones, they did not have investors rushing to the door. If anything, actually the amount of people requesting to get out has declined. So that's been the only good update out of late. For your height, easy 9? What, like short? I thought I'm supposed to have good legs. Isn't it easier to lift when I'm short? Yeah, I mean technically I don't even. You know that I weigh less than 185. So yeah, I could split machine more than my weight on the split squat. Oh, but man, I regret it waking up this morning. All right, man. Well, let's get some push-ups in. China targets 7.7 trillion won of domestic tourism spending in 2030. FDNY gives... Wait, they evacuated a building in Manhattan? What's this?
The extension has been built out, and they have topped out on that part as well.
All right, we'll do a push-up.
All right, thank you. We're going to take 2 more. We're going to go to Aaron from ABC News. Go ahead.
Yes. It appears just by looking at it, the building is leaning. Is the building leaning? And is the concern an internal collapse or an external collapse on the street?
Yeah, what happened? Did a building?
The concern is that since we have been on
you got
site
firefighters,
in the early
Mimdani.
morning, we have seen continued shift of the structure, and I'm going to pass it over to our chief of department to add a little more detail there.
The way this building is constructed, it's a steel frame building, so it would not be a total collapse. It would be more of a localized collapse, but that remains our concern, that it's moving.
Mimdani looks disappointed. I think he's mad he can't celebrate.
Possibly.
You know, he wanted to cheer so bad.
Jill from New York One, please speak up.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. How do you shore up this building right now? How do you get this in a condition that makes it safe? Let alone inside the building next door or the building at it.
So I'll first just start with the importance of safety at this time. We have evacuated not only the building, but also 7 buildings around it. I really do appreciate the way in which New Yorkers have responded to this situation. We've seen that they have followed the instructions that have been provided by first responders on the ground, and that has been immensely helpful to ensuring that those first responders can be focused on the work at hand. I'm now going to pass it over to our DOB commissioner to add to additional details.
So because the structural issue has to do with load-bearing columns, what we bring in are emergency struts that will take on the load of that and be applied throughout the floor to take on that load. Plus, we may apply additional struts, given that there could be weakening or cracks somewhere else. So it's really emergency beams, emergency columns that are brought in, and then they go and replace the load. Plus, we may add additional for extra security and safety.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes, as we discussed before, there is extensive work happening right now between the engineers, DOB staff, FDNY, to evaluate the situation on the level using the information that we're reading from the outside. Once we have a secure plan, we'll be able to bring the equipment that we have now on site after asking the contractor to bring that forward so that we're ready to go once we have a plan.
All right, there you have it, live from Midtown Manhattan. Mayor Mamdani and other officials, including the FDNY commissioner, the chief of police, the city's building commissioner, talking about the evacuation and minute by minute as he...
Hopefully you did your push-ups. SMWB must calls out microcap stock. Huh? Huh? Well, I don't... Wait, did I type... Oh, SMWB. SMWB measures the traffic E-line is citing. Ah. So he posted a stat from the company. So Elon just posted this about, I don't think that'll hit, but he just posted he retweeted this company showing the traffic of Twitter. But yeah, pretty much the company is SWMB or SMWB. But yeah, I thought it. I don't know. It's been a while. You don't remember? And he's like, "Buy Dogecoin. I love Dogecoin. Oh yeah, Dogecoin #1. Yeah, Bitcoin, Dogecoin." Argentina. I told y'all, bro. That's the thing, though. Just right now, if you want Egypt to win, do not compliment them. Okay? And that's what I was... See, this is what y'all don't realize. Like, listen, bro. If you don't like me, and if you want to see me fail, to a certain degree, you should not talk shit to me. Okay? Because I explained this to you guys yesterday, how the Egyptians work. You guys didn't believe me. That's what I said. I said enough shit talking. You guys are going to wake the... That's all it takes for the Egyptians. That's all it is, bro. That's all. I say, watch. You say they're going to lose enough. They say, I show you lose. You want to see lose? I show you Argentina. Okay. Yalla. They're playing the worst. Dude, I'm telling you. It happens. You have to tell them there's no chance. If you say no chance, I show you chance, huh? I know I'm gonna get me a Pharaoh hat. That's it. Just don't compliment them as they're winning. Oh, where is it?
Stop.
How do I mute it? All right, I got it. I got it in the background. Yeah, son. Yeah, son. You admire Egypt's way of handling the whole Gaza-Iran thing. They stayed in their lane. Yeah, because they know. I know exactly what you guys... Fuck both of you. I am staying out of this one. I don't want nothing to do with any of this. Both of you have fucked me up last time. Fuck both of you. Fuck America. And fuck all... I just... Let us alone. Let us alone. Let us... We play this game, brother. Oh, fuck you, man. Well, yeah, that's what this is what I was explaining though in the beginning of the war, when I was telling you guys, like, Egypt, like, dude, Egypt didn't, even during the Palestine stuff, but even during the Iran stuff, dude, they don't. Egypt has a very bad history with all of it. Again, I mean, that's like the funniest part is that you know, back to the Zionist. When they're like, Josh is a Zionist, but I'm like, you guys must not know the history of my people. Back in the 70s, Egypt got in mad beef with Israel, and we started fucking up Israel. Well, you know that? Israel was getting fucked up by Egypt in the 70s. And then you know what happened? Fucking United States of America! Oh, fucking bullshit, Zionists! And then, yeah, literally the Americans came in. They backed up fucking Israel. Then they fucking demolished Egypt. It was, and then Israel stole the Suez Canal, I'm pretty sure. No, they stole Mount Sinai, might I add. They literally stole Mount Sinai from Egypt, okay? I don't know if you knew all of this. And then they steal Mount Sinai, and then for the next, like, 30 years, Egypt's like, fuck all of it. Egypt said, fuck all that. You have America. Bullshit, man. You did R1, L1, left down, right Nixon, left down, right Nixon, and then look at what happened. You have a cheat code. Fuck you, bro. Fuck, I take you 1v1. Look at Messi. I take you a 1-on-1. Yeah, bro. And then that was bad, dude. And then for the next, like, 30 years, all of the Egyptian history books had to lie. They had to be like, we won the war. But they didn't. No, it was bad. It was very, very bad. So, yeah, some little history lesson. But, yeah, ever since then, though, Egypt has literally just stayed out of everything. They don't support. They don't help. They don't want to get involved with anybody. They have enough of their own problems to worry about. So, yeah. It would be a different place. Just imagine if Egypt won, it would have been the world would have been very, very different. Ow. Well, yeah, I mean, Egypt it's one of the oldest empires. Lee attends meeting of 4. Is that South Korea? VSTM. Oh, wow, brother. Pretty rough since the pyramids. I mean, try Pharaoh, big dog. Pharaoh. You know, that had been rough since they got the plagues, dog. You know what I'm saying? That's just insane. The differences between Egyptian and Iranian personality? I don't know. I mean, a lot of Middle Easterns are very similar. That's why, I mean, I think everybody in the Middle East is my family. Like, we all act very similarly to a degree, but I'm a little biased. But I've also heard this, too. There's nobody like the Egyptians. I know. I hate to be such a nationalist for my home people, but I have heard people say this. Egyptians are funny. Egyptians talk a lot of shit. That is actually well documented and well known. They're known to crack a lot of jokes. But other than that, I mean, I would say they're all the same. They have their own cultures, similarities, but a lot of similarities more than not. No, I've never been to Egypt. I want to go. But every time I want to go, there's fucking war in the Middle East. So I'm like, you know what? I'll just chill. I'll chill right here, son. That's fine. I could turn on the heater. NUE and Devon, a couple energies, industrial plays. Again, oil's still up. Haven't had much in terms of like updates. Actually, I think the latest one was that little Microsoft stuff, and then it all chilled. RPD, PTN, P-Lantier. All right. Like I said, dude, those Palanters are fucking green now, dude. That's fucked up. But I'm happy. That's good. That means out of those, I told you, I liked Palantir. That was sad that it went down, but at least if you followed the timing, you would be good now. Even better if you actually bought the dip. And then the Zillows are still down. I don't even know. Again, I don't know if Palantir is reacting to the... This could be the war, the NATO shit, but other than that, could be software. I have no idea. That one's a little outsized. N-Tap. Where is Cyber? Cyber's looking weak in the morning. As I said, those early cash moves, the back and forth. At least we didn't do too much bouncing, but then again, one move up, 7 hours to nowhere, but then also too, that one move down there's a lot of room to go. RP, was it up already? Oh yeah, I pulled it up here, but yeah, it was already up a lot. They killed it. You think you went too far out the money? If they're down 30, well, when did you buy them? And then that's what made this so, because that momentum washout was pretty bad. So there's a couple things that changed your valuation. So pretty much it depends when you bought it on the dip, right? So like if you bought pre here, you're fucked. Because remember, we did 2 Palantir plays. I bought it here, flipped it here, it went up another day, and then it dropped. And then I got in around, it was one of these on the lows. I remember it started to come back down. So depending on where you bought it, that depends too. Because if you bought it and it hit a new low, bounced, and then went low again, you burned more time. But if you bought it on the second decline, you had a way higher odds of making money, especially if you bought it on the low. But then now the next factor is how much time do you have left, and then how close to the money. So it depends when you bought it on the dip, how close to the money, but also how much time. So the plays I'm talking about are in August. So the first plays we had, because again, it was May? We were making those July plays. I flipped out of those, and then the double dip was for August or even September. But yeah, so if you have enough time and even if you're far out the money, they should have value. But now if you have little time and far out of the money, and then depending on when you bought, they're probably still down. Or vice versa, if you're just still, even if you're mid-money but less time, they would play. Again, if you're still on the July contract, doesn't matter. You could be closer to the money than I am. Those plays will probably still be down just because we've burned over a month and a half of time now. Does that make sense? So just factor where you're at and try and use this, though. Use this as a learning lesson so that you can start to hone in. That's why, as I tell you guys with some of these options, you just got to start learning how to avoid some of the other ones. That's why even when I flipped Palantir, started with July, we made 500-600%. Some of you made 1,000. Sell out. I waited till it went lower, but then even on my average down, I went with more time. So do you remember? That's why I was telling you, even on Zillow, even on Palantir, even again, this was one of those examples where I was explaining to you guys, how do I average down on an option? I don't buy the same one. I go and I either get closer to the money or I buy more time. In the case of Palantir and Zillow, both of those we got more time and closer to the money because it dropped so much. And then you see with enough time it comes back. That was able to help us. Yeah, if you got 821's not bad, but if they're the first set from the first round, then yeah, I think you're just missing out on the time. But those could still wake up if you're out of the money. Because like the one I'm talking about now, that is our second set. Remember, we hit this, we ripped it, and then we double dipped. But just understand though, that you see this extra month, this extra 2 weeks, that again, that's like a third of the time value on a 3-month contract. So think about it. Even if you're at the same price, your stock, if it's down 39%, but you've burned a third of the time on the contract, that kind of checks out. And bro, Service Now. CLRO, that was the other one. Oh. Again, Devon and a couple of those other industrial plays. 3-year Accenture company and Leonard to deliver contract over 7 years, 200 million euros. ACN just got a contract, and then Nivda's move in So watch if Nivda wakes up any more chips. We were just talking Accenture, but yeah, they just got a contract. Hey, son and young Jesus. Tonic. Am I saying it right? Tonic. Oh, GMP Seguros. There was that headline. I remember that in the morning. I guess there was a headline. Good call. Again, NVIDIA and Palantir. And the SPY. So see if we actually get a little bit higher out of here. And it's 10:05. Oh, NATO signs major contract. Oh, there you go. That's the first. How come I didn't get the first fucking part of that? And then Leonardo, that was didn't one of you bring that up yesterday? I know what's his name? Trapper brought up ACN or whatever, or Apser Metal, whatever it's called. But yeah, NATO and Accenture. It didn't really move too much. Again, we were just talking about that one. Leonardo's Italy. Yeah, who's the other? What's the one? Alcer Metal or whatever. I know it. If you say it, I'll know it. Almeterol or some Alfermeterol, Almeterol, Alta. I'm gonna just keep mumbling until someone says it. Altenamama laba laba atamana Rheinmetall. That fucking Husin Rheinmetall. Yeah, fucking Rheumenthal, Rheumatitis, Rheumatoid Arthritis, Abivi, what AMD. Yeah, Rheinmetall. Uschlin. That's what I say that's how I greet my girlfriend. You know that? I just see her. I say, Uschlin. And then she reminds me, she says that's not a real word. And I'm like, what? I swear that's German. Uschlin, Fluschlin. In my mind, I'm greeting her. I think I speak it fluently. I know Intel is down 8% today. I'm getting ready to sell it in the long term. Just give me a minute or two. And I think I'm going to get ready to sell Intel from the long term. What do you guys say? So, I'm not serious about that. I just wanted to panic an untrained motherfucker. Just to highlight that should sound very unusual. Because our long-term plan is so easy to follow. So yeah, I'm not really selling it. Because that covered call! Ballin'! We fly high and no lie, and we save 10 long term. Yeah, Micron is above open now, still down 4. And Bond, I don't know. Bonds the last like 4 days have been a little bit bad after being unusually good, and then again that trend still remains where. We are in a very, very weird setup right now with bond volatility, market reactions, oil, dollar that still is persisting. Oh, don't sell. Blasphemy. ballin'. Three buddies contact you and you're passing long-term game from Josh. It's good. But then again, this is that time in the cycle. So even after this earnings, if this keeps bubbling, all of you guys are going to get hit up by everybody. That's what happens. But then this is what I'm saying. One, I do want you to promote the channel. That's definitely one part of why I'm telling you this. But also number two, what I've got to learn is genuine advice. You should direct all of your friends to me instead of parroting what I say. So am I saying this out of self-interest in the channel? Partly. But as I've gotten to learn, and if you don't believe me, you will get to learn this if you don't listen to me. You're better off sending them to me, and that way you could blame me, than kind of wholesaling it to them. Because if you don't understand these emotions at this part of the bubble, it has more of a consequence than you think, is what I'm trying to tell you. Because long story short, they're going to get mad at you probably no matter what. Why do I say that? Because I've done this with millions of people over the last couple of years. And more often than not. So, and again, it's not, and again, I have a long term that's outperformed every single year, might I add. We had some great years, some historic plays, all sorts of things. But like I'm telling you, just all it takes is one miscommunication, or they don't show up that one time, or then they miss the memo. Egypt's about to do the unthinkable. I know, bro. That's it. But don't compliment the Egyptians, you guys. We want them to win. Tell them they suck. And so I told you guys, it's Egyptian 101. That's why I don't get it. And some of you guys are talking shit to Egyptians, not realizing that's how you unlock the Egyptian superpower. Is that not what I told you in 2025? The beginning of the year, I said, fuck everybody who's annoying. Y'all don't really want it? Okay, I'm either crazy or correct. Watch. I'm saying, bro, I'm telling you. So these Egyptians, bro, I don't know if they're going to win. I don't think you're going to beat Argentina, Egypt. I'm just saying. They look taller than you. I'm just saying. They might. So it's all you got to do. Just don't. Just give them some healthy doubt. Is it back? Nice. They're back from halftime. Your friend just sold some of his 401k to get Pokemon cards. Yeah, that's not a good move. But, like the thing I like, I'm telling you, bro. Because like I said, I don't really understand that thing, but I think it's all about priority. So just don't let, because, dude, there's Chads doing the Pokemon cards. And, like, the thing that I like about it is that even if they're using it as it should. I mean, if you're going to make a business out of Pokemon, I love it. I think you should make a business out of Pokemon. I would not invest. I wouldn't treat it like a real investment. That's the thing that I've noticed. The people who treat Pokemon like a business, they're doing very well. You get what I'm saying? They're making money off of it. Go make money off Pokemon. Go make content. Go sell cards. Go flip them. Yeah, go make a Pokemon vending machine. Like, go make money off of it. But don't take money you've made and try to store it in there for 20 years. Again, if you want to own a couple, like I'm telling you, like anything of like risk, you just position small. But that's what I'm saying is like the people who make mistakes with this shit is the people prioritizing. So if you're telling me Pokemon comes above 401k, I think you're high. That's dumb. I wouldn't do that. That's what I'm saying. If you go and make a big stock flip and you're like, I'm gonna go take it and put the gains into a Charizard, I'm like, why are you? That's your high. You get what I'm saying? But it's like, oh, if you have a long term and you're like, oh yeah, I make my Pokemon content makes me money. Oh, I sell Pokemon cards at these events. I have a vending machine. It's making me, it's actually paying for double my long-term investment. I like that. If you want to have inventory and treat it like a business and have inventory, not like crazy investments that you're trying to hold and have a liquidity, but like literally inventory, I'm down with that. That's what I'm saying. I think the people who have treated Pokemon like a business, those are the people who I think are doing well. Those are the people I think are using it to build their future and not get clapped by the inevitable, what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm telling you, treat it like a business. You could own a little bit, but I wouldn't go too crazy in terms of like holding big amounts, hoping for big gains. Yeah, like I said, I just don't, like I said, the weird thing I saw is, like I'm telling you, I've seen stories and I know people through other like mutual friends and through association of people who have like, they're making really bad decisions, i.e. they're like they're putting their whole long-term investment in their future into these cards. And that's why I'm like, that, I don't think that's going to cut it. But small flips, small amounts, again, those who treat it like a business and inventory, I think it's fine. Oh, I have seen the stats. Yeah, it is outperforming, but it's just still new. Even though Pokemon cards have been around for a while, their extreme value and gains, just unfortunately, this is a phenomena. Which again, it may continue, it may not, but at the same time, I wouldn't get too much confidence in that. The market, we look at how the market's performed, because the market's been around for hundreds of years. So there's still at least, again, we have like 100 years of election history that we could go off and all these other things. So it's just stuff like that where, unfortunately, there's just this small window where this is occurring right now. But if it doesn't hold up, then yeah, that's it. But like I'm saying, I think people are making money. You can, but just don't treat it like a real asset. Just do not treat it like a property. If you put a Pokemon card ahead of property, I just think I think that's something you're going to pay for in the future. But like I'm saying, if you treat this as another income source, what's the problem? You get what I'm saying? That if you treat it like a main investment, big problem. But if you're saying, oh, I just have another income source, I make a couple $1,000 a month doing whatever with Pokemon cards, you know what I'm saying? Or you like, I buy $2,000 of Pokemon cards a month, but I'm selling $3,000 of cards a month. This is my inventory for my company, pawn shop, whatever it may be, right? You see what I'm saying? As a source of income, I like it. Source of investment, fuck out of here. I think that's Delulu. And even if it's outperforming now, I could almost guarantee it will not stay like that in the long future. Or again, I know I'm not going to regret 10 years from now buying a house instead of a Charizard. I'm almost certain, but then again, I've been humbled many times in this lifetime. But ideally, I would not be mad if I bought a house instead. Even if Charizard outperformed, I would still be like, the house is still good. I could still live in it, and I'm sure that house would have probably made me money too. Versus the alternative. What happens if it all goes to shit? Again, even if the house goes to shit, I could still live in it. Again, even if house values go down, somebody literally the other day, the chat is like, oh, my house, I fell behind and then I started Airbnb-ing it and now it makes money. It's just like, you could go many ways, but Just don't treat it like your main investment. That's the best advice I could give. Just source of capital or source of income is always a good thing. Department of Transportation, Duffy announces $1.7 billion in infrastructure investment. Trump threatens to remove all U.S. troops from Europe. And I mean, just here's the thing, too. You are going to reap what you sow. If I could encourage all of you, Jim Rohn lesson, please stop trying to change the game. Learn the game and fucking play it. And why do I say that? Because there's things that have been out there making people money and lots of money for longer than all of us have been alive. There's a true and trusted way of big money. And that's what I'm saying, where just along the lines, I just wouldn't, I don't know, I wouldn't force it. I would just stay focused and play the game. You don't need to find the next business, that worked making them money, but no, we're going to make money with these new alternatives and this and that, because that's just what happens. I mean, again, as things especially get hyped and they start to work, you guys have all been exposed to this. Like, what I'm trying to tell you is, like, you guys haven't realized, you should learn it by now. Some of you should be privy to what's been going on. I give some of you more grace a couple years ago because you were new to this shit. Oh, let's go. Dog, are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Egypt, Habibi. 2-0 on Argentina. Tell us we will not. Tell us we will get destroyed. Tell me how destroyed I will become. Tell me, brother. Fuck you, bro. Fuck FIFA rule. I take off my shirt. Fuck your rule, bro. Fuck all of you. So you see that? That's why the Egyptians, the only ones who take their shirts off. You guys notice that too? They say, fuck your man-made rule. Who is a man? You are not Allah. You are not God. You cannot make me impose a rule. Okay, but anyways, like I was telling you, before that awesome goal, wait, they're not going to call offsides or some dumb shit? That's usually how it works. Yeah, I feel like they're trying to call. Yeah, they're doing VAR on this shit. Stupid. I show you Messi. You want Messi? I show you Messi. I show you Messi, brother. You want Messi? I show you Messi. Uh-huh. Yeah, bro, hold on. Why are they trying to take this back? How? Are they taking it back? Hold on. Please hold. I had a great rant, but...
After review, careless tripping committed by number 19 of Egypt in the offensive phase. Final decision is goal cancel, free kick.
Goal confirmed! Oh, they took it back?
Y como analizamos, si la falta se da en esa consecuencia de un ataque que termina en gol, tiene que ser directo el ataque, como en esta oportunidad, como bien lo relataba Omar.
How? He stepped on his foot. Are you kidding me? This guy, we are playing a game of football. I step on a foot? I step on his foot? What do you mean? What rule did I break? I stepped on the foot? What are you going to say now? I step on the grass? A penalty, grass stepping. Oh my gosh. No. That's not good for the Egyptians. Because once again, do you see how the outside government is getting in the way? That's what happens to the Egyptians. It happened to Josh and Google. It happened to Egypt and Israeli and America in the 70s. And now it's happening. You see what's happening? That was a clear goal. The only way you stop the Egyptians is by shadow banning them and changing the rules. Everybody knows that. Everybody know you can't beat us on a 1-to-1 playing field. That's what I'm saying, dog. Oh my gosh. Now they get to Messi, corner, bullshit, man. Yeah, they took it back. Oh man. All right. Well, but like I was telling you guys, you should all become privy to the trick. You haven't noticed in the last like 5 to 10 years, all of these new fads, and then something works for a little bit, and then the social contagion spreads, and then all of a sudden people are promoting the next big thing. And then before you know it, all of the ways that are true, tried, and tested to build you wealth, all of a sudden, everybody's telling you not to touch them and that they don't work anymore. Because like I'm saying, real estate. How many times have they tried to talk you out of real estate? How many clever attempts have they talked you out of owning high-quality stocks and tried to get you on random small caps and random momentum and trades and coins and crypto? Think about it. You get what I'm saying? Like you guys have seen this so many times already. So that's what I'm saying with like the Pokemon investment assets. Yeah, you gotta think about it, bro. Because it's just like at the end of the day, I wouldn't let this confuse me on where there's real value in wealth. And like I'm saying, like a home and some of that. And you'll notice at this point, all these fads, it just gets everybody to, they're trying to get you to ignore everything and then look ahead to this new thing and ignore the true, tried, and tested method of generating wealth. So yeah, it's something I've noticed. Because I guess I've seen a lot of people lately, just in the short term. I've got a lot of these like, oh, well, what if I bought this instead? Or why would I buy a house or buy a stock when I could do this and now this, and this has actually been better? But then it's like, yeah, just don't get knocked out of not owning a house. Mm-mm. 2 years ago? That was 4 years ago, Tim. We're getting old. That's what I'm saying, bro. I made that video and rates were still at 2 or 3%. All right. Well, Chad, I think it's time. The market hasn't moved, though. I think everyone's watching this Egypt game now. It really is just semiconductor shit moving around. And, I mean, staples, financials, healthcare, staples, a lot of movement in between there. Well, you're getting something. It's just not, it's not as exciting. Ampferol. And then a Palantir. All right, well. Would you guys be interested in a philo? Give me a sec. Just making sure. Just making sure. You know, checking our pre-launch systems. Making sure all is well, brother. All is well. Why won't they feel me on anything today? All right. Let's get it popping, baby. Let's get it popping.
Jesus. Praise God.
Bro, we got another goal.
It's a comeback.
Wait. I saw you, Messi.
Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I got a philo for you. I don't know, dude. It's kind of all over the place. I got a good one, though. But there's so much, dude. There's so much. Dude, I don't even know where to start with this philo. Because I had stuff. I have a clip for you. And then I had, I don't know. I had some other stuff. And then, like, I saw one thing. I already wrote something down. And then I came across something else. And then, like, bro, it's just, I don't know. Some of it's kind of weird, but it's just the way it all connected. So, we have a lot of different things to start with. I guess, where should I start? Well, I'll start with one serious thing, and then we'll start with something a little non-serious, but also serious. It's weird for philo. But here's what you gotta understand, simply. Are you guys waiting for anyone's approval? I hope you're not. You know, that's one of the things that I love this community. That's why I'm here every day. I'm very glad we made the stream and how we've done it. But that's one thing that I've seen a lot, is that it's unknowingly gotten some people to wait for approval. I don't like that. But then again, I've seen some of you have learned how to operate in this environment and do it without any approval. DYN, Dying energy up 5. But yeah, why do I say this? You should live your life without ever seeking another man or woman's approval. And if you could do that, my brother, oh, you are on the precipice of massive creation. You know why I say that? Because that's how Jesus felt. There's an interesting part in the Bible where after Jesus, he's like healing people, feeding people, doing all of this other stuff, right? And then there's a line where it said they were like complimenting Jesus. They were telling him how amazing he was. But it said he knew what was in their hearts and he didn't believe them. That's a bar. That's crazy. All these people following him around, telling him how great he is. All of these things. And the comment he has is he said he knew what was in their hearts. He ain't believe them. But do you not get it? That's a reverse example. Instead of saying a bunch of people hated him and he didn't care, a bunch of people loved him. A bunch of people loved him. They were admiring him. And he still said, nah, I know that's fake. He said, even if it was real, it doesn't matter. The approval did not come from man. So if Jesus wasn't looking for it, I think this is something you got to think of. I mean, it'll relate to something else I'm going to tell you. But, oh, man, I was just thinking about this. And that blew my mind. So that's the first part. But the second part, this is where it gets a little fun and a little weird. Do you guys want to talk about, you want to talk about girls? Or do you want to talk about deep spirits? Which one do you want to talk about first? That's what I told you. It's a weird philo, bro. I have so much to go over. But I'm telling you, it gets a little crazy. Which one? Which one do you want to hear first? I don't know which order to put it in. Oh, you want the deep spirits? All right, I'll give it to you very simply. You want to know the sad reality of this planet? I hate to tell you this. It sounds so weird. But I heard this the other day, and unfortunately, I could not escape the truth of this. And here it goes. If you want to achieve a certain level of high success on this planet, you will need to have allegiance to some sort of spirit. I know it sounds weird, but it's true. The point is, if you go and observe anybody who has walked this planet and people who have done something big, they all pledge allegiance to some sort of spirit. Unfortunately, what I'm saying does not mean only God or Jesus. I'm talking, it could either be a demonic spirit, it could be darkness, it could be hedonistic. There's so many ways it could play out. Again, and then there's obviously divine. There's divinity, there's God, there's light, there's dark, right? There's all of that. So it's kind of wild. GitLab, GTLB, Popper. But yeah, just saying, unfortunately, the reality is that you're competing with people. So it's like, even if you want to go and reach a certain level, but you don't have allegiance to a spirit, sadly, you are competing against somebody who does. At the highest level of every industry, there is somebody who has pledged allegiance to some level of spirit. Whether it is God, the devil, greed, you name, bro, again, you name it. But think about it. So what's the point? I mean, what's the point of this? I mean, when I say this, I know some of you, if you're not like, if this stuff is weird to you, you might be like, oh, that's creepy. But some of you who know me, you should know this isn't weird to me because, I mean, let me ask you, who have I pledged my allegiance to? Because guess what? I've pledged my entire allegiance on this planet is pledged to a spirit. If I told you that, I think you could all agree with me, and all of you should be able to tell you exactly who have I aligned and alleged my allegiance to. Wouldn't you be able to say so? So think about it. I'm telling you, bro, there's people all around the world. There's people at various levels. They are tapping into a level of strength. And that's the whole point. These spirits offer strength. These spirits offer you a benefit. They're giving you something. And that's the whole reality is like, if you want to reach on certain levels, you could reach a certain level without a spirit, but at every other level of top levels, you're going against people who have pledged allegiance to some level of spirit. Again, I've met people who've done it to darkness. I met people who've done it for light. But there is all some level occurring. Yeah, you could pledge allegiance to yourself, but you're weak. You don't have enough. I don't have enough. Nobody does. That's the whole idea. And if you are too human to realize that, that's fine. But there is a limitation on that. And that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Some people get it, some people don't. But your limitation, there's one limitation you could overcome in this world, and it's based on what spirit you engage with. Anything after that, that's the other level. So Chad, pledge allegiance. This is going to come up again. I'm not done with this one. I'm not done with this one. So that's the first part of that one. Now let's talk about the girls. We're going to talk about the girls. Because this is where, again, this all ties together. You'll see. It's kind of messed up. But it's wild. This all ties in. It's all about the pledging of allegiance. The character. And I don't know, man. I think it's funny because I read this. And people were talking, they were complaining about girls and guys in this world. The modern era. And somebody made a comment. And they said that women, the way women view like certain attraction and who they're attracted to is like when men view another man and judge that man's character of fighting battle with him. Does that make sense? Because guess what? I look at men like that. You know that? Some of you guys, all of you, I look at you like that. I'm like, hey, I don't know. You think this hibachi guy, if I got into a war right now, would he be the guy I would want next to me in a battle? Put me in the actual trenches, life or death. I'm next to Tim Whitman. Is that a guy you could rely on? Oh, y'all ain't hearing it, bro. Think about it. You guys want to judge and evaluate some of your relationships, even with your homies? Tell me, is that a way you could look at it? Because I do. Again, you ask me some of my only and best friends on this planet. Those are people I was like, yeah, put them in battle. They know me. I know them. If we're gonna argue, to get out of that situation. We're not gonna argue just because he don't like my politics. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna argue because he got to still work through some emotional stuff. We're trying to get somewhere. You see what I'm saying? It's like no. This is there's not. Oh well, the way he said it. Oh, he didn't talk to me like this. Like no, we're in a battle. He knows. And I know you tell me something, I'm gonna go do it. I tell you, boom, we got work to do. We got to do it. Again, a battle. So do you get it? But that's what, it's funny because I've never heard somebody explain this for women. But this is where it gets funny because I'm like, dude, I think this is what a lot of men are missing. I think some of you, if you even have problem with women, you simply, if you could become a better warrior of character, I think that'll take you a longer way. Because this post was saying how the women could sense this. They could sense if you're a bitch in war. Yeah, I said it. Think about it. So, what does this have to do with? The character of war spirit. I don't think you should embrace war, but you should have the character that you could withhold. And guess what? True allegiance. True allegiance. That is what we are talking about, my friends. Like I'm saying, I think if some of you just tightened up your character, if you could view yourself as a guy you would want to be next to in war, the people around you, only put yourself around people you would battle with. So if that person you be hanging around with, if you genuinely cannot see yourself fighting a war and winning with them, and they, again, you getting bombarded and they're not going to be there to have your back, why are you wasting your time with them? Oh, you're fucking me. They tied it up. Oh, the Egyptians. Oh, the Egyptians. See, bro, we got that totes. We got too ahead. We got too ahead. We didn't take profit. I know. But yeah, the character. The character of battle. So now what are we talking about? Now we're going to talk about the allegiance. But actually, I got one more for you. I got one more. But this concept of allegiance, I'm going to make it. Oh, you're going to see, bro. Very important. But have you ever wondered why in the Bible God always shows up as a fire? I don't know. Again, it says fire in his eyes. He engulfed it. The burning bush. Fire, 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 fire. The Lord appears like fire. Have you ever wondered why? I'll give you a fun fact. When you light something on fire, do you know what happens to the chemical structure of that object? So if I light a piece of paper on fire, what happens to the chemical composition of that matter? Yeah, you're close. It denatures, but it changes. So actually, like scientifically, when you light something on fire, after the fire, the chemical structure becomes completely new. So you could have came in with 2 atoms. After the fire, you're leaving a whole new structure. Light something on fire, it starts as one chemical compound. After the fire, it becomes something completely different. So, my friends, why does God appear as fire? Think about it. Because fire changes the composition of things. It's a chemical reconstruction. My brother, go burn something, burn it, it becomes a brand new compound. The compound it was before you lit it on fire is completely different. So I'll tell you, you want to know an encounter of God? A sign you're encountering God, guess what? It's not going to be emotions. Oh, I'm very emotional. Wow, I got goosebumps. Wow, I feel excited. This is God. No. That's emotions. An encounter of God is rearranged priorities. Think about it. You change your compound. The construction of your life will get completely changed to something new. Come on, you don't get it? This is why you hear people. That's why they're like, oh, before I encounter God, I used to like this. Now I like this. I used to like this. Now I like that. Again, how many times have I told you? I was like, oh, I used to do that. Now I like this. I used to love the world. Now I love the kingdom. Fire. An encounter. A rearranging of compounds and priorities. Is it making sense? So, Chad, I'm here to remind you. You want to know what it's going to look like when you encounter God? I hope you want to know, because I've always wanted to know. So that's what I wanted. I was like, ooh, I want to know. I think it's interesting. You don't and have no doubt about it. It'll show up in a rearrangement of your priorities. First is last. Last is first. World becomes the kingdom. There's so many things. That's what I was saying the other day, bro. I don't know who is listening. I don't know how these have impacted you. But I know that all it takes sometimes is one, and that's why whether I'm talking philo or if I'm just talking investment, all it takes is one. One what? One little thing, one day you hear it and you're like, you know what? You're right. You're like, I'm going to change. You're like, you know what? I am going to put this ahead. I'm done putting this behind. Sounds like the fire. Sounds like an encounter. So keep that in mind. How you order your priorities. Oh, that says something. You ever encounter a big shift in your organization of your priorities, I would pay attention. So that being said, I hope you could all pledge allegiance today. Now, the real thing I'm going to ask you. My brother, my sister, do you have faith? Do you have faith? Faith itself, but then faith in God. He who has faith as little as a mustard seed. Faith. Do you have faith? Do you have faith? You want to know what the problem is? I don't think we really know what faith is. Let me show you. Faith is not about how convinced you are that God exists. See, a lot of the growing up, especially early, you're learning this, you're like, oh, faith, if I just believe in God. How many people think faith is, I believe in God? I believe in God. I'm confident in God. I have faith. I believe he's going to make this work. I have faith. I believe all things will work for those who serve the Lord, right? Faith. I believe. I have confidence. I'm hopeful. That's my faith. But then, if I start doubting, I think God's going to come through for me, but I start doubting. Does that mean I lost my faith? Right? So if I was convinced, but then I lose some of that convincing, did I just lose my faith? Is faith just being convinced you believe? Right? Think about that. That's what we're talking about. What do we mean faith? Do you just simply believe? Is it a feeling? Is it emotion? What is it? I'll tell you right now. Very simple. Here is your real answer. Faith is not about how convinced you are. Faith is about whether or not you remain standing and where you remain standing. So I say it's not a feeling. That's why a little bit of doubt throws people off. They're like, oh, I'm confused. I know I believe in God, but I have this thing called doubt. Well, yeah. That's not faith. There's nothing to do with it. Doubt does not mean you don't have faith. Not doubting does not mean you have faith. Are you kidding me? We lost. Argentina just scored 3 goals in 5 minutes. See, they didn't have faith. You know why? They didn't remain standing. Egypt did not remain standing. They did not remain standing. But yeah, here's the answer. Faith. The actual word, I'm not going to use Hebrew. We're going to use Greek. The Greek word for faith in the Bible, it's a word called pistis. You may have heard this, pistis. I've heard it before. Pistis. It's not a belief. Pistis is covenant loyalty. Literally, it is a sworn allegiance. GitLab and VSTS again. Again, VSTS, 3%. Almost 2% is on 1.5 off one candle. Then Zeta, then Hubs. I know. Everyone gassed up Egypt. Even I gassed them up. I should have not. We should have just kept talking shit, bro. I'm telling you. We don't do good when you compliment us. That's why. You need more haters, bro. Egyptian with haters, dog, we run it up. That's it. Right when we think we won the war, that's it, bro. That's sad, bro. That's sad. Look, I saw, man. Red card? Oh, they just gave a red card to the goalie. Okay, now FIFA. Come on. Anyways. The pistis. I hope you heard what I said, bro. Sworn allegiance. So this Greek term, pistis, this was like describing like faithfulness of a soldier to his commanding officer. When he said have faith, he's not saying just believe. He's saying, where is your allegiance sworn to? And that's the crazy part. You know, like, I tell you something? Faithfulness of a soldier, that has nothing to do with what you believe about him. Think about it. Ask a soldier, ask a good soldier. They probably believe many things about the people. They may not even like the person giving them orders. I bet you they still follow them if they have sworn their allegiance. It's a faithfulness of a soldier. Not what do I believe about this guy? What do I believe? No, it's saying what have you put your allegiance towards? Do you show up? Do you stay? Not what do you think about this? Do you stay? And then even better, do you stay when it costs you something? What I'm saying, the opposite of pistis, the opposite of this sworn allegiance. This, do you have faith? Do you have this allegiance? Meta is popping. $2 on Meta. We're about to do this again today. Oh, those aren't even daily, so we might have a little bit more room. They've already jacked a couple of them up. There's a 3 center and then a 5 center. Meta introducing Muse Image, first image generation model from Super Intelligence Lab. Muse video coming to creators in Meta AI across Meta AI, Instagram, and other countries. So image generation. Web, okay, it's going up there, but again, new Muse image. But yes, like I said, the opposite of pistis, it's not doubt. So again, if pistis, if this faith is about sworn allegiance, it's not about feeling or belief. Doubt isn't the opposite. You can't say, oh, I don't have faith because I doubted. What's the opposite? So if sworn allegiance, showing up, staying to what you have aligned with, if that is what the faith is, what's the opposite of that? What's the opposite of sworn allegiance? Oh, Meta's those doubled up. I should have took them. Oh, those all hit. The opposite is walking away. Very simple. And brother, you could have questions and still have pistis. You could have doubt and still have it. You could be uncertain and still remain on your direction and loyalty. The moment you walk away is the moment you don't have faith. So I hope you see it. Jesus was not asking for a feeling. He wasn't saying, as long as you feel chill about me, we're good. As long as you feel certain, we're good. That's not what he was saying. He wasn't asking for a feeling. He was asking for a direction. Remember, like we said, stop focusing on the clock. Start focusing on the compass. Compass will get you way further in life. You watch the clock, you're going to get frustrated. That's why so many people make mistakes, right? The clock, the time, the clock. Oh my gosh, fast, slow, too fast, too slow. No, focus on the compass. That's what Jesus was asking with faith. He wasn't saying, do you believe? Are you excited about me? Do you have less doubt about the thing you can't see? You know, you can't see the spirit, all of that. Do you have less? Just don't doubt it. Oh, you have questions? You're a bad believer. Don't question anything. No. He said, what direction? He said, have faith in God. Pick a direction. I don't care how you feel. I care about your direction. I don't care how you feel. I care about, do you stay when it costs something? I don't care how you feel when it's easy. Are you going to keep that direction after you made your decision? Are you going to keep that if it costs you the entire world? That's pistis. That's faith. That's the direction. I chose my direction. I don't care. You think my feeling has anything to do with it? Some days I feel good. Some days I feel bad. Middle, doesn't matter. Direction. Again, there's some things in God and the world I do not understand. Oh, but I've already chose a direction. Are you getting it? Are you kidding me, Meta? How did Egypt just lose and I miss an easy 300%? But yeah, those ripped off of Meta image generation. Meta news on Core Weave now? Yeah, they're popping a little bit. So yeah, bro. All Jesus was asking about faith. Where is your allegiance planted? And are you going to stay there when the cost goes up? Take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. First link for the stream alerts. Second link, nightly watch list. Oh my god, so much is going on. Humbling loss by Egypt now. I can't believe it. I can't believe that just turned into a loss, but I'm used to it. I had the American game. And then now the meta ran off of the stupid news, the one I didn't take on the daily. But yeah, those tripled if you got them. So much going on. I need a protein.
Cold, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist, the things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you. There's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking around? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a fuel. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether.
Hey, Will, this shit is fucking cold.
Made a lot of money, hard not to be cocky, but I worked to get here. My name isn't Bronny. I am 5'6", but I still call her Shotty. I catch the dip, I do not catch a body. If the money quick, I will probably be cautious. You lever too much if the move make you nauseous. Difference between a rock and diamond is flawless. You don't save money, I find that appalling. Never been in battle, but I got a war chest. I believe in God, I don't make poor bets. Ask Pascal the wagerin, I'll tell you I'm legit. Sometimes you feed the haters, cause the haters make you rich. On everything, my words could change your life. How you so stubborn when you never got it right? Admitting that you're wrong is the hardest thing to fight, but it's a pretty deep hole if you think dark's light. Save time, let's get right into it. It's still the truth, even if I am a hypocrite. Blood on their hands, but they tell you that they innocent. That's why I don't act, I'm just waiting on my sentencing. So judge that, balance sheet Biden. They really not black, they don't really got cash. If you don't know accounting, you won't laugh at that. They can't match my swag. Intellectual, and I bought some property. I told them be themselves, but some of them just copied me. I'm really not mad, I enjoy all types of comedy, even if it's irony. How y'all still trying me? That sounds tiring. Pull up in a brand new, damn, that's inspiring. Stand your ground, but understand that I'm firing. You grinder guys, I'm the type who not retiring. I curve a bitch like indifference. You're a hoe, that's an inference. Is it refusal or just ignorance? I'ma pray for your deliverance, gang. Wait, but long term is my slang. You buying Mad 7, but I bought it when it's fang. You don't really got the juice, I don't even think you tang. How you gonna call it change when you and black I think the same? You really felt for misdirection. I really hope that you're reflecting, but you don't wanna talk about it. Kinda sound like ivermectin, yikes. Shouldn't say that, Bible where I lay at. Know they get in trouble, but survival how I play that. Do you know the difference between the Benz and a Maybach? You can say the same about this life, cause we the same, man. That's a lesson, very least the bar. I have never golfed, but I know they subpar. A lot of people talk, that don't mean they got the cards. Use your head, gotta be strong if the head is always hard. Damn, like that. Never had a loss that I didn't get back. 1, 4, 5, 5x, quick math. I'm just talking minimums, a different blackjack. But I learned, waited for my turn, bro. You would think it's crypto, the way they try to burn. Though they work but not pay, but they ain't on a furlough. I called it communion before I called it Merlot. Story of my life, I could write a book, but I'd rather show you live. So let it ride. Long time.
Long term.
Mumbai, my long term. Kumbaya, Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought.
Boom, boom.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Oh, dude, I hate it. Why, bro? These last 24 hours of soccer games have gotten more emotions out of me than anything. But not really, though. I was like, I don't know, man. I already knew, right? I gassed them up. I can't believe they just lost. I can't believe. And then America did so bad. Now I and then Meta, that one don't even count. But yeah, Meta's going up again. That would, if you took those 5%ers, they're literally up 500%. I was calling them out. I didn't want to go for them, but yeah, they went. I didn't think that news was good this time. Every other headline had a little bit more juice to it, but the fucking image generation, that's so 2023. But yeah. No, bro, that was crazy. I can't believe it. Sad, but I'm used to it though. Now I'm left with the Swiss. I got one team left. That's not even my real team. They got I wanted America. You know, I was born into Egypt, but and then I guess I'm marrying into Switzerland. But this is bullshit. This is bullshit, bro. One stolen goal, one stolen penalty, 2 free kicks. Yeah, I mean, I also think the Egyptians got a little... I'm Egyptian. I know how it goes. That's why. I think they thought they won at 83 minutes. Because I thought they won too. So I think that's what happens, is honestly. I think it's a good philo. It's a good lesson too, even for the markets. Well... I don't know. Maybe we could learn some from this, though. But yeah, I was gonna do it even before you asked. But yeah, I figured we might as well. So Let us begin.
Not to be cocky, but I work to get here. My name isn't Bronny. I am 5'6", but I still call her Shotty. I catch the dip, I do not catch a body.
So what Uncle is saying is that he made a lot of money. And the challenge of making such money, it is hard to control the ego. And it could inspire him to be cocky or overly confident. But he alludes to the fact that his performance was due to hard work, and he got there independently, not because of nepotism or any other advantages, alluding to the son of LeBron James. He worked to get there. He then goes on to describe his height being 5'6", and despite being such a short height, he still uses the colloquialism of shoddy for his girl to describe her, even though he would most likely be the short one. Oh, ZS? Bro, right when I ripped 2 of these today and they went up. He then goes on to mention that despite the popular phrase being catch a body, he does not condone that violence and instead catches buying the dip instead. Continuing.
If the money quick, I will probably be cautious. You lever too much if the move make you nauseous.
Very simple trading and money lesson. Uncle encourages listeners to be wary and skeptical if money is arriving quickly, as stretching large sums of money in a short amount of time is often impossible. He then goes on to mention that if the leverage that you put on gives you a physical feeling of nausea, that may be describing too large of a position, because most people do not get nauseous on positions that are not too big.
The difference between a rock and diamond is flawless. You don't say money, I find that appalling.
He then goes on to mention that the difference in opportunities is like a rock and a diamond. Although they are both hard objects and come from the ground, the difference is clear and flawless. Opportunity is clear. Then he ends it with a very simple phrase which does not need any explanation. If you do not save money, he finds that appalling.
Never been in battle, but I got a war chest. I believe in God, I don't make poor bets. Ask Pascal the wager and I'll tell you I'm legit.
Oh yeah, what are you saying?
Poor bets, ask make poor bet or chest. Never been in battle.
Oh, never been in battle. But he has a war chest. He is using the metaphor of a war chest, again, despite never going to war himself. Uncle walks around with a war chest, which is a financial term of investable cash ready to deploy in any event. That is his war chest. He then goes on to say he believes in God because he does not make poor bets. He then says if you do not believe him, ask Pascal to make a bet with you, and he will confirm that Uncle answers and his beliefs are legitimate, referring to the old ancient allegory of Pascal's wager, where he says it is foolish even for an atheist to not bet on God. And if you take the idea of God and treat it like a gamble, the best gamble is betting on God.
But I got a war chest. I believe in God, I don't make poor bets. Ask Pascal the wager and I'll tell you I'm legit. Sometimes you feed the haters because the haters make you rich.
Sometimes you feed the haters because the haters make you rich. I.e., despite negative interactions and people who would not like him for many reasons, they actually end up supporting him in the back end and create some of the best followers and supporters. Because if you can't prove them wrong, you will join them.
On everything, my words could change your life. How you so stubborn when you never got it right? Admitting that you're wrong is the hard.
He says, betting everything, very confident that simple words can change your life. He then goes on to ask how one could remain so stubborn without any evidence of actually having success on those beliefs.
Hardest thing to fight, right? Admitting that you're wrong.
He then goes on to quote the Bible verse of admitting that you're wrong is the hardest thing to fight. Because you do not want your darkness to be confused with light and lightness to be confused with darkness. for that would be a very, very deep hole, as the Bible explains.
Wrong is the hardest thing to fight, but it's a pretty deep hole if you think dark's light. Save time, let's get right into it. It's still the truth, even if I am a hypocrite.
Uncle, for the sake of efficiency, then begins to say we should save time, avoid all of the banter back and forth, and get directly to the point. If something is truthful, even if the messenger is hypocritical, it does not change the actual objective truth.
Blood on their hands, but they tell you that they're innocent, that's why I don't.
Then people with blood on their hands, clearly guilty, will then start to accuse people of other things, even though they are the innocent ones. And Uncle just says simply he will wait till the final verdict and judgment before coming to any conclusion, and at the very least before saying he was the good one.
Don't act, I'm just waiting on my sentencing. So judge that. Balance sheet Biden, they really not black.
He then says you should judge that as a double entendre for how people are judging things. He then says balance sheet Biden, they really not black. In talking trash to people claiming they have money, Uncle is saying that their balance sheet is like the quote from Joe Biden, where he said, "You're not black if you vote for me." But Uncle was saying that their balance sheet is not in the black, aka profitability, and that's why he gave the Biden quote.
They don't really got cash.
He's saying they don't really have cash. And if you did not understand the accounting behind that line, you would probably assume that line was racist and you would not laugh at it.
No accounting, you won't laugh at that. They can't match my swag.
He then says after a joke like that, it is hard to match that impressive swag of all of these double entendres.
Intellectual, and I bought some property.
He goes on to give the reasoning of him being intellectual while also owning property and making the other double entendre to his intellectual property.
Told them be themselves, but some of them just cop.
He then instructed people to be themselves, and even though he likes ironic comedy, he does find it ironically funny how some people chose to not be themselves and copy instead.
Me, I'm really not mad. I enjoy all types of comedy, even if it's irony. How y'all still trying me? That sounds tiring.
He then says, how are you still continuing to try Uncle with all of your ho shit? He says it sounds tiring, for Uncle has been extremely consistent day in and day out for a very long time, and alludes to you needing a lot of stamina to do so.
Pull up in a brand new, damn, that's inspiring.
Uncle will then pull up in a brand new damn that is inspiring, insinuating that the vehicle he is driving will get the reaction out of people that says, damn, that is inspiring.
Your ground, but understand that I'm firing. You grinder guys, I'm the type who not retiring.
He then says you could stand your ground like stand your ground laws, but understand he is going to say what he needs to say, regardless of any threat, violence, or consequence. He then goes on to refer to these other people who do not do such things as grinder guys, the ones who use the gay dating app Grindr, and not the people who work really hard like somebody who grinds 24/7.
Curve a bitch like indifference.
He then goes on to say he will curve all of these hoes, referring to females and men who act like females, and he will curve them, meaning ignore, but also using the double entendre of the indifference curve, referencing economics and economic activity and behavior.
You're a hoe, that's an inference.
He then goes on to make an inference that they are a hoe, and it is an inference because sometimes he could only read what they are saying.
Is it refusal or just ignorance?
He wants to know why errors are being made and asks, are you refusing to follow the rule, or do you simply not know about it?
I'm gonna pray for your deliverance.
Regardless of your answer, he will continue to pray that you are delivered from this confusion and lack of clarity.
Gang, wait, the long term is my slang.
He ends it by saying gang, but then quickly corrects himself, realizing that is not his usual lingo, and instead he is often known for saying long term.
I'm at 7, but I bought it when it's fat.
He goes on to explain his history of purchasing some of the best stocks at some of the lowest valuations in the last 10 to 20 years, and they called it a different name. And these people don't even have the juice because they cannot even be compared to concentrate or fake juice because they are buying something that is old as if it is new. But he was buying it when it was new and nobody knew about it.
Man, you don't really got the juice. I don't even think you tang. How you gonna call it change when you and black I think the same?
He then goes on to wonder how you can align with the biggest shareholder in the world, who's aligned with capitalism and many, many other atrocities, how you could align with their views and still believe that you are truly progressive.
You really fell for misdirection. I really hope that you're reflecting.
You did truly fall for misdirection. As they looked one way and smiled, they were stabbing you on the other side. He does hope that you reflect on what has happened both in the short term and the long term and make a good decision. However, most people do not want to talk about it, like COVID remedies, because you would either get banned, punished, or ridiculed.
But you don't want to talk about it. Kinda sound like ivermectin. Yikes. Shouldn't say that.
Acknowledging this harsh reality of COVID and how people were treated, Uncle says yikes. He probably shouldn't have said that. However, there is a Bible where he goes to bed at every night. So he is not afraid of man. And he knows that these people are getting tribal, but he understands the human instincts of survival and how to get around it and deal with people.
Bible where I lay at. Know they get in trouble, but survival how I play that. Do you know the difference between the Benz and a Maybach? You can say the same about this life, cause we the same, man.
He then goes on to ask the listener if they understand the difference between a Mercedes S-Class and a Mercedes Maybach. Despite over 100 to 200% price increase in the two vehicles, they are exactly the same.
That's a lesson.
And that is a lot like life and people.
Very least the bar. I have never golfed, but I know they
He
sell
does not
par.
golf, but he knows some of what these people are claiming is subpar.
People talk, that don't mean they got the cards. Use your head, gotta be strong if the head is always hard.
This was a little too long, bro. These songs, but that's another one for today. If you have any requests, I don't know if there's any other songs that might need your clarification, but there's some bars in there, bro. There's some, I don't know. You may not have got them the first time, but there's very deep songs from Uncle. I don't even know what he means sometimes too. So that's the crazy part. It could be deeper than that. Yeah, bro, those metas hit, dude. Me. Oh, Cece? Thank you to the heroes of the national football team and honorable performance, unprecedented accomplishment. We're proud of you. I'd be much prouder if you did not lose. But I can't believe it. I can't. These soccer games, dude. That's good. I mean, there's some good musical analysis. There's some good lines in there. That's what I was telling y'all, bro. I was trying to tell y'all, if you are really just starting out, some of you just might go to Spotify and just go through all of Uncle Answers. You might not even get it the first time, but you'll learn something. I'm telling you. I think it'll just write down whatever you don't understand and Investopedia it. I did watch the Egypt game. I had it on. I had it on during Philo. I had it on another screen. I just thought they were going to coast in. Everyone did. That was the crazy part. When the 3 month on the low, that's when you don't buy that dip. Damn. So what I'm gonna do? Break it in two. Feast in the famine. The cycle ain't new. But that's just a view. It could be 08. Yeah, it could be 02. Could be a plot and it could be a coup. Either way, I know that I'm gonna get through. Because I got the patience and I got the tools. Oh, I'm playing patience, then I make a move. So, amen. I'm telling you, it's a banger. Pixar old? I don't see it going across. I don't think any. I mean, none of these headlines. Again, that Meta one, that Meta move shit. Uber started going, but yeah, ever since that, we've been the spy and the little chip dynamic. I haven't really seen anything too reactive, but there's a couple of things moving, but just kind of on their own timing. Chippy day, choppy day, just rotation, man. The great rotation for sure. It's not even there. I mean, I think we have a lot more to see. That's why we'll see how it all plays out. But yeah, it's kind of wild. Court. You want freestyle? Yo, I'm a gangster. I'm a straight up G. The gangster life is the life for me. Shooting people by day, selling drugs by night. Being a gangster is hella tight. I walk around town with Does anybody know that song? I don't know, man. I don't know if y'all remember that one. That was back in the day, bro. I used to watch the Halo music video to that. You know that? I would watch a Halo music video where they would take that song and then they would make a video with Halo characters. Man. O'Reilly. Long-term parts. Man, I think the Fed will end up being more dovish, but I don't know how long that's going to take and how well it'll play out. But also, too, I just think this reaction function is probably going to be more important than all of it. You know, if they actually change everything and really change it, then yeah, it'll be kind of crazy. CD dubs. I think goes well next summer hot. Well, yeah, I mean, rents have came down in some areas. It's actually, dude, you know what? Do you want to know the thing no one's talking about right now? I have something in real estate that people are not talking about enough. It's kind of like exciting, but it's also like it's obvious too though. It should make a lot of sense. But yeah, it's there's something exciting and weird happening in an area, a pocket of real estate. There's an area in America right now that is actually heating up pretty fucking hot. And it's not that area I was going to share with you guys. It's somewhere, but it makes a lot of sense. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? There's somewhere growing right now in real estate at a very fast pace. Rents are going up, prices are starting to go up, and it's actually getting It's starting to like wake up, and it kind of makes sense why. Does anybody know where I'm talking about? Do 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 do. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Where is it? And the answer for the Daily Double, Tyree, with the answer, San Francisco. Duh. AI and tech. Dude, San Fran's starting to boom again. Believe it or not. This data actually came out this morning. San Francisco, 10.6% year over year in rents. That's crazy. That's literally the highest in America. No other place of rent is going up 10% right now. But yeah, 10%, San Jose 6.1, Oakland 3.4. And then again, New York City's at 3.2. These are just for rents. But yeah, San Fran. So San Fran, you've been starting to get a couple more bidding wars. But yeah, it's just like both that building stuff with the mayor, and then now all this AI money, bro. All these IPOs, all these people in tech. And some people are even buying. Again, there's even tech bros. They like their real estate with some AI themes. But yeah, I mean, all of the money coming into tech in San Francisco, it's starting to spread a little bit to the real estate. So that's the first like sign of life I've seen in a non-cheap area. Again, New Jersey, that's just because of supply, that chilled out. And then any other place that's like still good, their properties are just extremely cheap. But yeah, like California, San Fran's already like really expensive, but yeah, that's actually going up. CVU, $69 million award on $68 million market cap. CPI AirG? What is this? It looks a liquid, but yeah, Silicon Valley pretty much. But like the city. So again, wherever these people are going for tech, wherever they put up fucking AI billboards, the real estate is going up. AKA San Francisco, the city. Again, that's why Oakland was cheap, but Oakland came down a lot. I was saying that last year, even beginning of this year, a couple months ago, I was telling you guys, like, Oakland came down a lot. So there's people trying to buy condos out there. I was like, dude, if you want to live out there, you could get a Oakland property for the same price as like 4 or 5 years ago, which again, they boomed first, but yeah, and then just San Fran in general is starting to come up. If they cut, wouldn't that strengthen the dollar? No. So the next move in Japan, I mean, it would strengthen the yen. Remember, they don't want the yen weakness with kind of how they're doing things. And then that's what happened in 2024, is that the yen, that's what fucked everybody up, is if the yen strengthens, not weakens. But like I said, I wouldn't hang on to it too much. But I'm keeping it on watch. Like we said, we'll just see if any of the rumors come into play. But I'm expecting the dollar to decline if that happened. So I don't think we would get a weaker Japanese yen. I think that's what they're trying to stop. They're trying to stop that doom loop. Is it sustainable? I don't know. I think it's sustainable. It's like a double negative. You're asking about sustainability in houses, but like houses offer sustainability. I know I'm probably sound like a real pothead, or I've been on Wall Street too long, one or the other. But the whole point I'm trying to say is that real estate has kind of been quote-unquote unsustainable for a while now. But then again, my favorite example is that I used to say that with real estate. I used to say unsustainable, I was like, is this sustainable? And then this place called Canada. And then Canada bubbled up for the next like 12 years. And then I stopped wondering about that. And then that's where it's like, just make your money on the buy. I think if you overpay, high interest, high price, you get screwed. But it all comes down to, relative value, land location. And like, again, if you're buying something that's actually intrinsically valuable. But yeah, it's hard to say what's sustainable or not with some of these real estate trends, especially when we just have historical examples of things kind of staying up and just kind of being in their own little world, depending on what happens. And San Francisco is one of those. San Francisco, as money pours into tech, that literally dictates the boom and bust there. Literally, last time tech and real estate, San Fran, Oakland, they led the way before everybody else. But the thing that they had going on was SaaS. Again, think Salesforce got a big tower, the rise of SaaS, cloud, that, again, that unlocked a lot of money, IPOs and value there. And then when things slowed down, it slowed it down there as well, too. Not to mention the other politics and whatnot. Oh, and did you guys see that the other day? Oh, do you guys remember I told you? Remember I gave you my controversial topic? Because I explained this to my girlfriend, even my mom, because my mom was even asking me too. She was like, how come oil is up, gas is up, and we don't have inflation the same way? Last time gas and other things. I said this a couple months ago, and I told you, I said, unfortunately, I say this answer not politically. I say this answer economically. Just demand. It was fucking 20, 30 million extra people. That has a fucking huge impact on everything for prices in the economy. It's a lot of people, right? So, yeah, the Fed put out a paper. I forgot, was it Dallas? I think it was Texas Fed. I think it was Dallas Regional Fed. They put out a report yesterday, and they pretty much highlighted how the biggest cause of real estate inflation and real estate prices, when they look at it for the last like 20 to 40 years, they pretty much blame the immigration. So yeah, even the Fed is now acknowledging this idea. At least some regional Feds, they're putting out full-blown papers on this topic now, and they're just showing the data, the influx, and how other times in the past, we've had money supply and inflation, but you've never seen what happened with real estate. The outlier is truly 20, 30 million extra people, and kind of what that did from first order effects to second order, and how that spread through the economy. But ultimately, real estate, sticky prices, big price increases. I mean, just again, the amount of people and then some of the sketchy lending activity that created a monster. And I say that in this topic because, like I'm saying, some places in Cali and, SoCal, they're NorCal. San Fran was more boom and bust of tech, but SoCal was all because of immigration. Again, Texas, immigration, even Miami to a certain degree. So it's like those are other areas that they've had a much different time. And that's why, San Fran, as of late, while everyone's still kind of, working their way through this, this immigration effect in the prices and the stickiness, we look over to San Fran. That's the one area. And then again, it's like that real estate is kind of starting to tack on to the stock bubble, essentially, because it's all based around the money being generated in jobs around AI and in San Fran and tech. O'Reilly. So build more houses. It's hard. Easier said than done. Not only one is city planning, the can you handle that amount of people? But then, like, I'm not the biggest environment guy, but, like, the, like, groundwater and shit, like, you could only build in so many places. That's the reality of it. Like, dude, I went there a couple weeks ago, and I've talked about this place a lot. Is there anybody here from Temecula? Where my fucking dirt bikers at? Where my fucking from dirt bikes to wine flights? And we got anybody in Temecula in the house? Anybody? You guys know Temecula. We've talked about Marietta. We've talked about the Inland Empire, Hemet. That's the last time. You know, this is kind of around there. Mm-hmm. You got one in Temec? Okay, don't get mad at me. Okay, don't get mad at me, okay? Listen, I actually like Temecula a lot, but I fucking hate that place. You know why? Because of this build-out thing. I think Temecula is such a beautiful place, but that was a place where you're like, why not just build more houses? Guess what? They did that in Temecula, and this place is just like, it's completely just different from what it was. It can't handle that many people. So I went through there a couple weeks ago, dude, and I was shocked because we got a bunch of houses out there back in the day. That was again, all the Inland Empire. I was a big fan of it like 10, 15 years ago when it was really cheap. But yeah, they kept building and they kept building. And then now I think Temecula's ran out of places to build. So there's like literally everywhere else now in Temecula, I think there's only one land plot available, like one development left. Everything else has been fully developed. You can't, without touching protected land, some of it you might be able to. Everything else, it affects how the fucking water flows. It affects how the traffic, like Temecula has flooding mixed in with now too many people. But yeah, no, it's all because of building. So they built a lot of homes in this place, but Temecula was like a small town. And now it has, I think the population, I could probably pull the metrics. I want to say the population doubled in the last 5 years, because I'm telling you, bro, they fucking built that thing to infinity, but there's like way more houses than road. There's more houses than drainage runoff. There's more houses than anything except for people. And it's actually kind of insane how like it turned like a little town into this thing. U.S. is revoking Iran general license. Hot dog. Amended license revocation for wind down of June 21st authorization. Hold on, they posted something on there. Yeah, they posted it on their Twitter. Where'd it go? I don't know if it was normal or not, but that's why oil's popping. So we just removed, or we amended it, of June 21st authorization of Iran crude. Interesting. So it was authorized for on June 21st. I don't know if it was a planned wind down or if they said they're amending it, but that could be a sign that they're limiting pretty much Iran selling. So that could either be an escalation or not, but negotiators continue to work in good faith towards final deal. Yeah, I do hang with my girlfriend's mom. It'll be met with consequences. So yeah, that's your little response by the U.S. I'm trying to get the full statement. July 7th. Huh. I don't know. I didn't see. I don't know how often they do that. I'm going through the Treasury website. I didn't see this. Treasury calls for large position reports. So anybody who has more than $8.4 billion in treasuries, they need to submit a form to the Treasury. I had to do this one back in the day on the flash crash, but that's just for treasuries, and then $8 billion is the minimum value. But yeah, we're going down again. You just got that Iran headline, or again, it was from the U.S. No, that's all off the headline. So I put out a stream alert explaining it. Again, I wouldn't be too dramatic. It's definitely an escalation. You know, first part of this morning, we had the, what's it called? You had the, you know, you heard about the ships getting attacked, the UK MTO. Again, we did this 2 weeks ago. And then now you have the U.S. responding. The fact remember, last time U.S. didn't do anything, and we just kind of let it slide. This time, we now gave a reaction. So it's a little bit of escalation. Kind of new, but not really. I mean, we are familiar with what the Treasury's been doing, but this is just, again, I think getting people on the idea of maybe we got a couple more speed bumps still with Iran. But like I said, I'm not, I'm biased on this one. Yeah, again, BNO too. Again, literally Brent. See, that's the thing. If you do get more of a war reaction, all of your little rotations are going to change. But that's what I'm saying. I don't think we're really committed to that. Like I said, I think you need a nuke or something. That's the only way I'm getting back into reacting to this $70 oil after this last 3 months. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Not bad, though, but power hour in 7 minutes. We're either going to brush this off or go lower, and at least you'll decline, but if we brush it off, I mean, again, could be 7 hours to nowhere, or now we get a little bit of a freak out on the side. Yeah. Well, like I was saying, just, yeah, the build out. I wanted to see that demographic stuff, though, on your boy Tamek. But yeah, that was one of those places that got built out. But then to the contrary, you go look at like Hemet. Hemet's cheap, and they have not built out anything there. Like Hemet is, that's why I think Hemet's kind of funny. Because it's just not, you have everything. You have both space. you actually have everything there. Where is it? Where's my real estate? Hemet, man, is just not. I told you it was an interesting place. But that was one of those, like I said, I mean, even at the time when we were buying Marietta, Temecula, and all those other areas, I really liked Hemet, but like Hemet was cheaper, and then it still stayed cheap, though. That is still the last, like, they went up from a couple years ago, but it's just like Hemet doesn't have the same, it does not have the same, like, demand, jobs, even though, like we had this talk the other day, bro. It's just crazy because, like, Bakersfield, in fucking Baker, California, Victorville. We're talking 4 hours in the middle of California, and those have had better price increases and better job opportunities than Hemet, California. That's why I'm like, that's insane. You know that? That is insane. Housing. You know, real estate did pop off, though. Like, low-key, a couple of hot areas, you got some, but then Denver did terrible, Detroit, Minneapolis, and Seattle. And Dallas is kind of struggling. Oh, yeah, and oil still, again, you have that one headline. And then FCC Commission rejects request by digital system to provide comms services, citing Chinese ownership. Devin, it's all energy plays on the high. Oh, nice. Palmdale, Lancaster. Those places are up. That's what I'm telling you. There's a lot of these other places in Cali that have almost everywhere's done better than Hemet. But that's why it's a fascinating. I would honestly want to research Hemet. You know that? Like, I would want to go there, and I would love to just figure. We should make a documentary and study it, because I'm telling you, it's truly fascinating how it has both done everything and nothing at the same time. But then you compare it to other places that is just like, yeah, man, it should be very different. It really, really should. No, I'm saying I could probably just AI it. My real estate. I'm trying to see. I want to, because I straight up, I think just Temecula's the example of overbuilt to the point where, again, their values are good, but that Temecula, I think, is the perfect example of like why you cannot build to infinity. But yeah, my numbers aren't showing up on there, but I'm pretty sure it doubled in terms of like literal population. I think at one point a couple years ago, maybe 5-10 years ago, Temecula probably had maybe a third of the people that exist there today. And then you go back 20 years. I mean, again, this was like a little small farm country town. It was like a western place. I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, oil 71. I mean, from the beginning of the day, we're talking $2, but that's what I'm saying. Just imagine the days you would go 69 to 71 in one candle. So you're getting the little freak out here. I think it's driving up energy. You're moving around a couple of things that got slowed down off of it. I don't think you're getting staples and other things reacting, but yeah, just a little war drama in the middle of the Great Rotation. Yeah, bro, the 30-year went back above 5 again. So I'm saying the rates, bro, just a couple days ago, rates were looking fucking great. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't, and then I don't know what happened here. Again, like I'm telling you, even into Kevin Warsh, like, dude, the yields were a lot lower, but I think you're getting back now to break even from when Kevin Warsh first came on. Again, low ticker is picking up. Caesars, I mean, again, the Caesars already bought out unless they're taking another offer. Check. Caesars is popping. So again, if they rejected it and go to a bidding war, there will be a play. But if there's no bidding war, that don't get scammed on those. I see gaming numbers. Chip industry faces shortage of up to 157,000 jobs by 2030. Gold dumping. I think the dollar might be climbing. Yeah. All of them. Where's Bitcoin? Yeah, again, the war headlines, you got a little bit of risk off. Like I'm telling you, though, again, do you guys remember when we would go 69 to 71 in like 2 minutes? So all day is what happened here on oil, but yeah, I don't know. I still, just unfortunately, I think it's a little thing to react to, but here quickly, gone quickly. And then what time? Power hour, 12:02. Semi-industry, McKinsey, chip industry faces shortage. Why call power hour? Because most of the volume, the biggest amount of volume throughout every trading day, they arrive in the first hour and a half and last 1 hour and a half of the day. So the opening and power hour. What was it? Again, I don't see anything on Caesar. I'm just checking the other rotation. Again, IGV came down. Cyber, they're still green. The chips came down, but everything moved in tandem on the Iran headline. So we went from great. I still think the rotation was still in progress, and you got this. But yeah, you got this kind of little hiccup from the Iran headline. Only place you could afford with Hemet. I mean, like I said, I like Hemet's affordability. It's just Hemet is one of the lagging areas in California, but it just Hemet real estate does not go up as much. So there's still cheap, affordable single-family homes, but it's just like the job opportunities and kind of like the local area. They're just the economy around it and reasons to be in Hemet have been lacking. Like again, other places like Inland Empire, you go north, San Bernardino, go south, Temecula, they have their own little industries and then commuting and all there. Again, go east to Baker and all of that, they have trucking, warehousing, they have all the jobs in between, related to moving between Cali and Nevada. So Hemet is just a weird place in terms of it's cheap, but it's cheap for a reason, and it, even though it has appreciated, it has lagged a lot of its American or California peers, and it's just because I think this weird social economic situation going on there that has been going on there. We ran up big. Yeah, it was. Remember, it was like the. Well, a lot happened. It was like 621. So we were right here actually, when we're about the same price actually, and then we dropped and went up. But it was like even the middle. Do you remember? You know, before, right before, it was like a month ago, when we started really taking this last peace deal seriously, and then if you remember, I think this was around the time. I think it was like a week later, when they cut off, when they returned on the internet. And that's when I think they gave the licenses. I think a week after Iran turned on the internet, that's when the Treasury was like, yeah, we'll let you sell more oil now. You know, this kind of started to get the deal in place. But that's what I was telling you, is that's kind of even a couple weeks ago where I started to feel a certain way, was when the Iranians turned on their internet. I think that kind of gave away, you know, how they were feeling about it all. Hemet has a rare KFC buffet. Gold and silver plummeting. A KFC buffet? Stop it. I would love it. I would go down to Hemet to try that. Maybe that could change their whole real estate. Why don't we do that? Do you guys want to? Why don't we all just buy a house in Hemet? How about we all buy houses in Hemet, and then we just hype it up? That's it. We just go around and we're like, yo, dog, KFC buffet, spring break, Hemet, you got it. That's the place to be. Like, why don't we just act like it's cool? Like, you see what I'm saying? Because if it has a reason to go, that's all it'll be, right? Then people start fucking getting Airbnbs, bro, just so they could go to the KFC buffet. Because I would go to a KFC buffet. That sounds very fascinating. Yeah, pump and dump an entire city. Yes. I never tried it. I don't know I don't know if you can pump and dump real estate like that. But, you know, I do think that we could make a viral TikTok, and some places have gone up because of that. So, like, what area was it? There was one, like, national park. Oh, Joshua Tree, but there was another one. Zion. There's one more, too. One little small one. And it popped up because of that. Literally, cheap real estate, didn't do anything. And then just went viral for people to travel and go out there. And then, yeah, it doubled up all the prices. All right, still going lower, man. Oil up, like I'm saying, weird rotation. We are back to, I mean, give or take, even the headline. I mean, the irony of all of it, June 21st, this is when we gave the light. You were literally at the same price. I would argue the candles look almost exactly the same. But yeah, this is when we did those licensing, so I wish there was more to it. And then was that Kevin? When was Kevin? Kevin! Phelan? No. Phelan, California? Oh, I've heard of this. Yeah, I don't. Why is she moving out there? That's outside of Victorville. So yeah, it's in the middle of fucking nowhere. But Victorville is hot. I don't know why. Victorville has just popped off, dude. But again, that's because of the jobs and everything in between there. So I don't know if they're gonna buy a house. I mean, see if she could go to Victorville. But then again, I mean, this is just this is near kind of there, the mountain area. But yeah, I don't know much about it. I know about Victorville. So yeah, it sounds familiar. I've probably driven by it. That's Sky Q. Isn't that SpaceX? Why are we talking about terrible California locations to live? Calm down, baby girl. They're not. You don't have to live in them. These are investments. But yeah, someone just asked me about Hemet again. But these are what I love. So, you know, that's the thing when it comes to real estate. Like, these places, even though someone's going to live in them, I'm not thinking about living in them. You know, and that's the whole idea. You know, you want the best house in the best location. That is how you'll do very, very well. But also, too, at the same time, you know, there's you want to look at it from a sense of there's opportunity in some of these things. You know, it may not be where you're gonna live, and you don't have to live there. But you know, sometimes they could be good investments, and there's other things driving them. And I do think, I mean, this is how I got started with stuff. I mean, it's you start with what you can afford, but then if where you live is too expensive, you start moving out. And then again, even if you have enough money, if you're looking for opportunity, you start looking out. These are the areas that I've always said, you know, one thing every single one of you could do when it comes down to looking for a house, if where you live is too expensive, go find that one city right outside that's still cheaper and then kind of on the rise. You know, that's one of the age-old strategies here of real estate and pushing things out. Bro, SPY 749 to 746.66. So yeah, I mean, that little rally from Nvidia a couple hours ago just got wiped. Or you're about to give up all of it back near the low of the day. Oil's at 70. Look. So look, bro, this is $2. That's $2 in that time frame. You did $2 for like most of the day up until there. Do you guys see what I'm saying? You literally, this is 69 to 71. $2 all day. That's $2 in 30 minutes. That's why I'm like, I don't know. Just don't. I know you're used to seeing oil up, stocks down, and some of that dynamic, but don't forget what the hell you just came out of. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are just, remember, we would see like $2 in a second on some of these plays. This was robbery. I know. You sound like my dad right now. My dad in the group chat is going crazy. Egypt should have won. The referee was Argentina. I can't believe it happening. Even in America, terrible referee. I can't believe it. I can't believe it because they paid this referee a lot of money. He took Argentina's side because he doesn't want Argentina to lose the game in front of the whole world. Egypt is a champion. The goal, he canceled the foul, was away from the goal. You would see that in the news, the soccer rules. If the foul was away from a goal, he cannot cancel the goal. He doesn't have a right to review his goal. The referee sound from Argentina. I read that verbatim. So yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you. I got the Egyptians in the chat. I got the Egyptians in my family. I feel I'm just, you know, I've taken many losses in this life, you guys. You know, I told you, I don't expect much, even though I did expect us to win after we were up by 2-0. But yeah, bro, the corruption, the rigged, it doesn't shock me anymore. But you know, we must continue. We must continue. I know he does have a point. I don't know why they called back that other goal, but you know, I'm gonna try not to get too sad, bro. Yeah, I don't know, though. You guys say FIFA rigs it all, and I'm sure they do, but at the same time, like, see, maybe I'm just too much of a producer. Because yesterday, bro, if we were going to rig anything, you should have had America 1, Belgium 3, right? And then, boom, America come back last 15 minutes. And, dog, do you realize what great of a fucking Disney movie that would be? If y'all, that's what I'm saying, bro. You know how many licensing deals Team America, and if we had the America come back, you're down by 3, then the ultimate, we come together and put in like some good moral message, bro. You would have had that would have been the best Disney movie, but that didn't happen. I would say that would have been big money. I would have said we should have rigged America to come back, and then that would have been licensing, merch, you name it, bro. A movie deal, all of it. But nah. The Egyptian guy at the gas station was fuming. I know, dude. Today's a sad day. It really is. Honestly, you know who the real loser is of Egypt losing the World Cup? Some of you should rejoice. The real loser today is beautiful and ugly women around the world. You know why? Because after that Egypt loss, for at least 24 hours, that Egyptian who's been going up to your girl saying, "You look so beautiful today. You are so beautiful. Wow." He's not going to say that today. He's too sad. He is too sad over that game. So, rejoice, I guess, but that's what I'm saying. But ladies, you know what I'm saying, that Egyptian who's been calling you beautiful, he's not calling you beautiful today. He's going to be too distraught to tell you how lovely you look. But other than that, man, yeah, it's sad, bro. Sad. All right, you're entering, I wouldn't call it panic zone, but the fact you're hitting the low off of this is not good. But then, did we already fill the gap this morning or no? Kind of. You did like a ghetto gap fill. You wicked into it. But technically, 744, you'll panic at 745-ish. 745.50 to 25, and then 744. And then if you go below there, then we'll talk about it. Just a bad Iran headline. I mean, that was the most escalatory Iran headline in the last couple of weeks, like 2 weeks. Just again, last time Iran did something, we kind of ignored it. And remember, people were worried about the ceasefire ending. America hasn't responded to any of it. So the Treasury announcing those removals of the waivers, that's like a economic response, but it's like finally they've done something that has made America finally be willing to, get out of this "the war's already over" phase. But let's see. I mean, only 40 minutes again. We're going to wake up to some other things that whatever happens in terms of, again, earnings. Or actually, there's not much. I think we're going to have a little 2-3 day delay until you get the SK Hynix stuff, too. Pakistan aircraft observe radar rapidly descending. K2 Airways? Huh? Is that commercial? Hopefully not. You might have, I don't know, that could be a commercial aircraft. You might even have a Pakistani plane going down. like Trump's hands are tied. This is what I've been trying to communicate. Just, I would not get too involved with these headlines and jump to bigger conclusions in terms of their importance. And what I mean by that is, like I'm saying, like, just remember little headlines, like a little Aragachi or Golubov or whatever it was going to be. That would be, that would move us like $4, $2 in a minute. So we're getting a reaction. We're talking about it, but that's just, anything beyond this is assuming something else happens and something else needs to happen. And then that something needs to happen that actually, you know, we're going to go in steps of this if it's going to degrade. But it's not like, just a lot of times, even in the last couple weeks, we're like getting something and then just kind of overweighting it. And then especially at this time now where just, again, the market and other things have been way more sensitive to this. So at least for now. But like I'm saying, if this situation does degrade, that'd take time, and then I'd be more inclined to agree with you. But for now, I am still in the, I don't care, any war headlines. If you want to sell a stock on a war headline, yo, you be my guest, okay? That's your prerogative. You get what I'm saying? If you want to sell anything off a war headline, you are more than welcome to. Me personally, I'm not doing shit off of that. Again, we may gamble on it, but like I'm saying, in general, I don't think these little war headlines are going to dislodge, you know, certain investors out of the market right now. And I don't think they should. More oil on the high. Is the farm meetup happening? You want to put in work? We have a month to decide if y'all include girls. Is that a threat? Is this a demand letter? But I'm down. I don't think, like I said, last time was the first time, and we were a little bit hesitant on it, but I mean, it's going to be up to you. I mean, if you are a girl and you want to come to the meetup, you are more than welcome to. It's going to be 90% men, but it's just whatever you're comfortable with. I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to discriminate. But that being said, like I said, our only problem, I think September 7th, Labor Day, I'm down for a meetup at the farm. So we got some time to lead into it, but here's the problem. When it comes time to sign up or get on the list for it, this is the problem. There's only going to be room for 20 people because we cannot go above that limit. But then again, though, dude, my dad had people over for his little church thing, and my dad had like 40 church people over. And I'm like, dog, I'm like, how come we can't do that with the city would find the fuck out of me, okay? But they, you know, unless we want to do it at a church, or if I get the church involved, I don't know how they get away with it, bro. Because they did like 40 people at the crib, and I was like, I don't know how, but maybe I just follow some of these rules too much because the city and their iron fist. But either way, long story short, 20 people max, and then just like last time, it is going to be very dependent upon following rules and a background check. But more importantly, the thing where a lot of people messed up last time was following the rules. So we're going to do a video. I'm going to explain the sign-up process, but if you cannot follow the rules accurately and correctly, unfortunately, you will not be able to come. So if you want to take off work and all that, that's what I'm saying is the only issue is that there will only be 20 spots, and I will be religiously enforcing the rules because that's just a good way to like weed it out. I'm telling you, just if you can't follow simple instructions, it's just you know, it chills things out. You know, it's so much easier. But yeah, that's how it is. We'll do part of it will be virtual. I don't think all of it, because that's the thing. I don't know. The cool part about being in person is I could tell you all of my crazy conspiracy theories without getting banned. And so, but no, it's cool to be there. I don't know. You could ask the guys who've met me. I don't know. I like in person. I really do, even though that may sound weird to you since I don't show my face. But this is also why I don't use my phone as much as you think. I don't like doing, I don't know. I like being in the moment. And if you're around people, I like spending, I don't want to be on the computer. I don't want to talk to the chat. I want to talk to the people I'm around. Right now, you guys are the only ones around me. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, yeah, if I'm in there with 10, 20 people, I'm going to want to spend time with them. But I think we'll go live for a little bit, for sure. Sleeping over? Yes. If you want to. That's the other thing we got to figure out. Those who want to do 2, who want to stay there. Last time, everyone stayed for the weekend. So that's it. They slept over. I didn't sleep there. I didn't know who was going to stab me or not. But I didn't want to force anybody out of they were going to give the short guy the big bed. And I'm like, come on, you guys. So yeah, I let them have the house to themselves. Somebody got the other unit to themselves. But yeah, they slept there the whole weekend. So it's up to you if you want to be there the whole weekend, or I don't know if we're going to do one day, but the last time it was a whole weekend affair. We are talking about, we're going to do September 7th. Labor Day. Is that September 7th? Yeah. So technically the 4th. The 4th or the 5th to the 7th, but that long weekend, so technically the 4th, that would be the weekend. How much is it going to be this time? It'll either be the same price as last time, $200, $300 a person, or it'll be free. So again, I talked with it. I'm gonna have this is what I think is gonna happen, and I don't know. You guys tell me. I think this would be a cool way for things to move forward. So hear me out. I like the farm. I like it now that it makes money. That makes my life a lot easier. But setting up the event and doing all of that work last time was a fuck ton of work. From transporting, again, even the money that I spent on it for the farm, the food, everything, and then the back and forth, the planning, all of that. I was like, dude, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of time. I think it was worth it, but yeah, it's a lot of effort. So that's why I was saying we've already had a group of people come there. And that's why the guys who came last time, they want to come again, and they're kind of down to manage it a little bit. So in my mind, I'm like, dude, why don't we just operate this like a frat? And I think, the founding fathers already went to the first one. And I think those guys are going to help me set up the second one, because now they know the logistics. You see what I'm saying? They've got to be there with me. That's what I'm saying. They know exactly what I'm talking about, of like, we got to move people. We got to do this, that. They understand it all. But then that's why some of them already reached out. Derek, a couple of the other guys, they said they want to be involved. So that's why I'm thinking, I'm like, hey, I could get this in motion, give you the dates. And that's why, too, it's like I could be at that weekend for sure. And we could do that. But I'm also saying, if you guys want to do every other weekend, every other month, I was like, if y'all are down to set it up and y'all are going to manage it and do all of it to a certain degree, and we can now have the one group goes, they get familiar with it. Now we get the second group, and now the second group, whoever wants to stay a part of that one. You see what I'm saying? And before you know it, we got a nice little clubhouse, but I do want it to operate smoothly and safely. Like I'm saying, the property's still secure. Nobody knows about it. Now it's generating money. We have all of it. And like I'm saying, if the slow season is the last couple of months, if someone could help me, or if I have the guys who already visit, if they start kind of getting, they want to do more with it and they could help operate it like that, I'm down to give you guys the thing for the final quarter. where pretty much if anybody could set it up, you could run an event, you could do whatever you would like. And that's why I was saying we could even do it for free to a certain point, because, yeah, I mean, we've already made money on it. Like I'm saying, not only do... Why is this happening? Am I back? Oh. Hello. Hello. Do you hear me? Hello, Jack. Can you hear me? Yo, dog, am I back? I think I'm back. Does anybody hear me? Hello? Dude. Come on. Oh, I just had to reload the chat. My shit, dude, I don't know what the fuck just happened there. Yeah. No, Mike, I had to switch it. It's gonna still be a little laggy. It went to my backup connection. So yeah, one of my fucking connections just totally went out on everything. We're back. I guess they don't want this cult meetup. I guess they don't like that idea. I think it's a good idea. Like I'm saying though, I'm patient. It took me many years to get that farm, and we've had many ideas. We've only had one meetup since we've got it, but like I'm telling you, you know, gradual, slow, steady, sustainable. Like I was telling you, man, it's just like we slowly build into it. I think it's nice. And like I'm saying, I wasn't expecting, you know, the guys from last time, you know, after, again, Derek said he's already talking with some of them. They're already down to get involved again. So I'm just like, yeah, dude, I think that'll make things a lot easier. And then if we want to do more. But like I'm saying, I'm open towards one of the ideas that I've had is that I'm open towards 3 months of doing whatever we want for the farm. Or if you want to do 3 months of all cult activities, we could do that. Or I don't know, or maybe just give it to the stream alerts guys. If any of you just want a free weekend or a free place, but then it's either you have to share it with people since there's so many of you, or yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to do it, but point is like if we could get it operating both safe, secure, kind of doing its thing, you know? I mean, we have time. If you have the energy, I mean, I have the place. So yeah, that's what I'm looking for. It's literally an hour to 2 hours from every major Southern California airport. Just depends on traffic. So just whether you're coming from San Diego or LA, shouldn't take more than an hour or two. Just again, all depends on the time of day. You want to host one for the women Chad, the Chadettes? Well, yeah, well, you got to go through it. That's what I was saying. Once you kind of see the property, go through it, even the setup, again, the background check all the way down to the transportation. Because that's what I'm saying. I know the first guys, they wanted to get involved. They got ideas, but they got to just see it and how it operated. And that was because that's the challenge with it. Because I was saying earlier, if I just post the address, this shit's solved. Easy, but then again, it becomes it changes a lot of the vibe so far of that place. I saw it as bare land. It kind of looks worse since when I bought it. There's more brush. So, but it's definitely more in the property. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. You might need that's what I say. Maybe we do a second weekend for those of you who want to work. That's it. Maybe we do that. Maybe week number 1. Maybe we do 2 weeks. Week number 1, that will have a fee if you want to come. Week number 2, I'll pay you. You see what I'm saying? I'll pay you the fee. Okay? And then you come and then you do you bring a shovel, you bring, I don't know, bring gloves, you know, and then we run some laps. Maybe that could be a better idea. I don't have leaps in any nuclear. Oh, does TE count? Yeah, man, get some work in. The ranch generate income, easy. Rentals, that's it. The OG real estate was good enough. Like I'm saying, I want to do the farming, and I was looking into planting all these things. I want the animals. I'm in the process. So actually, do you want to know what's crazy? This is what I found out. I was just talking with the manager about it because I was like, dude, I didn't know anything about this property when I bought it. You know what I'm saying? I simply bought it because of the equity, right? I knew there was equity. There's still equity in the property. That was still a great decision. But I didn't know how this thing was this market. I didn't know anything about seasonality, rentals, events, the long-term rentals, even short-term. I had no idea about how this area was going to perform. And again, it's in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, that after this, you know, it's been 12 months almost. Yeah, where we bought it in last July. I'm entering 12 months of it. But yeah, it's, dude, I think it is, I've learned a lot. And long story short, after seeing how this thing just rents to these events and even there's so much demand for it out there for just literal living, using corporate weddings, all these things. It was actually way higher than I thought, which was very strong. The licensing, that gave us a very strong advantage because there's lack of supply out there. So that gave us another one. But yeah, long story short, I got to see how this thing makes money, and I was way stronger hot season. I got to learn what the slow season was and kind of how things operate in that area. But I've been working on getting plans approved so that we could start building more out there. I want to change them now. Isn't that funny? So I had initial ideas that we were starting on. After seeing how this thing has generated money, I want to change my whole entire build plan with this whole property. Because now I know what the fuck is making this thing some good money. That's the crazy part. So, like, I don't want to build as much I want to build certain types of units on that property because there's certain types of units that are getting a fuck ton of demand, and dollar for dollar, it's making a lot more money. That's why I'm saying I could even rent out half of the shittier units, and that could help pay for it, and then we could just use the main unit for whatever the fuck we want. And that's what I'm saying is I wanted to build around the main unit. I think we should build around shittier, nothing leisure, sadly. As much as you guys want a basketball court, a tennis court, I wanted to build a spa. Fuck all of that. You know why? Does not make any money. Everything else will make us a fuck ton of money. Is what I've got to learn. And it's a very, very weird area. It's that's why I was like, it's kind of cool, man. Yeah, they don't. No, nothing. I'm telling. Even another big unit. So I was gonna do plans for like another 3,500 square foot home on the property. That would have been terrible. I'm gonna scrap that completely. I do need an interior designer. Are you one? Anybody know one? I'm calling some now. I'm even having the managers going about it too. But yeah, I want an interior designer. I just need someone to make it look non-Egyptian. Because I need to add a couple of things, but I need some feng shui. I know I need like a affordable one though. They all want me to pay like $5,000 initial fee. I pay you no initial fee. Come on, yalla. I have a couple idea. You make it look nice. I do. I wanted a Persian deal. Give me discount. Come on, brother. Our hot tubs, yeah. We have a hot tub in the main. I need to put a hot tub on the lower unit. I want to put a ghetto hot tub. I want to put the, like one of those cow buckets. And just, yeah, someone showed me something. There's a cheap way to do it. But they said just throw that on the ground out there. And then the people will love it. Yeah, dude, Microsoft and Google. Bro, they all, even all of your little rotation winners. Amazon sold off the high. Again, Cyber came down. Some of them did a little better, though. They were a little uglier. Again, Heli. This is earnings. But yeah, design. We need everything, though. I need exterior design, too. But that's the next thing, though. That's the thing beyond building, is that it's so crazy, especially for, like, events and any sort of rentals like that. I'm telling you that if we can make it look, that's our next upside with the farm. That's why I'm willing to spend money on it now. So think about it. The first year, I did it hella ghetto. I barely put any money into it. The furniture was a lot. It was probably like 15, 20 grand to furnish all of them. But it was still, I didn't want to overspend until I knew what the fuck was going to happen with the numbers and everything else. So now that I know, there's just like, dude, a little bit of design. That's why I'm telling you, I would spend money on design right now on the farm. As stupid as that, I hate design. This goes back to my staging, where it's like some stuff I think it's pointless, but at other times it's like, that's it. Because I'm telling you, just design in this case, if we put in money to now make this thing look aesthetic, to make it look pretty, I think we could double up the revenue. I think at least 30%. So that's what I did. I did it at one point a couple of months ago. I ran an experiment and I updated one of the units, like just cosmetically. I didn't do anything like crazy. And that led to a 50% increase in the revenue. And that's why I was like, dude, that's crazy. So, because again, we verified the demand is there. That's what I was saying. I didn't know what's going to be hot or cold. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's that's why now it's like, holy shit. Little design will go a long way. Again, that's why I was telling some of you where I'm like, yo, if you want to throw your wedding here, I'll hook you up. But most of your girls probably wouldn't want to get married there. It's not pretty. It's pretty for corporate. It's not wedding pretty yet. But if we could get it to like wedding pretty, I think we're pushing some very, very good returns on that one. And then what it's starting to look like is that we'll make all of our money from January to September, and then October to January is going to be slow. And then that's why it's if we could make all of our money in the first 9 months, then we just fucking, we could use it we could do whatever we want on the last 3. So right, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm explaining. We're just renting it, just making money off rentals. That's why, that's the crazy part about this property. We have 5 other ways we could make money. So like water, WTTR. Whoa. 2.9. Didn't you guys ask me about this the other day? Water. Oh, there's a 15 center. That's I got it at 7. I took it. Yeah, that's down 63 cents change close. I don't care. I'm taking that one. I didn't put a lot. They're cheap. Henry Koch Design. You're a designer. Wow. My budget, I'd want to spend 10 to 20 grand for 1 unit. But I don't want to spend that on the fee for the designer. That's what I'm saying. I even have some, because like I said, I did a sample on one of the other units. So I already had a very, like I got a little, you're going to get mad at what I'm going to say next. Are you ready? You guys want me to piss somebody off? But please work with me. I need a real designer. I'm not that big of a dickhead. Are you ready for it? You're going to get so mad when I tell you what I did. I used AI, and it was fucking amazing. Dog, I used AI, and I gave it to my girlfriend, and I said, hey, go play with this. Go make it pretty. I just took pictures of the unit. I had her play with it with AI, bro. I mean, she's a pretty girl. She knows design. You know what I'm saying? And, bro, that's it. I was like, dude, that looks dope. I said, go buy it now. I said, can you go do that? And then she said, yeah. And she just sent it all over. And then all I did was send somebody to install it. And, bro, it made a 50% difference. $2 billion to the buy side? Habibi. No, but dude, it helped a lot. But yeah, that's why I was saying it's just like the crazy part about this though is that, you know, we have all these things like if we had somebody, that's what I said, if one of you wants to go now at this point, if we keep renting out the unit, go park a RV, go live there, and then either go plant 10 acres of shit or go get animals and then raise them for a boarding fee, that's another source of revenue on that. And that's what I'm saying now. Just the rentals alone are bringing in enough to cover the high cost, which is amazing. So that's why I'm like, we still have 3-4 revenue verticals on this property that we haven't even tapped yet. But then again, they need more work, labor, capital commitment, all of these other things. That's why I'm saying it's just, I'm easing into it. Big project. I've never had anything like this, but got one of the first revenue challenges definitely in control now. And now we're starting to look beyond that. So, but yeah, it's like there's still many ways to generate income out of this property. But for now, pure real estate, dude. Just pure rent. Just renting it out. People pay you to use it, to sleep in it, to stay in it, to have a party in it. You name, just to use that roof and to use that land. Simple rent. Real talk, Ace. I came up with a fabulous design. No. Gil. But yeah, email me, Henry. Show me some of your work. Well, like I'm saying, I have a couple of ideas, but yeah, if someone has a better vision, I'm all about. I like good design and good work, but yeah, I just want to get this thing. I don't think you guys realize it at some point. Like right now, it's not like if somebody who knew feng shui or design stepped into this property, you would vomit. That's what my sister said, not the liberal, the normal one. She, because she's good. I want her to design it, but she's just busy. And then I got to get her out there. It's in the middle of nowhere. But, yeah, I sent it to her, and she said, quote, "This place looks like you film people without them knowing." That's what she said the design gives her the vibe of. She's like, that place looks like there's hidden cameras everywhere. I said, why? I said, that's illegal. I said, why would I do that? She's like, this place looks creepy. Because it doesn't have good, it just has a couch. And like one picture, the walls are very bare. There's just like, there's a couple of things, but it's still definitely like, yeah, it's not like I design, like it's a dude. And it's not like my artistic ability. You definitely see more of my investing ability in the set. I furnished it. That's it. I did minimum everything. That's how I do everything just to start until I have more info. Because once I have more info, I'm down to go in on it. But to start off, I had no idea. No, there's like rooms. There's like a little table. You know, there's some tables and shit. But no, it's not. Yeah, that's our upside though now. Design. Am I down for cash crops? Oh, no way. Someone's suggesting I grow weed? It's groundbreaking. All right, well, again, that was 10-minute rigged and final 5. 2 minutes, 2 billion to the downside, but you're halfway. That's it. Like I said, if you want to sell something on the Iran headlines, you're more than welcome to. But yeah, I think the market had nothing else to do. And then we reacted a little bit, but you're like back to the first candle of the Iran candle. And then yeah, SpaceX at close. I know, right? Hidden cameras with empty walls. Thank you, Mello. I didn't have the wherewithal to respond with that. I was just like, what the fuck you mean? I said, what? I said, that's illegal. I just thought of liability. But you're right. That's not even sneaky. Like, why the fuck would... Exactly. There's like 2 pictures. There's 1 picture, I think, in the house. And now would be the... No. If you want to sell puts on like a fucking short term, maybe... But otherwise, I would not, no, I wouldn't. Like, I'm looking at 30 days plus. So, yeah, market up here does not scream sell puts. You know, anything drilling, that's what you sell puts on. But, yeah, I think just for today, I mean, maybe the last 2 days, market might have chilled out. But, yeah, I don't think it's one of those types of days. I said this is not short-term. I'm not talking selling puts on the short term. That whole idea of selling, you know, the premium it's when you go down. It's when the market is a lot lower, not just over the last couple days. So like usually like 30 days plus. So go look at a put 30 days out and then go see if that is expensive or not. So you want it expensive. You're the one selling it. So like I'm saying, if we pull it up, I bet you all of these are fucking dead. We'll go 30 days out, August 21st. That checks out the mid-month, 45 days. Let's say you sold a 700 put, right? Still out of the money. You get back $300. Woo! I bet you this was going for like $1,000 2 weeks ago. Oh, excuse me, $6,000 2 weeks ago. Or I guess 2 months ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago it was going for $1,000, $1,200. You see what I'm saying? So that contract is at the itty-bitty bottom. I would not sell a put there. You see what I'm saying? Like a 2-day contract, you're like, oh, yeah, but that's not reliable enough. It's too short-term, too volatile. That's not giving us the same security metrics analysis. You know, we're not doing it on short-term. I'm talking 30 days plus, minimum 30 days. But, yeah, you want to sell when they're sky high. Like I'm telling you, when I was telling people, it was like March 29th, I was telling you selling puts is a very ideal strategy that a lot of people were doing. And you could see why. The premiums were to the high heavens. But yeah, now not so much. Edit the columns on the TOS chain and add the red button? What do you mean? I could put a quick chart? No, where's the red button? But yeah, I mean, I used to check my option premiums until they robbed me of my E-Trade. All right, Chad. Well, a little Iran annoyingness at the end, but you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, chips, Micron into the bell? What is this? So wrap it up, Chattadonia. What an interesting Tuesday. Middle of the week tomorrow. Again, not much, just this back and forth seasonality in 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Catadonia. Oh, we did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. Oh, I need a good game in the chat. Are you kidding me? 7 hours? Oh, we're almost 7 months? Oh my gosh, Chattadonia. I don't care if you made money or lost money. You learned something. You got a long term. I know which direction you're going. I need a GG in the chat, baby. That's what I'm talking about. GG and good game. Members, non-members, stream alerts locked in. Everybody that contributed, we're really part of it. Had a good time. Gave a good question, good follow-up. We're really in the moment, upholding the honor of the long term. That's what I'm talking about. GG, baby. He wants to fight you mad.
I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo.
Make the long term go. Cuckoo. They hate AI art. Cause it's not really art. Oh, GG, baby. God bless y'all. Thank you, my friends. For real, bro. If y'all held it down. If y'all really upheld the honor of the long term, Jesus is Lord. Cause he gets Lord. But Jesus is still Lord. I need a drum set, dude. You have no idea. But God bless you, baby. Let's go. Are you gonna make a decision? Are you gonna pick a direction? Why? Why not you? Why not for the next half of the year? Let's go, baby. Oh, GG. 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 Chattadonia. God bless you. That is the day. That took a lot. Wow. Dude, I'm not going to lie. Today flew by. I don't even... It sucks because you made the one big move and then we kind of went 1.5 hours up, 1.5 hour nowhere, 30 minutes down. Again, a little bit of drama, but... Oh, bro. Today has flown by. We're still rolling into July. I don't know. Even though we're... The crazy part is even though we're like post-expiration... You've made big moves, but we haven't really moved. So, yeah, man, these next couple of weeks, the earnings, the back and forth, again, make sure you check out the watch list on the Locked In. I'm going to try to get some more of that content out to all of you tonight. So make sure you are on the Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And God bless every single one of you. Yeah, your Palanters are back. So, again, depending on when you got them. But if you got the second one and you took the first ones at the right time, that Palanter, you got one out of the graveyard from last month. So that was nice. But other than that, man, I think we got a long week and month ahead of us. Let's take it in stride, see where it leads. And, yeah, just don't get too jumpy. Don't get too confident. Remember, win or lose, all in the same boat. And like I've been telling y'all, man, so what are you going to do for the next 6 months, man? Well, you know what I'm saying? You could either continue and secure whatever's happened this first half of the year, or you could say, I'm going to change it. So I hope you do something, but I hope you choose your direction. I hope you choose your loyalty, and I hope you stay with your loyalty, especially when the costs rise, my friend. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatatonia. Woo! That's all that we have. You requested me on IG, but it says loading. Be careful. There's a lot of fake Joshes out there. Some of them, they're fake Joshes in the sense that I built their whole entire personality. And, I pray they find themselves one day. But that's another topic. But there's also, like, imposters with fake trading fraternity names and all sorts of things. So my Instagram has a verified badge on it. And I'm never going to DM you asking you for crypto. Okay? But the one with the verified badge, just follow that one. You will be good, man. You will be good. Pang and F-Cell. Pang. But, yeah, other than that, Chad, thank you for your time today. I hope you had a good one. I hope you're ready for a lot more. And yeah, man, get that endurance up and 6 months, dude. So let's close this out, dude. And let's see this is a pivotal earning season, dude. If I haven't stressed it enough for you guys, just you're coming off the backs of a historic Q1 and Q2, man. This is not nothing to balk at. So I think we got a lot of surprises in store. But other than that, Chatadonia, I am going to depart. I'm going to go get my workout in, finish out the day, and then I'll see you on the watch list tonight. And then I'll see you on the Instagram, and then we will go from there, baby. But other than that, go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget this message from our sponsors. So every day I'm live. I love it. It's fun. We've had a lot of real-world effects, real-world impact, thousands and thousands of lawn terms and properties and it's so amazing, dude. But none of that would be possible if I was not getting paid a tremendous amount of money to be here, okay? Because how would I have been able to do all of this? And that's why, I get paid out by our sponsors. They've been paying me for a lot for a long time. But now I finally came out of the closet and I share my sponsorship with everybody. So use code SAVE10% at checkout and make sure you support our channel. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch trading fraternity and stock market live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first.